Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Blackfoot Messiah by William W. Johnstone, narrated by J. Rodney Turner. 1. Preacher had to go east to travel west, he discovered, when he decided to accept an assignment from the U.S. Army. Times had been lean for a while. Trapping was a thing of the past. Only a handful of men clung to the old ways, trapped and traded pelts to a market with little demand. Not so the legend called Preacher. Wisely he had salted away ample gold and silver coin, even invested some, most recently in what sounded to many like a fool's venture, Mr. Fulton's Steamboat Works. As the smoke-belching paddle-wheelers proliferated, so did Preacher's profits. Although 10 years of only investment income had severely drained his reserve, he could no more leave the high lonesome than many of the mountain men, which meant he had to take whatever he could get to stay in supplies and keep afloat. Thus it was that he grudgingly considered accepting a commission from the War Department to act as trail guide and scout for a regiment of dragoons. Preacher read again the letter that had accompanied the commissioning papers that had yet to see his signature. Word has come out of the northern Rocky Mountains of the unorganized territory that the Blackfoot are gathering in great numbers. The savages are being agitated by some holy man who claims to have the way to bring back the white buffalo and drive the white men out of the plains forever. It is vital in these unsettled times to secure our northern flank. A conflict with Mexico seems imminent, and our nation could ill afford an Indian uprising when our attention shall be directed southward. To which purpose it is the decision of the Secretary to dispatch a battalion of dragoons to the area of the Bighorn Mountains in the northeast part of the territory to serve as a presence in the area. The battalion is to depart Jefferson Barracks in Missouri and proceed up the Missouri to the North Platte River, and from there into the high country of Wyoming, where they will establish a fort. The purpose of this post will be to oversee the Blackfoot from a discreet distance, and to show the flag to the Cheyenne and Sioux. What a stupid idea, Preacher thought. Then, as was the habit of many men who lived alone in the stunning quiet of the high lonesome, he spoke his ruminations aloud. That'll only cause trouble where there's none now. What's got in old Quincy's head? Preacher was referring to Quincy Vickers, an old friend. He lived out here and trapped and knows the Injuns. Maybe it ain't this idea at all. Might be he needs his irons hauled out of the fire. Knowing the striped pants crowd from past experience, Preacher was well aware of their propensity for overreaction and for stupidity. He was to sign the papers and take them to Bent's Fort, where 2 copies would be sent by fast messenger to Jefferson Barracks in Washington City. There he would pick up the first installment of the fee offered him. After a heavy sigh and an idle scratch of his thick yellow-brown hair, Preacher picked up a quill pen and dipped it in his inkpot. With meticulous care, he formed the letters of his name. Preacher shut and latched the door to his wintering place, careful to poke the latch string back inside. He'd be busy all summer, most like. He curled the dally of the lead rope of his pack horse around the overlarge horn of the Mexican saddle and swung atop his most recent acquisition, a cross-breed Morgan stallion which had a sturdy mountain mustang for a dam. Preacher had named him Tarnation. He shook the reins and drummed heels into stout sides. Well, Tarnation, we'd best be eating miles. I reckon I can find some companion fellers down Bent's Fort way to accompany me on this commission, as they called it. In his letter, Quincy Vickers had told Preacher that he was authorized to hire on up to 4 men at a rate of $3 a day. Leave it to the government, Preacher mused, to offer enough money for some men to kill over it. Big Nose Harper and his sidekick, Algernon Blore, had gotten roaring, stumbling, falling down, crap in their drawers drunk the previous night. Now, some 7 hours later, they didn't fare much better. Still too soaked in alcohol to suffer hangovers, they nevertheless sought some hair of the dog. Their source, no matter how ill-advised, was William Nifty Bates, who had recently opened a trading post and Road Rant Saloon at the summit of Trout Creek Pass. Nifty was frankly afraid of Big Nose. Big Nose Harper was a bear of a man, with a barrel chest, long, thick arms, tree-trunk legs, and his most memorable feature, which gave him his nickname, an overlarge nose that had been smeared over his face. He held in contempt all shopkeepers, to which subspecies he considered Nifty Bates belonged, and he went out of his way to make their lives miserable. Nursing his alcohol fog, Big Nose now went about tormenting Nifty. "This whiskey tastes like frog pee. You watering it down again, you cheat." No, not at all, Mr. Harper," the barkeep stammered. Bates would soon sell out, inspired in part by the events of that afternoon. Harper slammed his pewter mug on the pine plank bar hard enough to make dust rise. "I say you're watering it, and my name's Big Nose." "No, I'm not, Mr. Big Nose." Harper's mean, close-set eyes narrowed. "Are you making fun of my honker?" "Oh, no, you told me to call you Big Nose." Big Nose looked offended. "I never said no such thing. Any man calls me that's looking for a killing. A pantywaist like you's good for a knuckle-drubbing." A shadow fell across the toes of the boots worn by Big Nose, cast by a figure that filled the doorway. "Why don't you pick on someone near your size, Big Nose? Or should I call you Blubber Ass?" Harper spun to face his detractor. "Who in hell are you?" "They call me Preacher." "Folks say he's a mean one, Big Nose," sniggered Algernon Bloor, who was more than a few biscuits shy of a plateful. "Shut up, Algy," Harper snarled. He sized up Preacher and found him wanting. Whiskey had so clouded his reasoning that he failed to see the hard, deadly glint in the gray eyes of the raw-boned man in the doorway. "Now, if you'll oblige me by getting the hell out of here, I'll have another drink. Barkeep, make it snappy." Emboldened by the presence of Preacher, Nifty Bates took a stand. "No, sir, you've had too much. The bar is closed to you." Harper cut his eyes to Algy. Surprise registered on both their faces. No man ever spoke to Big Nose Harper that way. Growling, Big Nose reached across the plank bar and balled the front of Bates' shirt in both hands. With a yank that looked effortless, and was, he hauled the proprietor off his feet and across the bar. Taking quick mincing steps which caused his long, greasy black locks to churn in protest, Big Nose Harper crossed the room and threw Nifty Bates out into the dusty dooryard. He then dusted ham-like palms together and snarled a reply to Bates. "I say who drinks and who doesn't around here." Preacher took exception to that. "Like hell you do." Glee brightened the pig eyes of Big Nose. "Mr. Preacher, prepare to meet your maker." With that, he came at the living legend of the mountains, arms wide spread for his favorite bear hug. It had crushed the life from 7 men before this. Big Nose saw no problem in making it 8, which proved to be a terrible mistake. Preacher crouched and duck-waddled out of the grasp of those powerful arms. When Big Nose blundered past, Preacher popped up and slammed an open palm into the side of the brawler's head, cupping it over the ear. If not for the thick ropes of greasy hair, the blow would have burst the eardrum of Big Nose. All it did, though, was set up a furious ringing and made him even angrier. Big Nose whirled and swung at Preacher's chin. Preacher pulled his head back a few inches and let the big knuckles swish past. Then he went to work on the exposed ribs of Big Nose. Soft thuds sounded clearly enough to be heard by Nifty Bates. dull-witted Algy Bloor decided to get in some licks on Preacher to win favor from his companion. He got a solid kick in the stomach for his efforts, flew backward with a hefty grunt, and smashed into the bar. At once he began to spew up the liquor he had consumed. By then, Big Nose had rallied and again grappled to encase Preacher in a bear hug. Preacher would have none of that. He backpedaled and swung a short, hard right to the face of Harper. Big Nose's most prominent feature got a little bigger when Preacher connected with the much-broken bridge. Preacher followed with a left hook that snapped Harper's jaw shut with a loud click. A second later, arms and legs twined around Preacher from behind. Always a sneak, though not bright enough to profit by it, a somewhat recovered Algy Bloor had maneuvered to where he could leap on Preacher's back. "I got him, Big Nose, I got him," he yelled gleefully. Instead of struggling, Preacher simply flexed his knees and rammed himself backward into a 6x6 upright that supported part of the roof. Algy's shout of triumph turned into a squeal of pain. B'God, I think my back's broke." "You'll get over it," Harper growled. Then he came for Preacher. Always obliging, Preacher stepped away from the post and let Algy fall limply to the floor. He met the onrush of his opponent with a series of fast lefts and rights. A small grunt came from Harper with each impact. Half a dozen, and he staggered sideways, his vision blurred. Fresh rage welled up inside him, and he reached for a knife. A shaft of sunlight through the open doorway made the keen edge a streak of fire. Harper advanced on Preacher, who produced his Green River and took a couple of swipes through the air. When Harper lunged, Preacher cut him across the back of the hand. The knife fell from pain-filled fingers. Preacher kicked it aside. "Yeah!" Preacher whirled to find a revived Algy Bloor hurtling at him, a knife extended in one hand. Preacher parried and sidestepped. He kicked Bloor's feet out from under the slightly built, ferret-faced man, and Bloor went sprawling on the plank floor. His face was gouged by the rough boards. His knife skidded across the room. Preacher paused to take stock. Both men looked fairly well whipped. Big Nose Harper stood, slope-shouldered, his breath harsh and irregular, head bowed. He tried, clumsily, to wrap a bandana around his wounded hand. Preacher strode to the bar and pulled a beer for himself. "Look out!" The warning shout came from Nifty Bates in the doorway. Preacher spun on one heel to see Algy Bloor pull a long, single-barrel cap-lock pistol from his waistband. Now, Preacher had been willing to oblige when the pair of Frontier trash yanked steel on him, but he figured this was going too far. Recently outfitted with a pair of .44 Walker Colts, Preacher unlimbered one. He smoothly cocked the hammer as the muzzle cleared leather and snapped his elbow inward to elevate the barrel and level it on the target. For all of his getting started last, Preacher's bullet reached the target first. Algy Bloor's head snapped backward from the impact of the 200-grain ball. A fist-sized chunk of his skull erupted from the left rear and showered the wall with gore. Reflex triggered his pistol and sent a ball into the front of the bar, close by Preacher's leg. Enraged beyond caution by the swift death of his partner, Big Nose Harper dragged out a pair of double-barreled pistols. He thumb-cocked one awkwardly and swung it in the direction of Preacher. His first barrel discharged and put a ball into the wall beside Preacher's head, a split second after Preacher put a .44 slug from his Walker Colt in the center of Harper's forehead. Ears ringing from the confined detonations, Preacher examined his handiwork. Thick layers of powder smoke undulated in the cool interior of the saloon. Shakily, Nifty Bates entered. He walked over to Preacher and wrung his hand in gratitude and relief. "I never seen such fancy shooting in my born days. Drinks are on the house, Preacher. Dinner, too." This pair's been nothing but a misery and torment to me the past 3 days." Up in the Blackfoot Mountains of Montana Territory, a huge gathering of warriors whooped it up around a large fire. The entire carcass of a bison, cut into quarters, turned on greenwood spits over separate cook fire. Off to one side, 3 Blackfoot braves handed out shiny new rifles from wooden crates at the back of a wagon. Each man gifted with one of these received a bag of 100 lead balls and a horn of powder. For the time being, they would not be given the percussion caps. 4 older men, seated around a large drum, hit the final double beat that concluded their song. The warriors stopped dancing and gathered in a wide semicircle around a startlingly white buffalo hide lodge. A young-looking man stepped out of the entrance and struck a pose before them. Although in his mid-30s, he had the look of a man in his early 20s. His coppery face was elastic and unlined. He wore ankle-high moccasins, beaded and quilled in traditional Blackfoot design, a knee-length loincloth, and an abbreviated soft pliable elkskin hunting shirt. Over that was a most unusual item of garb, which lay in turn beneath a second, larger hunting shirt. Hairpipe bracelets adorned his forearms, and a breastplate of bison teeth, hairpipe beads, and brass cones covered his chest. He raised his arms above his head to command attention. The silence, immediate, became profound. "My brothers, there are many among you who say Iron Shirt is too young to make strong medicine. You say that I have been a medicine man for only 10 winters. Yet I say to you that I have the strongest medicine. I received it in a vision when I visited among the Paiute. My spirit guide appeared to me and showed me a hidden valley. 'Dig here,' the spirit said, pointing at a low mound. 'You will find the power of white buffalo. You will learn the ways of making the medicine that will bring back white buffalo and drive the white eyes from our land forever.' I dug there, and I found what the spirit wanted for me. Then I was shown the dance we have just danced, and much more. It makes me safe from any white man's bullets. It will work for you also. The day is coming soon when the white men will fall to the earth like soft hailstones. I bring you rifles, the newest and best, plenty of bullets too. When you have finished the ritual of Iron Shirt, you will be stronger than any bullet. You say the white man's bullets cannot harm you, Iron Shirt. Prove it, and we will follow you." A doubter among the experienced warriors challenged. Iron Shirt looked at his detractor contemptuously for a moment, then forced an amiable expression on his face. He was, after all, selling something. He pointed with his chin at one of his earlier converts. "I ask Bent Trees to step to the far side of the fire. Take your gun in hand and point it at my chest." Bent Trees did as bidden. When he was in position, Iron Shirt continued, "When I say so, shoot me." Gasps of surprise and shock rose among the Blackfoot. "He will not aim at Iron Shirt," one brave stated flatly. "The gun is not loaded with a bullet," opined another. "It is a trick." Another convert sought to disabuse them. "No, it is the power of Iron Shirt's medicine. Watch and see." "Now, Bent Trees." With a sharp crack, the .60 single-shot pistol discharged. A black hole appeared in the outer hunting shirt worn by Iron Shirt a split second before he violently rocked backward, his face twisted in pain. Several Blackfoot rushed forward. Iron Shirt held up a hand to stay them. Carefully he reached into the hole and worked his fingers a moment. He came out with a flattened .60 caliber ball. Yips and whoops of victory broke out among the spectators as he held it high and slowly turned full circle. When the jubilation subsided, he spoke again. "You will be shown the secret of this medicine when you complete the ritual to become part of my Iron Shield Strongheart Society. Death to all White Eyes." Seated inside the lodge of Iron Shirt were 3 white men, dressed as Blackfoot. One, Morton Gross, with thinning, mousy brown hair and eyes that looked like chips of blue ice, smoked a cigar. All 3 looked inordinately pleased with the progress being made. The nominal leader of their cabal nodded to Gross. "It's fortunate that you have important friends in high places, Morton. Nice to get advance warning that a regiment of troops is on the way and that it would be guided by an experienced frontiersman." Morton Gross made light of his informant's importance. "He's only a clerk. The really important ones are so high up they don't dare make direct contact with us. But my informant was able to read the letter sent to the former mountain man, Preacher." Prager beamed as he bragged to his companions. "And now if the men we sent to watch the Santa Fe Trail only do their job, our goal is in our hands." 2. A day's ride from Bent's Fort, Preacher sipped from his first cup of coffee in night camp. Orange shafts slanted over his right shoulder, and the night birds and katydids were gradually tuning up for their serenade. They suddenly went silent, and Preacher stiffened a moment, then moved with studied casualness as he set aside the tin cup and draped a hand over the butt of his right hand Walker Colt. A moment later a man's voice rang out from among the trees. "Hello, the camp. We done smell coffee." Preacher looked up in that direction. "Howdy to you, stranger. If you be friendly, come on in. There's plenty for both of us." "We be 2 if that's all right by you." "Finest frog hair. Come sit a spell." 2 men entered the clearing on foot, leading their horses. The one in front had a broad, ample girth, chubby arms and legs, and a moon face. The one behind him had a skinny frame, gaunt as a scarecrow's, with flat, dull eyes and big ears. He wore his hair in a boy's soup bowl cut, Preacher noticed. The friendly voice came from him. "They call me Fat Louie, though I can't for the life of me figure why. Ain't put on a single pound since before my voice changed. This lump of lard be my pard, Yard-Long Farmer. I reckon you can work out why the name," he concluded with a wheezing cackle. Yard-Long Farmer joined in the laughter. "Yup. When I was 10, I had me the biggest tallywhacker any kid under 15 in our town," he offered in the event Preacher could not puzzle through the nickname. "Name's Arthur," Preacher responded evasively. He had heard of this pair and kept alert. "Sit a while." He poured coffee around and broke out some cornbread and a pot of molasses. While they munched and sipped, Fat Louie spoke flatteringly to Preacher. "I tell you, Arthur, you're the very best we ever saw. We didn't cut no sign of you whatsomever. We wouldn't have found this camp if we hadn't near stumbled right into it. You been in the Big Empty long?" "Since before my voice changed," said Preacher dryly, mocking Fat Louie's earlier turn of phrase. Fat Louie seemed not to notice. "It certain shows. Say, that's a mighty fine horse you got. Looks like he could go a long ways, rid hard and put up wet and not be harmed. Must be worth a pretty penny." "He's out of a shaggy mountain mustang." Preacher deliberately belittled his sturdy stallion. Over the next half hour the conversation went much the same way. When Preacher came to his boots to pour more coffee, Fat Louie cut his eyes to Farmer. The chubby thug nodded slowly. Fat Louie agreed. They had this Arthur off his guard. At once both rogues whipped out pistols and drew down on Preacher. "Don't get goosey, Arthur. We'll just be taking all your gear and your horses and those fancy irons you're wearing." Having been credited with inventing the words gunfighter and fast draw, this did not faze Preacher in the least. He had known of this pair's reputation for years, knew them to be cowardly trash who would kill him in a hot tick. He slowly turned toward the louts threatening him. He spoke in a soft, flat tone. "I don't think so." Fat Louie smirked over the barrel of his pistol. "Oh? What makes you say that?" "Because you've got yourselves a little problem here. Most folks don't call me by my given name. They call me Preacher." Yard-Long Farmer's eyes went wide and he let his jaw drop before he gulped out a frightened, "Oh, hell!" Between the "oh" and the "hell," Preacher unlimbered a Walker Colt and shot Fat Louie in the center of his breastbone. Louie's pistol bucked in his hand, and he put a ball through the side wing of Preacher's long, colorful capote. Then his legs went rubbery and he sank to his knees. Preacher immediately turned on Farmer and put a .44 ball in the hollow of his throat. Yard-Long went down, gargling his blood. His finger twitched, and he fired one of the pair of pistols he held, sending the ball into his left calf. Pain sounded through his gurgles. Why me?" he managed to choke out. Preacher stepped over to him and removed the unfired pistol from his hand. Right then he heard the click of a cap-lock mechanism. Fat Louie had not yet gone off to meet his maker. Ignoring the question for a moment, Preacher turned to his right and fired in an almost casual way. His bullet went in one ear and out the other, ending forever the nefarious career of Fat Louie Ledoux. Then Preacher dropped to one knee beside Yard-Long Farmer. "You know, it's too bad you and your partner chose the wrong path to walk. Best you make your peace with the Almighty. You ain't got much time." When Preacher reached Bent's Fort, he encountered two old friends, Antoine Revere, a half-breed Delaware, and Three Sleeps Norris, former mountain men who, like Preacher, could not leave the mountains after the fur trade collapsed. They moved like ghosts from one old haunt to another. Three Sleeps Norris burst out through the stockade gate with such animation that dust boiled up around his moccasins. "I'll be danged if it ain't Preacher. Still got his hair if he has growed a little pot-belly." Preacher dismounted and they embraced, then danced around and around. "I don't have a pot-belly," Preacher protested, "and I keep my hair by staying on the watch for those who would lift it." He stopped their caper and held Three Sleeps out at arm's length. "I will say that you have grown a mite rounder since I last saw you." Three Sleeps faked a pout. "I ain't no rounder, it's these clothes." Sure, of course it is. Anybody else around from the old bunch?" "Antoine Revere's inside now. Also Pap Jacobs is mending from a broke leg. Nobody else at home but a couple of stuffy soldier boys." Preacher frowned. This was embarrassing. "They're waiting for me." Three Sleeps cocked his head to one side. "What? Preacher hanging with soldier boys?" "Not exactly hanging. I got some papers for him, to be delivered back in Washington City." Three Sleeps gave Preacher a knowing wink. "Couldn't be that you're signed up to actual work for the Army?" Preacher swallowed hard and rushed his words. "We'll talk about that later. Now I want to wash the trail dust out of my throat." "Well, come on. Old Turner has him a new spring house where he keeps his beer barrels. Like to crack your teeth, it's so cold." The Bent brothers had long since departed from the private fort named for them. Currently, a man named Ransom Turner occupied the trading post and saloon and the immigrant store. The fortifications had deteriorated badly. The Arapaho were no longer a threat, and the Kiowa raided farther east. Turner, more a businessman than a frontiersman, had not bothered with repairs. One of the gates, Preacher noted, hung from a single huge iron hinge. They strode across the small parade ground to the front of the saloon to encounter another warm welcome for Preacher. Seated at last at a table in the plank-floored saloon, Preacher drank contentedly from a large stein of beer, which he used to chase swallows of some whiskey of dubious origin. He easily saw why his present companions preferred the beer. Across from him, Antoine Revere leaned toward Preacher. Beady black eyes glittered with merriment under Revere's thick mane of black hair and bushy brows. "Sacré nom! It is good to see you again, Preacher. When was the last time?" Preacher studied the traces of gray shot through Revere's hair at his temples and his luxuriant mustache. A lot of time had gone by. "The 28 Rendezvous, as I recollect." Antoine slapped a big hand on the tabletop. "You are right. It has been at least that long. What have you been doing of late? Met any of the other trappers?" "Not in a while. I did get crosswise a fat Louis Ladeau and yard-long farmer just the other day." Revere scowled. "Those two are bad business. They rob the dead, people they have just shot in the back." Preacher's eyes sparkled. "Not any more. They tried their game on the wrong feller." Revere and Norris sniggered. "Now that wrong feller wouldn't happen to be called Preacher, would he?" Revere prompted. At Preacher's nod, he went on. "Good riddance." Three Sleeps Norris tapped the side of his long nose. "I don't mean to pry, but what brings you this far south, Preacher?" "Like I said, Three Sleeps, later." Before Preacher could be asked more, the soft thumps of moccasin soles in the doorway drew their attention. A grizzled mountain man, one not known by any of the three. He nodded to the trio and crossed to the bar. "Whiskey," he ordered. "You hear the latest ransom?" "What would that be, Ev?" asked the proprietor. "There's word on the wind that a wagon train of pilgrims has been led astray somewhere up to the northeast. They was last seen along the Platte River." Evan Butler turned to include Preacher and his companions. "What do you think, boys?" "I say we've got more'n enough Flatlanders shoving in around here. Present company accepted," he added over his shoulder to the relative newcomer Ransom Turner. With his tongue, Preacher worried a scrap of jerky that had caught in his teeth. When he freed it, he spat it on the floor. "I say half of those who have come into the High Lonesome are more than enough. Why, them that don't want to tear up the sod and plant crops are Bible thumpers and psalm singers. Most of them can't button their trousers of a morning without retraining, nor know which foot their boot goes on. Give me another beer, Mr. Turner," Preacher said in an aside. "Them lost pilgrims out there can rot for all I care." When the beer came, he quaffed a long draught and smacked his lips. Quentin Prager arose from the fragrant pile of pine boughs on which he had slept and stretched his long, lean frame, toughened by years of living out of doors. He was of an age with Morton Gross, yet he knew himself to be in far better shape. Years as a mining engineer had conditioned him to sleeping on the ground, and for him, unlike the rotund Gross, the Blackfoot bed of buffalo rubs and boughs was a luxury. He reached down for his clothing and nudged the bare flank of the young woman who had pleasured him the previous night. She turned on her side and opened blue eyes. When she focused on Prager, her expression registered disgust. But, as a slave to the Blackfoot, this white woman had no choice, Prager knew. Although he would have preferred a young, barely nubile Blackfoot girl, his host had offered this one, and he would have offended by refusing. She'd been good, though, he had to admit. At least once he had gotten her suitably warmed up. They would be moving on today. Iron Shirt's traveling medicine show, Prager reflected with amusement. 3 more bands of Blackfoot to visit, then they would go to the Cheyenne, Before long, they would have the entire frontier aflame. Over a rack of open, pit-roasted bison ribs, Preacher finally acknowledged that his earlier assumption had been correct. He could not nursemaid a battalion of baby dragoons all the way to the Big Empty alone. He indeed needed someone to come along, so he began to fabricate an elaborate tale to spin for his friends. Licking grease off his fingers, Preacher tossed away one rib bone and cut off another. Now that our bellies are full and we're feeling good, I'll tell you all about what I come here for. Three Sleeps is right. I gave them papers to the soldier boys. And, though it galls me to admit it, I done signed on for a job with the Army. You see, there's this new-formed battalion of dragoons. Preacher went on to describe what he expected to find when he reached Jefferson Barracks. After talking of the well-known hazards of the vastly unforgiving mountains, he concluded with his sales pitch. Of course, I knowed right off that it was going to take men of courage and powerful wisdom to shepherd those green soldier boys to Wyoming. I'll have to be real careful and choosy as to who I pick. Why, that's the stupidest thing I've heard. Three Sleeps Norris exploded. Them greenhorns would be out there all alone. The nearest white settlement is more miles away than I can count, even if I take off my moccasins. Wyoming. Plumb crazy. Oh, I agree. No man in his right mind would pick that wild and woolly country for putting up a solitary fort. Of course, the government is going to pay in gold and plenty of it. They wrote me that I could pay $3 gold a day for any who sign on. $3? Norris and Revere chorused. Yep, that's right. The way I see it, it'll take the entire summer to get the job done. That comes to a total of $276. Antoine scratched his head. Well now, they sure are generous. Out here a man can live a whole year on that and have some left over, and it beats competing with a dozen other fellers over every dinky little bit of work that comes up. If you'll have me, Preacher, I think I'll come along. Three Sleeps nodded in agreement. What you said about the competition for jobs out here is right, Antoine. Seems as how Preacher's got himself into a bear cave the first day of spring. Might be a couple of good fellers like ourselves could save his bacon for him. Count me in. He extended a hand to Preacher, who shook on the bargain. Then Norris signaled for another round. Preacher beamed at them with sincere gratitude. I've done seen the soldier boys, and they took off lickety-split back east. We can light out first thing in the morning. 3. Night swiftly came on again at the edge of the Wyoming Badlands of the Great Divide Basin. Eve Billings hugged herself with tired arms. They ached from driving a team of 6 mules all day. Only 2 days previously had they found a way out of the Medicine Bow Mountains. At least that's the range in which she believed them to have been. Eve teetered on the verge of losing her battle with despair. How much more must she endure? How much could she ask her children to take in stride? First, the loss of her husband, killed a month and a half ago by a war party of Sauk and Fox in Iowa Territory. Next, their captain and his trail guide had led the wagon train into a blind canyon in the Medicine Bow Range. There the scoundrels had robbed and abandoned the settlers. When at last the party had found their way out of the mountains, this stark desert rolled over to the horizon to daunt them. Resolutely she spoke aloud her foremost thought. We have to move on. There was scant water for the stock, blistering heat, although it was only the end of May, and terrible chill at night. However could they find their way? In the distance, a coyote called for his mate, to be answered by half a dozen yaps and yelps. Eve shuddered and tightly clutched the barrel of the Model 40 Bridesburg Arsenal rifled musket her husband had so prudently provided as a necessity. A thin sliver of moon hung in the east, while the western sky still was washed in orange and magenta by the afterglow. Her eldest child, Charlie, came up to her and tugged at her apron as he had done as a babe. Mama, I'm hungry. Anna's crying again and wants to eat. What are we going to have? There's some bacon and a few potatoes left. Charlie wrinkled his nose and twisted his 10-year-old face into a mask of repugnance. The bacon's all green and slippery on the outside. I'll trim it. That's all we have. Why can't we just go back? Eve's heart ached at the misery and pleading in the expression of her son. We can't, Charlie. It's 2 months' journey back to New York State. In 2 months we'll be in the Oregon country, a new home, a new life. Charlie rubbed one bare foot over the other. I don't want a new home. I don't want a new life. Besides, who's going to lead us to Oregon? Mr. Tate? Mr. Labette? They can't find their way to the outhouse. A scowl formed on Eve's high, clear forehead. That sort of talk will get your mouth washed out with soap, young man. You are not old enough to fail to show respect to your elders. Mr. Pruitt seems to know what he is doing. At least he can hitch his mules without someone showing him how to do it. Big help, that is, Charlie jeered, then dodged the swat Eve aimed at his rump. Back to the wagon, Charlie. When she turned back, the stars shone brightly in the bowl of the sky. Maybe tomorrow help would come. 24 naked Blackfoot warriors stood in a solemn rank on the bank of the Bighorn River. Monotonously, 2 drummers struck the surface of the big drum with their milkweed and sacred pollen-padded buffalo hide strikers. Thump and thump. The skin stretched over a large section of hollowed tree trunk sounded. The close-by walls of the Bighorn Mountains reverberated with the drumming. Before the men stood Iron Shirt, stripped of his loincloth and moccasins. For a man of such ambition and power, he had surprisingly average endowment. He raised his bare arms above his head to capture the initiate's attention. My brothers, you are about to learn the mysteries behind my great medicine. First, you must be purified. Part of that has already been accomplished in the sweat lodges. Now your fear of the white man's bullets must be washed from you, so that you are reborn into the society of the Iron Shield Stronghearts. Here he paused and stepped backward into the shallows of the river. His bare feet found purchase among the rocks that lined it. The water was aching cold, though he showed no effect. He beckoned with both arms to the first 2 in line. You 2 come forward into the water. When they did so, his instructions continued. Turn around and face your brothers. Once in position, 4 of Iron Shirt's closest followers joined the Blackfoot. Tipping them backward, they lowered each candidate into the water until fully immersed. Iron Shirt raised one hand over each in benediction solemnly intoned, I command all wickedness and fear to abandon you, for you to renounce the power of the white man's bullets, and I baptize you in the name of the 3-faced God, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Arise, my brothers in iron, and go forth to be warmed by the coals. Obediently, the pair waded clear of the river and walked to where a long, narrow trench had been prepared. The air above it shimmered with distortion from the heat given off by a deep bed of coals. They stood near, letting the radiant waves warm their chilled bodies. While they did, Iron Shirt continued until all the remaining initiates had been baptized. Then he joined them at the fire pit. Again, he spoke the ritual words. To walk safely through the blaze of the white man's bullets, you must first walk through this earthly fire. Prepare your bodies and spirits for this ordeal by praying to the Great Spirit for the strength of the sky legend, Fire Walker. When you are ready, I will lead you across the abyss of flame. Iron Shirt waited 100 heartbeats, then positioned himself at the lip of the trench. He stuck out one foot and made contact with the bed of coals. With a firm, unhurried tread, he walked the length of the shimmering embers. On the far side, he strode 10 paces from the pit and raised first one foot, then the other, to reveal not the least damage. The candidates had followed close on his heels and emerged now in the same condition until the 22nd in line. Suddenly, that unfortunate warrior let out a pain-racked shriek and leaped to one side. He fell to the ground to reveal feet of a cherry-red hue, puffed and badly blistered. He had not enough faith. Ironshirt turned to him. He made a gesture of sympathy. Go and have Red Elk dress those feet with bear grease. Know that you did not gain dishonor for your failure. When your faith grows stronger, come again and make the sacrifice that you may join us. When the injured man had been helped from sight, Ironshirt gestured to the others. Come, my brothers of Iron Shield, gather around. It is time for me to reveal the mystery of my medicine's power. They did, eager as small boys around a strange animal. Ironshirt reached down and pulled up the hem of his outer hunting shirt. It revealed a complete set, front and back, of chainmail. Although dented in places and rusty in other spots, its sturdy construction and latent protection awed them all. Ironshirt turned slowly, so they could examine the all-encasing war garment, then lowered his shirt and retrieved his loincloth and moccasins. The initiates did likewise, silent throughout. At last, Ironshirt addressed them again. And would you now like to test your new power? To their enthusiastic agreement he added, To the south and west of us there can be found many rolling lodges of the whites. We shall ride there and kill them all. It is a true thing, I tell you. Not a one of us will fall. They had circled the wagons for the night. Asa Wharton peered out into the ruddy glow of the setting sun and wondered at what fools they had been. To believe that they could make their way to the Oregon country on their own should be enough to put them in the asylum, he thought with chagrin. We are too far north, his musings prompted. We always have been. It had been as much his fault as anyone else's. Worse, his voice had been one of the loudest, insisting that the brothers not bring along any firearms. We are the children of God, he had declared. We must show that we come in peace. A lot of good that will do. There are Indians out in the hills all around us. He could feel it in his bones. He strongly doubted the savages would spend much time listening to anything they had to say. For the first time since childhood, Asa Wharton wondered what it would be like to die. He shuddered when he recalled the hoofprints he had seen in the loose soil. He had been riding ahead of the slow-moving wagons when he came upon them. They angled down one slope and crossed the trail. From there, they disappeared over the ridge to the south. By the time the first wagon arrived, a stiff breeze had wiped out any sign of them. Why had he not told the others about them? Because he did not want to create panic. Now it was too late. Asa sighed and turned away. He had taken only one step when the eerie, seething hiss of an arrow registered on him before the projectile winged between a pair of nose-to-tail wagon boxes and buried to the fletchings in Asa's back. The bloody point protruded, dripping from his chest. Blackness engulfed him. Ironshirt led his strong horse silently across the scrub-studded plain. They came within 50 feet and loosed a flight of arrows. Screams of terror and shrieks of pain followed moments later. Young Blackfoot boys, apprentice warriors, held the horses while the braves streamed forward on foot. The only shots fired came from the rifles in the hands of the Blackfoot. They had devastating effect. 7 men fell in the seconds after the death of Asa Wharton. Whooping Indians broke through the barricade and rushed toward the stunned people. With tomahawks and war clubs, they slammed into the helpless whites huddled beyond the fire. Ironshirt stood back and watched with growing satisfaction. Given another moon, he would have an invincible force. The Cheyenne would join. The Sioux would be next. Then, he thought, his mind filled with darkness, he would deal with the white man who masqueraded as Blackfoot and run the war against all whites his own way. How good that would be. Beyond him, within the circle of wagons, the slaughter grew terrible. Children. He contemptuously labeled the men and even the women who fell without offering the least resistance. When the last white died, Iron Shirt came forward. A quick check showed him that there had been no survivors. And better still, the Blackfoot took no losses. Early the next morning, Preacher and his companion set out together along the North Fork of the Santa Fe Trail. Hard-packed and rutted from much past use, it let them make good time. Near mid-morning they came upon a pack-horse trader. He had 3 animals on lead, their pack saddles heaped with tin pots and pans, shielded tin lanterns, one loaded with patterned pressed panels for ceilings. He hailed the trio enthusiastically. "Howdy, fellers. Good to see a friendly face. I'd be obliged if you'd ride along a spell. You're more than welcome." Preacher considered it odd the peddler was headed the same way they were. "Don't mind if we do," he responded. "My name's Preacher. These two are Three Sleeps Norris and Antoine Revere." "Pleased to meet you. I go by the name of Tin Man, but it's really Morris Lorson. If you don't mind my saying so, them goods of yours look like something bound for Santa Fe," observed Preacher. It is. I just came from there. I got turned away, you see." Three Sleeps gave him a puzzled look. "How's that, Tin Man? I thought those Mexicans was all fire hot for American goods." "They are, usually. Only lately things aren't so cordial for Americans. Not since the Texicans won their independence back in '36. Preacher furrowed his brow as he thought this over. "That's old news and didn't have anything to do with us Americans. What's got into 'em now to get riled at our people?" Tin Man Lorson gave Preacher a knowing look. "Didn't you hear? For the last couple of years there's been talk about the Texicans wanting to join up with the United States, and the folks in Washington City are pushing for them to do it. You can see how that don't sit well at all with the Mexicans." "That a fact," Preacher responded, then tuned out the peddler's chatter. They made camp late in the afternoon. Around coffee, after ample plates of broiled grouse, provided by Antoine with his delicate, slender-barreled shotgun, fatback, and beans, Tin Man Lorson studied his impromptu fellow-travelers. After several moments' consideration, he hesitantly explored a subject of great interest to him. "If you don't mind, I surely don't wish to pry, but would you tell me how you got that name, Three Sleeps?" "Well, it ain't nothing much. It happened a long time ago." "No, really, I'd like to know. I collect nicknames and the stories behind them. It's something to pass the long hours shared with others along the trading path. Please, indulge me if you will." Preacher inserted himself in the conversation. "Three Sleeps is too modest to brag on himself. I'll be happy to enlighten you." Lorson brightened. "Yes, do." Preacher thought a while, then began his tale. "Like Three Sleeps says, it happened a long time ago. He was a youngster then, hardly old enough to wet his throat with good whiskey. As it happened, he was doing just that one fine day when this notorious brawler slammed into the trading post where young Archibald Norris stood at the bar. As it happened, this bear-wrestling lout was spoiling for a fight. Hadn't thumped on anyone for a couple of days and was feeling out of sorts. So he eyes Arch here and says, 'Who let this skinny little puke in here?' Now Arch happened to be sensitive about his size at the time." Preacher went on with a chuckle. "He turned to face, what was his name?" "Travers. Meat Hook Travers," Three Sleeps provided quietly. He gave a little shudder. "Yep, that's the one. Meat Hook Travers. Anyhow, old Meat Hook stomped up to the bar while Archibald formed the words he would say. Meat Hook thumped Arch on the chest and bellowed to the barkeep, "Somebody answer me." Archibald had his words gathered by then and decided it was up to him to speak. "I brought myself in on my own 2 legs, and I reckon to leave the same way." For Meat Hook, that was too hard to chew, let alone swallow. So he rears back and bellows at Archibald, "You'll go out of here on a plank." Preacher paused for a swallow of coffee. And that's where old Meat Hook got a big surprise. Young Archie came at him like a buzzsaw. He walked up Meat Hook with his fists and down to other side. He booted that tub of muscle and lard in the butt, and when Meat Hook turned with a roar, Arch smashed his lips with a solid left. Or was it a right? Never mind, he moved fast as a wasp with a busted nest. Archie was quick, and he was sneaky. He landed 5 punches for every one Meat Hook connected. Then Meat Hook tried to catch Archibald in a bear hug. Archie was having none of that. He danced back and kicked Meat Hook in the belly. That did it. Meat Hook sank to his knees. Arch here waded in. When he got done, Meat Hook was stretched out on the dirt floor, cold as an iced-over lake. Arch rubbed his sore knuckles and stepped back to the bar. "You'd best put some distance between the 2 of you," the bartender advised. "Not a problem. I think I'll finish my whiskey and have a little brew," Archibald responded. The fella in the apron had good advice. "He'll come after you for sure." All calm and collected, Archie swallowed down his whiskey and gestured for a beer. "There's plenty time to make tracks. The way I see it, he's good for about 3 sleeps. And by jingo, if the name didn't stick. I know for certain it happened that way because I was the only witness beside the barman." Slack-jawed, Morris Lorson stared into the fire. He did not know, for all his experience at collecting names and legends, if he was having his leg pulled or not. Then something that had been nagging at him all day went off in his mind. He looked up at the weathered features of the narrator of the tale. "Are you the same preacher who single-handed cleaned a nest of thieves and cutthroats out of a trading post saloon a decade ago?" "Friend, it's been at least a dozen saloons I've cleaned out by myself." Preacher enlightened him. "Not to count the Injuns I've fit and the personal squabbles with other mountain men. You got the right one, sure enough, if your claims for me are a mite more modest than some." Lorson beamed. "Then it's a pleasure to be counted among your associates, if only for a short while. And I have me a new nickname in the store behind it. I'm obliged." He rocked back on his heels. "And I'm for getting some shut-eye," announced Preacher. "Daylight comes mighty fast in these parts." Along about what Preacher judged to be 10:30 in the morning, he and his partners parted company with Tin Man Lorson. They spurred their more lightly loaded mounts and rode ahead to soon lose him from sight over a ridge. Shortly after that, Preacher began to pick up sign of an Indian presence. A trimmed, decorated eagle feather stuck an inch or 2 above the ridge to the south. Bird calls, which had been plentiful moments before, had dwindled to a few. Those that came did not sound entirely true. A tiny puff of dust drifted upward suddenly from beyond the swale to the north. Preacher reined in abruptly and dismounted. His friends did likewise. After a quick look around, they formed a close square with their mounts and the pack-horse. Antoine cut his eyes to Preacher. "I noticed them too, mon ami." A second later, a small party of howling Kiowa warriors broke the southern horizon and thundered down toward the white men behind the improvised barricade. 4. "Watch our backsides, 3 Sleeps," Preacher instructed calmly while he sighted in and cleaned one Kiowa from the saddle with his rifle. Quickly, Preacher reloaded. He changed his point of aim and put a .54 caliber ball through the shoulder of another warrior. Beside him, Antoine fired his trusty .36 caliber squirrel rifle and plunked a ball through the center of a screaming Kiowa's forehead. His war whoop ended mid-yelp. Behind them, 3 Sleeps Norris downed another warrior with a gut shot. "You were right, Preacher. They're coming from the north now." By then, Preacher and Antoine had reloaded. It would be their last rifle shot for this charge, they knew. The Kiowa braves had come within 20 yards now. Preacher fired first. He split a buffalo hide shield and shattered the forearm behind it. The warrior ignored it, his left arm flopping uselessly amid a shower of blood. Antoine ended the life of another savage with a ball through the throat. Then Preacher drew one Walker Colt. He made a quick check of the percussion caps, found them secure on the nipples. Then he raised the heavy revolver and eared back the hammer. A fat cloud of smoke enveloped the defenders when the big .44 fired. Preacher quickly recocked the revolver and got off another round. A shout of pain answered him. The light breeze slowly blew the obscuring cloud away. Another round from Preacher's Colt took a warrior in the side. With that, they had enough. A shrill bark turned the Kiowa, and they swung away from their target. They quickly galloped out of range. "They'll be back," advised Preacher. Several minutes passed in an eerie silence. Then the Kiowa came again, this time from the east. Preacher had counted 20 warriors at the outset. Now 4 lay dead on the ground and 3 had been severely wounded. That left a baker's dozen. 3 rifles spoke with deadly authority and reduced the number to 10. Still, the Indians would not leave off. Their blood was up, their friends killed or wounded. They badly wanted these white scalps. Once again they recoiled from the blaze of Preacher's 6-shooters. Running Bull could not understand it. Had they come upon a party of the Texicans called Rangers? He knew of no others who possessed the fast-shoot hand rifles. If so, why did the others not use theirs? From the reverse slope of the rise to the east, he studied the besieged white men with keen eyes. There are only 3, he thought with confusion. How could they kill so many so quickly? A quick glance left and right showed his warriors poised for another attack. He also detected signs of nervousness. They too could count. Running Bull raised his voice in exhortation. "This time we do not turn away. Ride over them, wet your lances with their blood. Are you women that only 3 frail white men can stop you?" Bloodlust boiled over, and the Kiowa set the mount to a fast trot up over the ridge, to thunder down the incline. Ahead waited the fiery death of the white men. Not a one of them lacked fear. Yet they knew it to be a good day to die. "Sacre bleu! Here they come again!" Antoine spat out as he raised his rifle to take aim. At extreme range, Preacher sighted in with his Hawken and put a ball in the chest of a warrior, piercing the right side. Undaunted, the Kiowa raised his lance and charged on. Preacher set aside the .56 caliber rifle and put the slender buttstock of his French Lamat to shoulder. A finely made .36 sporting arm had served him well before. Now he honed the sights in on the face of his enemy. Hair fine, the second of the double-set triggers let off the round with ease. Smoke belched and blew away in time for Preacher to see the black hole that appeared where the tip of the warrior's nose had been a moment before. At once, his lance sailed skyward, and the Kiowa did a back roll off his laboring pony. He hit with a thud and bounced only once. Preacher reloaded swiftly, only to be caught with the ramrod down the barrel of his Lamat when the distance between him and the warriors closed to less than 20 feet. He lowered the muzzle against Tarnation's heaving flank and drew the reloaded Walker Colt. With what precision he could muster, he emptied it into the mass of Indians in front of them, and yet they came on. A lance thudded into the ground so close to his leg he felt the pressure of the shaft. Preacher holstered the Colt and drew the second one. He spent 2 rounds before the Kiowa warriors reined around and beat a hasty retreat. A quick count showed Preacher that only 5 remained alive. "Stubborn," he told his companions. "Plain damn stubborn. They could have quit a long time ago. I'd been willing. What about you?" "We, without a doubt," Antoine panted. Preacher turned to the horses. "We'd best be moving on. We don't want them to work up the spit to make another try." One fine afternoon, 3 days later, Preacher and his 2 friends rode along the trail with the sparkling waters of the Arkansas River to their right. Chubby barrel cactus and wicked-tipped Spanish bayonet abounded on the rolling sand hills ahead of them. Abruptly, Preacher raised his hand for a halt. From a distance ahead came the dull thumps of gunshots. They all had heard them, and had halted to try to make out what they meant. With the recent Kiowa attack fresh in their minds, Preacher and his companions suspected a war party. It had to be a large group under attack, or both sides had firearms. Preacher decided a moment later when the rate of fire escalated. This country did not lack for human trash that would prey on the law-abiding. He drummed heels into the ribs of tarnation and rushed forward. Antoine and 3 Sleeps came right behind. Over the next rounded dune, the sounds of shots grew clearer. Preacher drew his revolver. Antoine and 3 Sleeps loosened pistols in the holsters slung over their saddle horns. Dust mingled with powder smoke had risen high enough to be clearly seen before they topped the grade. Preacher halted them again. "Let's not blunder in, boys. I'll take a peek first." He dismounted, removed his floppy summer hat, and approached the ridge in a crouch. Slowly he raised his head. A moderate-sized freight train came into sight first. Preacher raised up a little higher and focused on some 20 white renegades, several of whom fired on the teamsters from an outcropping of boulders south of the trail. Others milled back and forth on horseback, apparently prevented from circling front or rear of the caravan due to concentrated fire at those points. It looked to Preacher like those freighters could use some help. Quickly, he returned to the others and explained the situation. Mounted again, he led the way up and over the ridge. Pistols in hand, they dashed down on the unsuspecting outlaws. The surprise arrival of 3 more fighting men cleared 4 of the 10 saddles before the bandits knew that help had come for the teamsters. Quick to realize that relief had arrived, the teamsters began to rally. Preacher heard a voice raised over the tumult, singing in a sweet tenor. "At the rising of the moon, at the rising of the moon, the men and boys will gather at the rising of the moon. Give 'em hell, boys, there's help on the way. Come on, ye soldier boys." That galvanized the outlaws. Those who could whirled away and ran a murderous gauntlet along the length of the stationary wagons. Those afoot in the rocks turned and tried to make a stand. Preacher sighted in on one and reined sharply to send a .44 messenger on the way. The letter it carried was death. Shot through the mouth, the highwayman fell backward in an awkward sprawl. Preacher emptied the last round from the Colt into the stomach of another hard case. He changed weapons quickly and sought another target. The ball cracked past close enough that he heard its ominous moan. The shooter died an instant later, shot through the heart by Antoine Revere. To his left, Preacher heard the sound of increased resistance. Bullwhackers fired and loaded and fired again. Rifle balls snapped through the air, whined off rocks, and brought forth screams from human targets. Several more outlaws died in this withering fire. Ahead of Preacher, wounded men crawled toward their horses, desperate to escape. Churned-up dust began to obscure the scene. Preacher fired at a fleeing man and missed. He turned tarnation and sprinted to the head of the wagon train. He reached his goal in a growing silence. Gradually, the crackle of gunfire had diminished. At the lead wagon, Preacher saw 6 highwaymen spurring frantically until they disappeared beyond the next swell. A big red-faced man came out from between 2 wagons and walked Preacher's way. He was a bull of a man, with bulging muscles and ham hands. When he spoke, his mouth became a black hole in his heavily bearded face. "Right on time, lads, that ye are. Good work. Sure, and where's the soldiers you're scouting for? Preacher gave him a curious look. At Jefferson Barracks. We haven't joined up with them as yet. Momentarily stunned, the lead bullwhacker worked his mouth soundlessly. Words returned with a sputter. You mean there's just the three of you? That's right. Well, truth is, you fight like a whole company of soldiers. They call me Big Tom Lawson. This here's my strong right arm, Brian O'Shea, and we're obliged to you. Preacher gave them a nod. Big Tom, Brian, my pleasure. I answered the preacher, and these be Three Sleeps Norris and Antoine Revere. Any idea why those road agents picked your train to raid? None that makes sense. What we're hauling is too heavy to take off on horseback, and these wagons would leave a trail a blind man could follow. Finally, Preacher's name registered. Say, you ain't that preacher, are you? The one in the Penny Dreadful? Preacher's cheeks carmined. To my eternal torment, I be. What foolishness them idiot writers can dream up with gag and maggot. What you read in them things ain't true at all. Except I may have been in some of those places at the time they said I was, and I may have had something to do with what happened to some of those fellers they claim I done for. Just may have, mind you. Big Tom made a wry face. Sure, and I don't buy none of that at all. Never mind. You are a genuine legend in your own time, a living hero you are. We'd be overjoyed to have you join us in our trading expedition. Full share for all of you. Lord knows you just earned it. No, Preacher replied politely. We have to push on to Jeff Barracks. Gave him a word. In writing at that. Big Tom looked greatly disappointed. I understand contracts right enough. The least you can do is stay a spell and take supper with us. We'll lay on a right regular feast. Why, we even have a fruitcake along, all sopped up in brandy. He gave a big wink. I figured to use it to mellow the Governor-General in Santa Fe. What you say, Preacher? Patting his flat, hard belly, Preacher produced a euphoric smile. I never could resist fruitcake, especially if it's got itself drunk. Once started out onto the Great Divide Basin, after long, heated debate, the wagon train ran into disaster after defeating disaster. Mr. Ledbetter had 3 mules die. After acrimonious exchanges in which accusations of selfishness flew like snowflakes in a blizzard, it was decided to draw straws to see which 2 wagons would, voluntarily, give up a mule so that Ledbetter could keep up. Eve Billings drew one of the short straws. No sooner had that predicament been solved than another sprang up. One day 5 precious water barrels had sprung leaks or broken apart. The next day 3 more became useless. With much shouting and gesticulating, the decision was made to turn back. Eve had nothing to tell her children. "Mom, are we really going home?" Charlie asked eagerly when it became apparent to him that they were retracing their steps. "Only part way, dear," Eve told him tiredly. "But why?" His button nose wrinkled in the effort to understand these adult mysteries. "We aren't ready to go on as yet. We need a guide, someone who can take us out of this wilderness. Without water, the livestock will die like Mr. Ledbetter had happened." She did not add the obvious, that people would die as well. "I want to go all the way home." "Don't start on that again, Charles Ryan Billings." Charlie instantly lapsed into silence. He always knew when he was in trouble. His mother used his proper first name. When she used his middle name, too, he knew he was up to his neck in it. Charlie heaved a defeated sigh and scampered over the rumps of the mules to his favorite spot on the back of Jake, the lead animal. Eve watched her son move with agility and assurance and then lifted her gaze to the horizon. She estimated they had another day of travel back to the old camp. A storyteller's high sing-song voice rang out across the camp in the Bighorn Mountains. He related an ancient tale of the grandfather times, one in which the Cheyenne and the Blackfoot were allies. It had to be a long time ago, Cloud Blanket thought as he watched the historic meeting from his place in the Cheyenne Council Circle. Less than a moon ago, he would not have believed this gathering could happen. The Blackfoot had come under a white belt of truce. They had a great story to relate, about a young medicine man and the power he possessed. When the council gathered, the talk quickly turned to war against the whites. That greatly disturbed Cloud Blanket, though he could not name the reason why. All he could say was this was not the time to fight the white men. Suddenly he found the talking stick offered to him. He took it and came to his moccasins. You say that this prophet's medicine is so strong none of you fell in the battle which was described to us? Two Moons nodded in the affirmative. That may be so. It could also be that the whites did not carry long guns with them. His eyes twinkled with secret knowledge. He might have seen 40 winters, might be past his prime, but he was not helpless or ignorant. Cloud Blanket had his sources of information, and one of them had told him of the attack on the unarmed whites. How odd, he thought, that anyone would not carry weapons. Did they not know there were tribes hungry for war? He suddenly realized the Blackfoot named Two Moons had responded to his jibe. The great prophet will come among you soon, Two Moons repeated when he saw the Cheyenne chief's attention had returned. He will show you his medicine. It is true that he cannot be killed by normal bullets. His medicine is strong, the most powerful. We have been given his shield, Two Moons stated emphatically. Cloud Blanket remained unimpressed. I have seen far too often what the bullets of the white men can do. Too hot in his zeal, Two Moons snatched up a rifle that lay beside a Cheyenne. If you doubt me, take this, shoot me. Go ahead, I will not be killed. If I believed that, I would shoot you. Cloud Blanket shook his head resignedly. I have heard of such medicine before. It has always failed its user. Leave us now. The council will reach a consensus and let you know. I am but one man. My voice is not listened to as much as it once was. Perhaps you will win an ally after all. After the Blackfoot delegation withdrew to eat and nap through the afternoon, the Cheyenne spoke heatedly about the issue. Several agreed with Cloud Blanket. It would be a bad idea to make a pact with the Blackfoot. Had they not been enemies for longer than the storyteller could remember? In the end, Cloud Blanket prevailed on that point. He lost on the other. He felt obliged to take the word to the Blackfoot. He found them in the lodge that hosted them. Our council has come to a consensus. We will not ally with you at this time. You can send your prophet Iron Shirt. We will listen to his message. 5. Preacher, Three Sleeps, and Antoine spent the night at the Cottonwood Crossing on the Santa Fe Trail. There they underwent inspection by 2 disreputable characters, one with wispy strands of mustache that drooped below his jawline in Oriental style. His brown skin marked him as a Mexican. His partner had wild straw hair that stuck out at all angles, buck teeth, and pale, hollow cheeks. The pair slouched into the saloon of the trading post shortly after Preacher and his companions arrived. Preacher nodded in their direction. Now there's a pair to draw to. Three Sleeps sniffed the air. I wonder if they know what the word bath means. Antoine nodded agreement. How about soap? Preacher chuckled a low, throaty sound and leaned closer to them. Way I recollect it, they neither of you could lay claim to being in the Every Saturday Night Club. He drew in a lungful, though I will admit they've got a certain ripeness about them. For the next hour, the surly pair nursed pewter mugs of beer and paid considerable, though covert, attention to Preacher and his friends. Then they settled their tab and stomped out. Preacher watched them through the open door as they settled down some distance off from the tavern and inn that had sprung up at the crossing to accommodate stagecoach travelers. "Not overwhelming sociable, are they?" Preacher observed to his partners. "I ain't gonna lose any sleep over it," remarked Antoine. Preacher stroked his chin. "I wonder which way they're going. That's a pair it would do a body good to keep track of." Three Sleeps narrowed his eyes. "You think they're trouble, Preacher?" Preacher nodded. "That I do. I could smell it on them plain as that sweat stink. I may be wrong, but I could almost swear I saw the tow-headed one with that bunch what attacked the freight wagons." Although up well before dawn, Preacher noted that the unwashed pair had already departed. He saw to making a pot of coffee and was soon joined by Three Sleeps. The frown on the forehead of Norris indicated that he had noted the absence of the human trash. He gestured with his chin. "They ain't gonna be missed, not by this mother's son. Like I said, it'd pay to keep them inside or know what they might be up to. You've been alone too long, Preacher. That makes a man suspicious for no reason." "You turning womanish on me, Three Sleeps?" "Nope. Come on, I'll lend a hand with that pack saddle. After we eat, we can take right off." "Now that's a good idea." After a plate of fatback and beans, Preacher downed the last of his coffee, used the dregs in the pot to quench the fire, and scuffed dirt over it. In the saddle, they made their way eastward. The trail ended at Independence, Missouri, but there were supposed to be good roads through the state, at least as far as Jefferson Barracks, Preacher had been told. 2 hours down the Santa Fe, Preacher's keen hearing picked up what sounded like thunder. He looked around at a clear sky and produced a puzzled frown. "Do you hear thunder, Antoine?" "Yep, sure sounded like it, but there's not a cloud up there." Yet the sound persisted and grew louder. Then the creak of wood on leather springs and the jingle of harness explained it to Preacher. Laboring up behind them came a six-up of spanking bays. Foam leathered their flanks and around their collars. Seated above them, the driver sawed on the reins and called to his team. "Gee up there, keep it brisk or no corn for you tonight." Clouded in dust, the stagecoach grew in Preacher's vision. They must be closer than he thought to Muddy Creek Crossing, the mountain man thought to himself. Otherwise that feller would not be running them horses like that. He turned in the saddle to watch the team draw up alongside. A scowling man, armed with a Purdy percussion shotgun, eyed the three mounted men with suspicion. Preacher removed his slouch hat and gave a cordial wave. The express guard acknowledged it with a curt nod. "Well, he ain't being paid to be friendly," Preacher opined to his companions. "You got the right of that, Preacher. How long's it been, Three Sleeps, that the stage lines have had to run a guard on their coaches?" Norris scratched the top of his head. "Leastwise 10 years, and it's getting worse, I'm told." Preacher pondered a moment. "It's types like those yesterday that's behind it. Law's too easy on 'em." "They still have hangings, don't they?" "Oh, yeah, Three Sleeps. Used to be a man kept the law himself. Now, with law dogs mixed up in it, if a man shoots a thief, likely he'll be the one winds up in jail." In the Black Hills of the unorganized territory, a young Redcloud refused to even listen to the emissaries of Iron Shirt. Little good it would do. Since he had not yet seen 20 winters, he would not have been listened to anyway. Oh, the elders on the council would have made a show of hearing him out, but their ears might as well be plugged with wax from a bee tree. So frustrated had he become that he jumped on his favorite pony and rode out as the council gathered to hear the message of the prophet. Redcloud sat atop a knoll and looked down into his village. He knew every lodge. There, the one of his friend Runner. Over close to the big drum lived White Knife. They had grown up together, hunted, then gone off to war, the best of friends. White Knife had lost a little finger to a Pawnee war club while fighting at the side of Red Cloud. Now he added his voice to those clamoring for the council to approve bringing Iron Shirt and his medicine to the Lakota. Red Cloud spat on the ground. A great shout reached his ears. The council had decided. From the looks of it, they had decided in favor of the cursed Blackfoot and his iron medicine. Drums began to throb, and from every lodge the women brought pots and baskets of food to feast the Blackfoot men. Red Cloud's lip curled in disgust. What hurt most was his grudging admission that the time would soon come when the Lakota would have to fight the white men. But the time was not now. A week and a half had passed since their first disastrous attempt to cross the Great Divide Basin. Fear of the unknown and indecision had kept the abandoned wagon train stranded at the same small spring that had previously provided their scant water supply. Eve Billings opened her flour barrel, and a momentary bolt of panic shot through her. She could see the bottom in places. Provisions had run short for everyone. Eve knew she wasn't alone in this predicament. So many people had killed or run off the sparse game in the area. The men had to ride for miles to get even a few rabbits. She crumbled yeast into the bowl and began to add water to the flour. When she looked up, there stood Charlie. The thin film of perspiration on his bare, sun-browned shoulders and sides under the straps of his overalls made his skin glow. He fixed big cornflower blue eyes on her face. She wondered if her worry lines had become permanent. From the looks of Charlie, they must have. "Mom, what are we having for supper?" "Fried bread with molasses and potato soup," she answered, painfully aware of how inadequate that sounded. Charlie's usually smooth, childish features twisted into an expression of misery. "Again? That's what we had last night." "And the night before. Be grateful we have that, and that Mr. Tate shared his rabbits with us on Sunday." "I want meat tonight," Charlie stubbornly insisted. "Well, we simply don't have any." Charlie took on a coy, wheedling expression. "I could get us some. At least some rabbits. I'm a good shot, you know that, Mom. Please let me take my rifle and go after some rabbits. I won't go far, and I know better than to shoot in the direction of the wagons." He had already robbed her of her two best arguments. She swore that the boy would become a lawyer or a politician someday. Or, worse yet, both. What could she say to counter his intentions, good though they might be? Carefully she framed her sentences. "What horse would you use? The grass is so scarce that your pony's too weak to carry you." Bright enthusiasm lighted Charlie's face. "I can always use Jake." "A mule? One not broken to saddle at that, Charlie? I don't think it would be safe. I ride his back every day we're on the trail, and when I take the others out to graze, he knows me and he don't mind. Really, Mom?" Eve sighed. Rabbit would taste mighty good. A deep vertical furrow formed between Eve's brows. "If you go," and mind I said if, "you would have to stay within sight of the wagons." "Mom," Charlie enunciated with exasperation, small fists on hips. "There aren't any rabbits within sight of the wagons. I'll be all right. After all, you said I would have to be the man of the family now. Please let me prove I can do it." What could she say? What could she do? With a suppressed sigh, Eve swallowed her mother's fears and relented. "All right, but you take your father's pocket watch with you, and you be back here in 2 hours exactly, or you'll never go again." Charlie abandoned his mannish stance and leaped up to wrap arms around his mother's neck. "Oh, Mom, thank you. I'll bring us rabbits, I promise, enough we can share. And wear your boots," Eve added, as Charlie turned from her. When the boy scampered off to get the watch and his rifle, powder horn, and bag of balls, Eve stood staring after him, her son complaining about small portions and the lack of real meat, his little sister with a slight fever and runny bowels. What more could she endure? A sudden thought came to Eve. Could it be the water? Painfully aware that they were far from the established trail, the specter of everyone falling victim to some terrible sickness arose to haunt her. Surrendering to a moment of despair, Eve began to suspect that no one would ever come along to lead them out of this desolation. While Eve Billings battled with her dejection, Preacher and his companions took their nooning at Muddy Creek Crossing. The coach that had passed them had also stopped there. While the hostler changed the horses, Preacher watched the passengers descend to take their meal in the shade. A chubby, moon-faced Osage woman, wife of the stage agent, and her gaggle of youngsters, stair-stepped from about 13 to 7, brought out heaped platters of fried chicken, bowls of baked squash and beans, stewed onions swimming in butter, and cold boiled potatoes. All this bounty came from a large, well-tended kitchen garden that Preacher saw behind the ramshackle stage station. For the hefty sum of 10 cents each, Preacher and the mountain men also sat down to the feast. For that purpose, the relay station had trestle tables set out under a large, gnarled old cottonwood. A young woman passenger took note of Preacher's handsome features. Pursing her lips, she fixed her violet eyes on his profile and batted long lashes flirtatiously. Antoine nudged Preacher in the ribs. "You got an admirer, I see." "Huh? Who'd that be?" "Over to your left. There's a purty young thing giving you the eye." Preacher cut his eyes quickly to the left and caught a flutter of long black lashes. The woman brought a fan up to cover her face and uttered a brief titter. Preacher looked away. For several minutes he dedicated his attention to a chicken leg. 3 Sleeps kicked him on the shin. Preacher jumped as a result. "She's at it again, giving you the big old come-on eye. A right toothsome lass, you ask me." "Then you flirt with her," Preacher grumbled. 3 Sleeps Norris sniggered. "Wouldn't mind at all." Suddenly the older woman with the flirtatious one caught her at it. This ample-bosomed dowager took an abundant pinch of forearm and hissed loud enough to be heard by Preacher and his friends. "Agatha, for shame! I'll thank you to conduct yourself like a lady." "But he's so handsome." Her visage turned to stone. The elder companion took another pinch, this time of cheek. "You disappoint me, Agatha Sinclair. That frontier trash isn't fit to shine your shoes. If you cannot behave in a refined manner, I'll see that you return to the coach." That said, she turned her acid tongue on Preacher. "And you unwashed barbarian, I'll thank you to keep your lustful eyes off my ward. It's your kind that have sullied this beautiful country. Those uncouth louts with you are no better. Have they no shame? It's scandalous the way they smirk and waggle their heads. Why—" Her invective slid off Preacher like water ran off a duck. When the older woman finally ran down, Preacher removed his floppy hat and scratched his head as though looking for lice. He ran his tongue around the inside of his mouth and came to his boots. "Well now, ma'am, I allow as how the girl is a toothsome bit, right enough. But me and my friends have important business at Jefferson Barracks, and I can't take the time to dally." With a squawk of indignation, the dowager abandoned her meal, grabbed the wrist of her charge, and hauled the 2 of them off to the coach. Seated at another table, the same 2 scruffy rag bags from the previous day took in all that transpired. They exchanged meaningful glances and rose to silently slip away. Preacher took note of that and stored it for later. He stared long after their rapidly retreating bags. They, too, were headed east. He and the other mounted men finished their food and started off for the Lost Spring station. Something told Preacher it would be a long afternoon, one he might live to regret. A grinning Charlie Billings returned to the wagon train with 4 plump rabbits strung over the neck of Jake. His slender-barreled .36 caliber squirrel rifle lay across his thighs. For all her elation over the fresh meat, Eve still noticed with irritation that Charlie had ignored his boots. He had also fastened a length of rope around his waist and slipped the shoulder straps of his overalls, so that he rode bare-chested as a wild Indian. "Charles Ryan Billings, you put up the bib of those overalls right this minute. You're a scandalous sight. You look like a heathen red savage." Part of her irritation came from the memory of the full reports she had heard distantly from beyond a hill. She had bitten her lip at hearing each shot, worried that Charlie had injured himself, that he lay bleeding and near death. She could hardly contain herself, remain at the wagon and knead her bread dough. Now he shows up looking like a brown-skinned imp of Satan, grinning and showing off his hunting skill. Abruptly her irritation fled, and an ocean of love swelled up in her chest. "Look what I got, Mom. It was easy." It took all her will not to run forward and embrace him, and she failed to keep from blurting her thoughts. "My wonderful boy. We'll share them with the Tates and the Warners." Charlie produced a pout. "I thought we'd smoke 'em and have meat for all week." Eve put her hands on her hips and glowered at her son. "We have been gifted by others. Now we can return their generosity. I'll fix you a hind leg and a chunk of loin." "All right," Charlie agreed. He reined Jake to the right and rode to the Tate wagon. Eve nearly called him back. He had done nothing about adjusting his clothing. "I swear that boy would go buck naked if he could get away with it," she said aloud to herself. "Why, Mommy?" Anna asked from the spot of shade under the wagon. Startled, Eve turned to her. "Because he has your father's orneriness, sweetie. Now, do you feel strong enough to help make dough balls with me for the fried bread?" "Yes, Mommy, but my tummy hurts some." "Oh, Anna, Anna." Eve spoke through a tight throat as tears welled in her eyes. 6. Preacher and his mountain man friends decided to spend the night in a dormitory-style hotel east of the stage station at Lost Springs. The Spanish had named the location during the Coronado expedition in the 16th century. The climate had been entirely different 300 years earlier. The springs they had located and marked with tall stakes and flags had disappeared on their return from a fateful encounter with the Pawnee. They had called them the Lost Springs. Preacher explained the reason behind his suggestion to stay over a sit-down meal in the tavern. "We're getting into country where people get suspicious of fellers camping under the stars. Makes 'em edgy. So we might as well start getting used to a roof overhead." "Sounds reasonable," Antoine Revere agreed. "Say, the feller who owns this place has got himself one powerful good cook. Who would have ever thought someone way out here could do a proper soufflé?" He smacked his lips in appreciation. His spoon paused over the gold-brown dome of the fancy corn pudding, which chose that moment to collapse. Three Sleeps sniggered, and Preacher pointed at the soufflé disaster with his chin. "It's supposed to do that." Defensively, Antoine dug into the dish. "It's the thought that counts. My pappy. Now there's a man who could cook a perfect soufflé." Preacher raised his brow. "That's right. Your pap was a Frenchie, a voyageur. Mais oui. He was also a great cook, a chef, a master in the kitchen." Three Sleeps Norris waggled his head. "Cooking's women's work." Antoine bristled. "Not so. The world's greatest cooks are men. Why, back in the days of knights and noble ladies, women were not even permitted to serve the food, let alone cook it. My friends, you're entirely too limited in worldly experience. Now leave me to my soufflé in peace." Three Sleeps sounded wounded. "It's part iron, too." Nose rising in the air, Antoine passed judgment on that. "You haven't the taste to appreciate it." "Even if it is flat?" Preacher inquired. Antoine relented, at least a little. "Aw, dig in, Preacher. It's ruined anyway." After their evening meal, Preacher and his companion staked out floor-level, straw-stuffed mattresses and then went in search of distraction. Antoine and Three Sleeps found the bar, where a curious fellow worked fast and skillfully at charcoal sketches of some of the patrons. They watched in fascination while the features of a stolid Osage seated at one table emerged on the stretched canvas. Antoine nodded toward the Indian and his likeness. "Right clever. Do you mind if I ask what you're doing that for, mister?" The artist looked up from his work. "I am preparing my canvases to do the subjects in oil." Three Sleeps gaped at him, unbelieving. "You gonna boil all these fellers in oil?" Chuckling, the artist disabused him of that idea. "Far from it, my friend. I am going to paint them." That set Three Sleeps back a bit. "Oh, yes, you're an artist." "Just so. Would you like me to do you and your friend here in oil?" "How long would it take?" The artist took a second to consider that. "An evening to do the sketch, 2-3 days to finish the portrait. Then you could take it with you." Sorry, we got to keep moving east. Be gone at first light tomorrow." "That's a shame. Perhaps another time. My name is Catlin. If we meet again, I hope you have the time for me to paint you." For Preacher, distraction turned out to be a gaming table. 5 men sat around the green baize circle when he approached. "Evening, gents." I answered the Preacher. "Oh, no," he hastened to add when one man produced a black scowl. "I'm not going to give you a sermon on the evils of gambling. Matter of fact, if there's room, I'd be obliged for an invite to join the game." Abandoning his scowl, the pudgy, soft-handed man produced a welcoming smile. "The name's Jessup. I own this place. These gentlemen are noble followers of the bullwhacker calling. Sit right down, Preacher. Your money is as good as any man's." Jessup had his hair slicked down and smelled of bay rum. He had small, close-set eyes that missed meanness due to a warm, friendly twinkle. He and the others completed the hand while Preacher dumped a stack of gold pieces on the table. Jessup passed the deck to the man on his right, who nodded to Preacher. "Among the teamsters, I'm known as Long Tom. What's your pleasure?" Preacher did not lack in card-playing etiquette. "You name it, Tom." Introductions went around the table, and Preacher met Billy Green, Hank Lupton, and Frank Spence. Long Tom shuffled and announced, 5-card stud. Preacher played tight and smart. He folded after the 3rd card. Jessup stayed to the better end with a bluff, Preacher noted. The next dealer called for 5-card draw. Preacher was dealt a pair of queens, a 10, 8, and deuce. He stayed and drew 2 cards. That gave him 2 pair. Jessup ran another bluff, raising the bet every time. Hank Lupton folded the first time Jessup did that. Billy Green's hand hovered over his stack of coins before he saw the final raise. Again Jessup lost. Preacher had the winning hand. It soon became apparent to Preacher that Jessup should keep to his trade of tavern keeper. He proved to be a terrible gambler. In one complete round of the table, he'd failed to take a single pot. When it came Preacher's turn to deal again, he leaned forward and prefaced his call of game with an explanation. "There's a game I learned off a riverboat captain up on the Platte one time. It's called 7-card stud. Played just like 5-card, but with 3 down cards instead of 1. Makes for an exciting game." He dealt it, watching Jessup closely. The man had a terrible hand, not even a pair or good face cards showing after 2 up cards. Why didn't he fold? He was truly awful. Someone real good could come along and clean him out, Preacher speculated. No matter, Jessup kept calling the bets. After the 3rd card, he had a possible flush. A straight flush at that, Preacher noted. The bets, raises, and cards went around. Preacher blinked. Jessup had bettered his hand. This time he raised the bet. The final card went around, down. Only 4 players remained. Preacher had folded on his 3rd card. Billy Green held the high hand in up cards. He bet a $5 gold piece. Jessup doubled it. When the pot was right, Jessup turned over his card to reveal the straight flush. Looking much relieved, he raked in the pot. Play resumed with Jessup dealing. He played badly over the next 2 hours. Preacher made it a habit never to count his stack of gold until the game ended. He did not like the idea of playing to scared money. This night proved his habit unnecessary. When he left the game, his poke bulged considerably more than when he had entered. "Thank you, gents, for a right entertaining evening. Now I need some shut-eye before the sun catches me by surprise. Good night." "Have a nightcap, Preacher, on me," Jessup offered. "Thank you kindly, but no thanks. I do need my sleep." Makepeace Baxter had been badly misnamed by his doting parents. As a child, he had made war on small animals, tormenting them until they died. He loved to pull one wing off of several flies and watch them crawl around in circles until they dropped over from starvation. Another favorite was to pull the legs from frogs and toss them in a water trough to drown. His absolute favorite was to catch a cat on the tines of a pitchfork and watch as it writhed to a horrible death. When he entered his teens, his taste had become more refined. He tortured children smaller than himself and threatened to kill them if they told. Once at the age of 14, he went too far. A child died, and he ran away from home to live the next 3 months in terror of being caught and accused. Makepeace never went back. Over the ensuing years, he had found his niche among the lowest of the low, in the ranks of criminals. He robbed and often maimed drunks for what money they might have. Lately, in this forsaken part of Indian Territory, he had taken up with the pair who sighted him tonight. Now a hulking 18, he crouched in the sagebrush at the edge of the clearing on the southeast side of the creek created by the Lost Springs, which flowed sweetly from clefts in the rocks which formed a portion of the bank. With him were his best friends, his only friends, truth to be told, youthful louts actually, who could stomach his sadistic ways. Lights had been lowered in the hotel portion of the stage station, and the only sign of life came from the tavern. Makepeace literally slobbered with anticipation. A bright, tall rectangle bloomed when the door to the tavern opened, and out came that salty mountain man. "Him. He's the one," Makepeace Baxter whispered to Nate Glover and Wally Slaughter. "He won big in that game." Preacher turned in the direction of the hotel and was striding toward the entrance when the 3 pieces of human debris made their move. They rushed at him, visions of gold discs filling their undoubtedly deficient brains. This would be easy. Their target looked completely unsuspecting. Makepeace Baxter growled like a dog when he leaped at the man in buckskins. He had not even made contact when he ran into a fistful of knuckles and learned that their victim had not been as unsuspecting as they would have liked him to be. Makepeace landed on his butt. He dimly saw the man he attacked raise a leg. Pain exploded as Preacher kicked him square in the chest. "Looking to bushwhack me, boy?" Preacher hissed, his face close to the pain-racked one of his attacker. That was when Nate and Wally joined in, grabbing hold of Preacher by both arms. An instant later they went flying as Preacher flung his arms wide. They fared somewhat better than Makepeace. Preacher slammed a fist into the side of the lout's head, which made his ear ring. By then Nate had regained his balance and gone for the mountain man again. Preacher met him with a grin on his face, dodged a wild left, and put a looping right into the pudding face of the 20-year-old thug. Nate came to a sudden stop. His arms sagged, and Preacher gave frightful punishment to his ribs. When the man from the High Lonesome decided his opponent had been softened up enough, he went back to work on the face. Blood spurted from Nate's broken nose. His lips stung as Preacher smashed them into his teeth, loosening 2 in the process. Nate tried to raise his arms to cover his head, only to have his ribs explode in exquisite agony. He flailed wildly at Preacher to no avail. Preacher finished him with a sharp uppercut that clapped Nate's mouth shut with a loud ring. Nate sighed softly and settled in the dust. By then, Wally Slaughter had screwed up his courage and come at the wildcat they had cornered. Preacher let him approach, then sidestepped and whacked Wally in the side with his forearm. Next, Preacher grabbed the youthful bandit by the hair, which was long, blond, and greasy, and yanked backward. Wally's feet went out from under him, and he went down hard. A screech of pain came when his tailbone fractured. Whimpering, he crawled aimlessly around on the ground like one of Makepeace's flies. Preacher paused and looked around himself, well pleased. That's when Makepeace Baxter got back in the fray. He came at Preacher with a knife. Moonlight gave the edge a wicked blue glint. Preacher had his own Green River in hand in an instant. The knife fighter squared off. Makepeace lashed out, a testing gesture. Preacher ignored it and began to circle. Come on, stand still and fight like a man. I am, you little bastard. You ever been in a knife fight before? No. What's your name? Why you want to know? So I have it right on your gravestone. It's Baxter. Makepeace Baxter. And you're the one who's gonna die. Preacher chuckled. I reckon you'd best make some of that peace with the Almighty, 'cause you're gonna meet him real soon. Makepeace could no longer contain himself. He launched forward. He swung his knife, now a blur, in front of him. Left, right, left. Preacher backstepped and circled in the other direction. Makepeace followed him, his breathing harsh gasps, born of desperation as much as exertion. Preacher's moccasin landed on a loose pebble and caused him to stumble. At once, Makepeace rushed his opponent. He made a powerful slash and sensed the contact his blade made. Preacher grunted and took a back step, then plunged his Green River to the hilt in the chest of Makepeace. An expression of utter surprise formed on the suddenly pale face of the boy. He dropped his knife and closed his hands, gently as a lover, around Preacher's, which held the haft of the Green River. Baxter's attempt to speak brought forth a river of blood. Then he gained enough of an opening. You killed me. You didn't leave me much choice. Who are you? They call me Preacher. A mournful groan escaped the bloodied lips of Makepeace Baxter. Oh, Jesus. I've been done in by the best. That you have, Preacher told him without false modesty. He turned the blade slightly to break it free and pulled it from the dying youth's chest. Makepeace fell to the ground. Preacher watched the young thug's dying throes, then turned away. He felt a lightness at his waist and reached down. During the brief fight, Makepeace had slashed open his money pouch. Half his winnings lay scattered in the dusty station yard. Damn. Oh, damn. Now I'll have to crawl around and pick it up like a beggar. Tomorrow, he speculated fervently, just had to be better. 7. Eve Billings tried once more to reason with the hard-headed men of their wagon train. We must move on. Several children have taken a fever from some unknown source, and even more are likely to. Fever's fever. We don't have to know what caused it, Gus Beecher stated stolidly. If we knew what caused it, we could avoid it. I suspect the water is tainted somehow. I have been boiling all of mine before giving any to my children. Little Anna is improving rapidly. No more stomach pain, and the fever is lower. Beecher remained adamant. I say we should stay where we are. No one knows what's out there. Yeah, Enos Throcker inserted. Look what happened when we tried. We got plumb lost. He was ready for that. Send out scouts. Throcker shook his head stubbornly. They'll never find their way back. Determined, Eve pressed her point. There are several older boys and young men who are level-headed enough. They can tell north from south and read sign. They could mark the trail for us in piles of stones. Gus Beecher rejected her suggestion. Wouldn't do. What if we wandered off between the piles of rocks? Eve thought that over a moment. Somewhere she had read something that might work. What was it and who had done it? It came to her after a long pause in which the men began to hope they had silenced her. There is a way. Do any of you know the story of the Llano Estocado? The Staked Plains down in Texas? She received no answer and went on. When the Spanish explorers first went there, they found a vast desert. Not a tree to guide one, no way to lay out a trail for others to follow. The leader had an idea. He had soldiers ride back to the last stand of tall young saplings. They cut poles from them, hundreds of them, maybe 15 feet high. To these they attached big flags. The leader had one set up at the edge of the rolling area of sand and rocks. Then they started off, taking the other poles with them. When they reached a spot nearly out of sight of the first flagpole, they erected another. Then they moved on and put up more flags. Eve paused to make certain the men followed her. Each staff was numbered, so if they wandered and came upon one, they would know where they were and which way to go. And it worked exactly like the leader said it would. They crossed that barren, waterless wasteland and went on to found Santa Fe. Enos Throckel was not buying any of that. When'd they do that? Eve had her answer ready. Almost 300 years ago. Throckel snorted in derision. There, you see, old-fashioned ideas like that won't get us anywhere. Unable to abide such stupidity, Eve let go. She stomped her tiny booted foot. That's plain crazy. If we sent out the older boys and some young men with arms to protect themselves and a wagon load of poles and flags, they could mark the trail the same way, even come back if they need more or if they ran into trouble. After a couple of days' head start, the train can load up on water and any game we can get and follow the markers. Silence answered her. Eve looked around, her features set in grim determination. What about you, young Honeycutt? Do you think it would work? The adenoidal 16-year-old cut his eyes to his father, who shook his head in the negative. Then David Honeycutt took a deep breath and made his bold first venture in independence. Yeah, I do. And it would be a great adventure. He turned to a cluster of his peers for support. What do you think, fellas? It'll work, Davy. I know it will, the defiant Eb Throckel encouraged. His father took a menacing step in his direction. Leave it be, Pa. We ain't getting anywhere just sitting here eating up our supplies. It quickly got out of Eve's hands. With the prospect of something, anything to do besides sit around, the young men clamored to go. The decision made, those who would take the risks decided to set off that afternoon to find and cut a wagon load of lodgepole pines. Meanwhile, their mothers and sisters would fashion flags from any bright material they had at hand. They would start off within 2 days, taking the wagon and 3 saddle mounts. Hunkered down in a tall stand of wild mulberry, the spiky-haired lout who had dogged the mounted men along the Santa Fe Trail stared out at the deeply rutted roadway. Any time now, Amos Scraggs reckoned, the excitement growing. He itched. He twitched. Uneasily, he cut his eyes left and right. His ace boon running pard, Miguel Lopez, sheltered behind a fallen tree to the right. 5 others were closer in by the road. Strung out on both sides of the trail were the surviving dozen of the gang that had attacked the freight wagon train. They had been paid well to locate and kill the mountain man known as Preacher. They had attacked the wagons out of greed, but their specific charge had been to see that Preacher, and anyone with him, never lived to reach the Missouri side of the river of the same name. Now their chance had come. Only the 3 mountain men had broken up their raid before, Amos Scraggs recalled. Could it be they could do it again? He stiffened when he heard the distant thud of hooves. 4 horses, he figured it to be. It had to be them. Amos saw the one called Preacher come into view first. He lined up his sights as he tried to quell the quiver in his hand. Slowly, he squeezed off a round. A loud crack shattered the pastoral calm of the morning. "Big mistake," the mind of Amos Scraggs shouted at him, as in the next instant the mountain men exploded into a deadly fury. Bright sun no longer slanted into Preacher's eyes when he reined in. Shadows had grown so short they had become pools around the bases of the objects that made them. He estimated their morning's travel had brought them close to Diamond Springs Crossing. Another 4 days should see them in Missouri. He had traveled the Santa Fe Trail 3 times before and felt confident with that assessment. He turned to share that with his friends when a shot blasted to silence the warbling of the meadowlarks. Preacher put heels to the flanks of Tarnation as he slid his Hawken from its scabbard. The words that left his mouth had nothing to do with their destination. "By dang, we're being ambushed." Three Sleeps Norris grumbled agreement. "I figured that out for myself. I see some of 'em over there." He fired as he spoke, sent a ball in among the high stand of wild mulberry, and went for his powder horn. Preacher loosed a round. A scream answered. To his right, Antoine emptied his Hawken into the screaming face of a pasty-skinned outlaw who broke from cover, confident that their numbers and surprise would carry the day. He died without knowing the flaw in his judgment. Antoine quickly drew one of his single-barreled pistols from the saddle holsters and chopped a hole through the underbrush with a double-shotted load. His second pistol brought a groan, and an enemy ball discharged skyward. Quickly, Antoine holstered the empty weapon and drew one of the 2 double-barreled pistols from the wide red sash around his hard, flat middle. He cut his eyes to his companions and saw Preacher unlimber one of his wicked Walker Colts. 3 fast shots downed 2 more of the ambushers. Preacher looked at Antoine and nodded. They worked well together, the gesture seemed to say. With a roar, a squat, ugly thug stormed at Three Sleeps Norris, who had a cap fail to fire. Preacher wheeled around in the saddle and put a .44 ball into the jaw hinge of the attacker. He staggered 3 steps closer, enough so that Three Sleeps dropped him with a butt stroke to the top of his head. "Obliged, Preacher." "My pleasure." By then they had ridden in among those who had laid the ambush. Preacher struck down one with the barrel of his Colt, then shot another who sprang upward to fire wildly. The bullet cracked by Preacher's cheek and struck a rosin-slicked pine a foot away. A shower of amber moisture slapped the back of Preacher's neck. He'd play Billy Hell getting that out of his hair, he thought crankily while he exchanged Colts. Stunned by the incredible firepower of the mountain men, the border trash fell back as their intended victims kept coming. In rapid order, their number had diminished to a mere 7. Yet they still outnumbered the men they had come to kill by 2 to 1. Preacher and Antoine quickly reduced that advantage by 2. Antoine pulled a sad face as he advised Preacher, "Par hasard, I have shot myself dry, my friend." "By chance, eh?" Preacher thought. "You got a war hog, ain't you?" Antoine brightened and brought forth a wicked-looking iron-bladed tomahawk. The thug in front of him paled and threw a wild shot. The ball made a red line along Antoine's ribs, but failed to prevent him from splitting the skull of the hapless bandit. Preacher heeled Tarnation to one side and fired one of his remaining 3 loads. Mouth puckered in a soundless howl, the ruffian who took that .44 ball bent double and toppled to one side. A second later, Preacher held his fire as a fear-stamped face popped out of the underbrush. He was not surprised to recognize the straw-haired rascal who had been dogging their trail since Cottonwood Crossing. "Don't shoot. I give up. I'm hurt bad," wailed the young outlaw. Another disreputable creature crawled into the open. His usually coppery complexion had turned a sickly gray-green. Thin wisps of mustache were matted around his face by sweat. He dragged a bloody leg with a bullet-shattered thigh bone. "Tú también. Don't kill us, por favor." Preacher and his friends surrounded the defeated pair. Preacher chuckled softly. "Now ain't this something?" He leaned low in his saddle. "Have we met some place before?" Groaning, the towhead with the spiky hair licked dry lips. "You know damn well we have. You gonna stop this bleeding?" Preacher examined the wound in the side of the ruffian without moving from his horse. "We might if we get some straight answers. Like to start, do you have a name?" Anger flared a moment. "Of course. Everyone has a name. Mine's Amos Scraggs. This is my pard, Miguel Lopez. But we don't know nothing about nothing." Preacher pursed his lips. "Now, I believe that." "You do?" a surprised thug blurted. "Yep, back some years we had us what we called the University of the Rockies in the High Lonesome. I learned me a lot of grammar there. What you did was a double negative. Don't know nothing, you said. Well, what rules we've got for English says a double negative is a positive. In other words, you small piece of buffalo dung, you know a whole lot we'd like to hear from you. What if we don't tell you? We leave you here to bleed to death. You'd never do a thing like—" Then Amos Scraggs read the deadly message in Preacher's steely eyes. "What do you want to know? This just another fling for you, like that freighter train?" "No, we were sent to see that you never reached Missouri." "Who's we?" "That include that scruffy lot you rode with?" Scraggs's eyes strayed from Preacher's face. He forced a tone of indignation into his voice. "No, we weren't no part of them," he lied. "Ask Miguel. That bunch was pure trash. Miguel and me joined up for that raid on the freight wagons only to make more money." Miguel, who believed incorrectly that the artery in his thigh had been severed and he was about to die, sought to absolve himself before he met his maker. He motioned to Preacher. The mountain man dismounted and squatted down beside the Mexican bandit. "What is it?" he asked. Heat flared in Amos. "Don't tell him nothing," Miguel whispered urgently, his eyes alight with the fear of death. "I will tell you the truth, Senor Preacher. The whole gang have been paid well to kill you." "Who paid you?" 3 men. They are called Gross, Prager, and Riker." "You done good, Miguel. I'm sure the Almighty will take that into account." "Por favor, please. I want a priest. I want to make my confession." "We'll see if we can find you one. First off, we got to bind up that wound and fix your partner." Sergeant Stalking Elk of the Osage Tribal Police rode up to the Diamond Creek Crossing relay station. That young Ryan boy had come like a whirlwind, had 2 prisoners and a whole passel of bodies to take care of. Stalking Elk wondered how Finn Ryan and his boys, both under 14, could have stood off so many as made up the pile of corpses outside the tavern door. He supposed he would find out soon. 3 tall, lean men in buckskin stepped out into the dooryard. The one in the middle, with a square jaw and a far-off look in his eyes, introduced himself as Preacher and named his friends. Stalking Elk nodded toward the bodies. "Do you want to tell me about it?" "Don't mind if I do." He went on to describe the ambush, eliminating only the purpose. Then he added, "There's 2 inside who need medical treatment if any is available." Stalking Elk pulled a wry expression. "Our medicine man is all that's near." "That'll have to do. I've been put back on the rosy side of health more than once by a medicine man. If these 2 don't cotton to it, tell them they can walk to the nearest white doctor." Stalking Elk studied the toes of his moccasins for a moment. "From what you tell me, they're due for a hanging under white law." "That they are. White man's law does not apply out here. We don't have courts or hangmen. When an Osage kills another of his tribe, he is beaten and turned out of the camp. That is most likely what will happen to this pair." Preacher puckered his lips and worried his tongue around his mouth a while. He didn't like the idea of exile. It'd be a shame if they died of their wounds then. Sergeant Stalking Elk cut his eyes to the pile of corpses once more. Thoroughly impressed with the fighting prowess of the mountain men, he offered up a bit of embarrassing news. "I read a book once about the legendary mountain man called Preacher. Never thought I would meet him in person." Preacher blushed hotly. "Oh, shucks. Them things is pure fancy. I've never done half the things they put in there. It's just stuff and nonsense." "We will see to your living, pair. I don't suppose they will go adventuring again. Mr. Ryan can bury the dead. There is money from your government for such needs." Preacher extended his hand. "Thank you, Stalking Elk. We'll stay and lend a hand. May I ask where you are bound for?" Keeping a straight face, Preacher saved himself from a lie by only a light exaggeration. "We're set on seeing Independence, then go on to Jefferson Barracks." "Safe journey, then." Takes Rain and Gray Eagle looked downslope at the laboring of the draft animals. A mixed train of mules and oxen trudged through the roiling red-brown dust of a sage-choked basin near the banks of the Yellowstone River. Soon they would stop to take food, Takes Rain knew. That is when the Blackfoot would take something else. A cold smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Before long, his Bison Eaters Society would test the power of the medicine given by Iron Shirt. "Wagons! Whoa, up!" came faintly on the light breeze that blew from the direction of the train toward the Blackfoot warriors waiting to strike. Those words had no exact meaning to Takes Rain. He only knew that it was what they said when the leader wanted the wagons to stop. Obedient to them, the rolling lodges began to slow and swing into a half circle. Women dismounted and their bird-like chatter lifted on the wind. Time to strike. Takes Rain cut his eyes to Gray Eagle and nodded. Both men came to their moccasins and released their ponies. Swiftly they mounted. 30 other warriors did the same. Takes Rain raised the new rifle he had been given by the followers of Iron Shirt and waved it over his head. "Ki-yi-yi-yi!" He keened to sound the attack. Startled white faces looked up at them. Then the warriors hidden around the wagons in the thick covering of sagebrush opened fire with bows and arrows. Rifles cracked also. 3 men went down, one gagging and clutching at the arrow that stuck out from his throat, front and rear. A woman shrieked and dropped the pot of beans she had saved from breakfast. A red stain spread on her ample bosom around the gruesome exit wound a .56 caliber ball had made. Shouting their war cries and profane insults, 30 Blackfoot warriors thundered down the slope to flow through their comrades and bring more death and destruction. Several oxen went slack in their harness and sagged to their knees. A mule erupted in agony, its rump pierced by 2 arrows. Stunned by the suddenness of the attack, the immigrants finally began to react. Several men grabbed up rifles and returned fire. Their bullets seemed to avoid all the mounted Indians. Another volley had as little effect. 5 men died before they could reload. Children screamed and ran in panic. Whooping warriors rode in among them, oblivious to the crack and bone of white men's bullets. The Blackfoot bent low and scooped small boys and girls off their feet, then whirled away from the scene of battle. Seizing a flaming brand from a cook fire, Gray Eagle hurled it into the rear of a wagon. Screams of terror came from within. The flames quickly licked up. A woman with graying hair and 2 barely nubile girls tumbled out. The woman died from a lance thrust. The girls were dragged aside to provide later amusement for the aroused warriors. Unable to reload in the swirl of battle, Takes Rain slung his fine new rifle over one shoulder by a rawhide thong and drew his tomahawk. Horror filled the face of the white man who watched the grinning warrior with the war axe descend on him. Blackness quickly replaced the sight of the savage as the keen edge of the hawk blade sheared through the pilgrim's forehead and mangled his brain. Then a man with a shotgun found one howling savage within range and gave out a load of double-aught buckshot. 5 of the 9.32 caliber pellets pulped the chest of one Blackfoot, after shattering his hairpipe bone war vest. Dismayed, the warriors nearest him looked on in disbelief while he slumped dead over the neck of his horse. This wasn't supposed to happen, Takes Rain thought, his stomach churning. Maybe the medicine was not good against the many balls guns. Sensing the loss of faith among his companions, Takes Rain signaled for the brave to follow him as he streaked away. They took the young women and small children with them. Only 2 adults had survived the attack. They stood in numb despair as flames licked at 4 wagons. Slowly they looked around at the scene of slaughter. From over the rise they heard the shrieks and wails of the young women and girls as the savages used them in cruel and lustful ways. Helpless to do anything about it, the man and woman could only hug each other and weep. The torment went on for a long time. At last, the Blackfoot had been drained of their urgent sap and split the skulls of their abused captives. Then they rode off with the children. Silence slowly returned to the banks of the Yellowstone River. 8. At an isolated trading post on the North Platte River, Prager and his partners received a message from Washington City. Instructions written on the outside had told the proprietor to hold it until called for. Prager, whose aggressive qualities and dominance had propelled him without descent into leadership, split the wax seal and opened the thick threefold paper. He read it quickly and then raised his mottled blue eyes, the slight cast in the right one disconcerting as always, and smiled. "It is short and sweet, gentlemen. We are informed that arrangements have been completed for Stage 2. Those involved will be on their way within—" He consulted a calendar on the wall beside the bar. "A week from now." Morton Gross rubbed pudgy hands together. "Wonderful. How long will it take them to get out here?" Prager considered that. "I would imagine 6 weeks to 2 months, unless they take the mail packet or some other steam-powered riverboat." Gross worked his thick, rubbery lips in and out. "And our little, impediment?" "You mean Preacher. By now I assume he has been taken care of. Come, this calls for a celebration. Barman, do you have any champagne?" Mouth a black O in his thick ebony beard, the bartender blinked in disbelief. "Any what? I ain't seed no champagne since I moved out here." He pronounced the word champagne. "Never saw none before that, neither." "Do you have a good rye?" Prager asked suspiciously. "I got a small barrel from the Cumberland Gap country." "That will do quite well." To the others, Prager said, "We have to get Iron Shirt to move faster on enlisting the Cheyenne, and they are the key to the whole thing." Across the Missouri now, and drawing nearer to Jefferson Barracks each hour, Preacher felt downright uneasy. He spared no effort putting his discomfort into words. "It's too crowded around here. Why, there's actually more than one house per mile. Not fitting nor healthy for folks to live all shoved up against one another like that." Intrigued, Three Sleeps chimed in. "What do you consider comfortable living space, Preacher?" Preacher did not even hesitate. "I reckon 1 per 10 or 20 miles. That'd be the absolute limit I can tolerate. Among white folk, that is," he elaborated. "Don't keep them from being ornery," Three Sleeps observed as he indicated a group of armed men who sat astride the high road. The bulk of their horses blocked the advance of the mountain men. A big ugly brute, with orange-red hair and matching beard, in the middle of the ragged formation, raised a hand and pointed one thick finger imperiously at Preacher. "What's you fellers' business?" he demanded. Preacher gave it a moment's thought and decided what he had told Sergeant Stalking Elk would serve in this case equally well. "Why, friend, we're on our way to, Independence." Thunderclouds writhed in the scowl produced by their interrogator. "It'd be back the way you came, so you'd best turn around and light a shuck out of here. There ain't no room for frontier riffraff the likes of you three among civilized folks here in Missouri." Preacher had heard all he needed to. He worked his mouth a bit and produced a cut of Red Man Premium braid. "Well, then," he observed as he spat the wad of tobacco at the hooves of the delegation's horses, "we'll just have to make room." In a flash, the fight was on. Preacher leaped like a panther from the back of Tarnation. His powerful arms looped around the leader of the welcoming party and dragged the bigger man from the saddle. With a lithe twist, Preacher turned them in midair so that the carrot-topped brute landed on his back with Preacher atop him. Wind knocked from his lungs. In a loud grunt, the unfriendly lout went cross-eyed, while Preacher sawed the lapels of his hairy cowhide vest across his throat. You're choking me. Preacher smiled down at him, his expression conveying that he was fully aware of that. Now, we might not be the most sartorially splendid fellers you've ever seen, that I'll allow, but you and your friends are no prize winners yourselves. I'd appreciate it if you could find it in your heart to be more cordial in your greeting. While this exchange went on, Three Sleeps Norris let out a whoop and sprang toward the pair nearest to him. His point of aim was a space between them, which he swiftly filled by a quick reach and grab. Then Three Sleeps swung his arms inward and filled the opening with their noggins, which made a loud clunk as they met in midair. On the opposite side of Preacher, two of the local lowbrow social arbiters had decided on the use of deadly force. Their hands barely touched the stocks of their rifles when they heard the double click of hammers. They looked up, startled to see the twin muzzles of a double-barreled pistol pointed levelly at them. Antoine Revere gave them a wide, knowing smile. With a roar, the huge man under Preacher heaved upright and freed himself. He drove a fist into the face of his opponent, which caused stars to explode in Preacher's left eye. Preacher let the force of the blow carry him up and over. He hit on heels and shoulders and bounded upright. By then, the brute who had dislodged him came at him with ham fists. Preacher dodged backward only to come up against one of the pair Three Sleeps had dealt with. The groggy man stirred and then reached out with both hands to cling tightly to Preacher's ankles. "Get him, Red," he urged. "Thanks, Barney." Red came after Preacher with punishing punches to the mountain man's face. Preacher's lips stung and swelled. His tongue explored and felt several loosened teeth. His left eye was almost closed. Then Red shifted weight to put a finish to the interloper. Preacher seized his chance. He put his shoulders and hips behind each smashing blow he drove into Red's chest and gut. Although padded by fat, Red felt each one, and with increasing intensity. His arms drooped slightly, enough so that Preacher could go to work on his face. Red's lips split, and his nose became a rose blossom before the bully could draw a refreshing breath. Knife-like pains filled his chest. Preacher sucked in air and spoke lightly to his friends. "I'd appreciate it if one of you would unwind this snake from my legs." Three Sleeps sprang to the task. He hauled the slider-built Barney away from Preacher's legs and spun him. His moccasin collided with the seat of Barney's trousers and propelled the leech back down the road in the direction of home. Stumbling, Barney recovered quickly and turned on Three Sleeps. Norris set himself for the rush. When it came, he sidestepped and smacked Barney on the side of the head. Staggered, Barney turned in the wrong direction. Preacher popped him in the mouth and sent him on around to Three Sleeps. Laughing now, Norris pegged Barney on the left hinge of his jaw, and the Missourian went rubber-legged. He collided with the flank of his horse when he went to the ground. Red roared again and reached for Preacher, while Three Sleeps walked over to one of the mounted men and yanked him from the saddle. "Reckon I can put this away," Antoine speculated aloud. He released the hammers and did just that. Then he dismounted and hauled the other thug from his horse. Knuckles met flesh, and a new brawl was on. By then, Red had brought himself upright and planted a fist between Preacher's shoulder blades. It staggered the mountain man, who turned as he jolted forward. "Some fellers never learn," he grumbled as he blocked a punch and answered with a short right. It gradually dawned on Preacher that fists would simply not do it with this brute. When Red bore in again, Preacher flexed his legs, cocked the right one, and slammed the heel of his moccasin into Red's exposed belly. Eyes bulging, Red did a pratfall that jarred his teeth. Preacher turned slightly and kicked Red in the side of his head. Bells and birdies went off inside Red's skull. His eyes rolled up and he fell backward, arms wide spread. His body stirred up puffs of dust and he let out a soft snore. "Welcome to Missouri," Preacher panted, and the trio of mountain men chuckled sardonically. Then, think they've had enough? Preacher asked his companions. Just about, advised Antoine as he drove a hard left to the jaw of the last standing Missourian. His target flopped onto the ground and lay still. Now they have. It worked for them like it did for the Spanish on the Llano Estacado. Eve Billings thrilled at the sight of the 15-foot shafts, their colorful cloth pennants fluttering in the hot breeze that blew across the sandy soil of the Great Basin. From the ridge where her wagon rested, she could see a line of them leading back to their starting place and on into the distance beyond. Progress had been slow at first. They'd barely made 7 miles a day the first 3 days, because the neophyte scouts frequently dashed back with alarms that proved unfounded. Such a misgiving had stopped them at the saddle of this ridge not half an hour ago. Davy Honeycutt had galloped a lathered horseback, his eyes as enlarged as his mount's. "Injuns," he had shouted. "Injuns not 5 miles ahead." From the color of his face, one would suspect they were the ghosts of Indians. A party of armed men rode forward to investigate. Eve could see them returning now, small black specks against the blasted earth. Beside her, Charlie stirred on the seat and shifted his rifle. "They're not waving a red flag, Mom." Charlie sounded disappointed that the agreed-upon signal to warn them of hostiles was not fluttering above the riders. "We can thank the Lord for that," his mother responded. "Oh, Mom, I want to shoot an Injun." Shocked, Eve almost slapped the boy's face. "No, you don't, Charles Ryan Billings. You don't want to shoot any human. Hunting for food is a necessity. Killing someone is a horrid crime. Even if they're trying to kill you." That left Eve speechless for a long moment. "You're just a boy, Charlie. Leave those sorts of things to grown men." Some of the less alarmist among the travelers started their wagons out toward the approaching men. There would have been shots, after all, had there been Indians. Overall, Eve remained highly pleased at their progress. Even better, the game which had been absent on their first attempt now seemed to have come back in abundance. Anna was growing stronger every hour, and Charlie had become quite an expert shot, adding to his credit deer and antelope, as well as rabbits. She put the Bridesburg Arsenal rifle aside and turned to Charlie. "Put your rifle up, Charlie. We're heading out. Can I take Star out and hunt a little?" "No need today, son. Remember those plump rabbits Damian Brewster brought us?" Charlie did not sound enthused over that. Damian, an acne-riddled youth with a crush on his mother, was a pain in the butt. "Oh, yeah, those." Charlie replaced his rifle in the wagon bed and scampered out to his usual place, astride Jake. His bare heels bounced with the churning rhythm of the stolid animal. Once again, Eve surveyed her world and found herself entirely at peace. Then she looked up from the rumps of her team to see a solitary Indian sitting on top of a close-by mound. Sudden cold clutched at her heart. Could he be the forerunner of the Indians the Honeycutt boy thought he had seen? If not, where had he come from? She tensed and reached for the rifle at her feet when the Indian slowly began to raise his lance. Extended to full arm's length, the Indian moved his lance from side to side. Fearing that to be the signal for an attack, Eve filled her lungs for a cry of alarm, only to realize that it was only a friendly wave, backed up by a broad smile. At Jefferson Barracks at last, Preacher found the situation in the troops even sorrier than he expected. The dragoons turned out to be raw and green, barely aware of what was expected of them. While Preacher and his companions walked their horses through the gate, sergeants bellowed at the helpless soldiers, their faces scarlet with their fury. "No, damn it, Mallory. For the love of Jesus, how many times do I have to tell you? You mount so you're facing the same direction the horses you do." Mallory made the mistake of whining. "I don't know why I get so mixed up, Sergeant Muldoon. Honest, I don't. Maybe I ain't a horse person." Battalion Sergeant Major Terence Muldoon threw down the riding crop he carried and strode to Mallory's side. He shoved his face to within an inch of Mallory's and bellowed, "It's Sergeant Major, you dimwit, it is. You'll go get your knapsack, you'll fill it with rocks, you will, and you'll report back here to me on the double." "I know what's going to happen then, Sergeant Major," Mallory recited, his stupid face alight. "I'm going to run around this big old field here. Parade ground, goddammit, parade ground." Mallory looked puzzled. "I ain't seen no parades go by since we been here." "You're a sorry son of a... what the hell. It's no use. You're no use. Sure, and sometimes I think I'm of no use, I do. Get that knapsack." "Yeah, sure, Sergeant Major." Preacher approached the infuriated non-com. "Excuse me, Sergeant Major, could you tell me where I can find Colonel Danvers?" BSM Terence Muldoon turned to Preacher with a sour expression. "In St. Louis." "May I ask what he's doing there?" "Who be ye?" "They call me Preacher. This be Three Sleeps Norris and Antoine Revere. We are reporting in as guides for this battalion through the Injun country." Fists on hips, feet wide apart in a belligerent stance, Muldoon introduced himself. "Battalion Sergeant Major Muldoon. And for your information, the good colonel and those young gentlemen, officers of his, wanted a last fling among the ladies and the sparkling wine before making their great sacrifice for God and country." "They left you in charge?" "No, Mr. Preacher. We've got us one officer with his brains in his head, not in his pants, we do. Captain Edward Dreiling is commanding at present, he is. You can find him at battalion headquarters across the parade ground. There it is." "Thank you, Sergeant Major." Preacher turned to leave as Mallory returned. The knapsack bounced viciously against his shoulders and back as he began to run. The black visor of his flat-topped bill cap slid slowly down his forehead until it obscured his eyes. Preacher stared at him as though seeing a creature from another planet. Then he began to laugh. At his side, an amused Three Sleeps questioned BSM Muldoon. "Does it do any good?" "Does it now?" "Not with that one, sure, and it doesn't. There's some fine lads, smart and quick to learn, but that one has to take off a boot to count to 11, he does. I fear what will become of him out there." He gestured to the west. Preacher and the other mountain men walked to the headquarters building. Inside, an orderly told them that Captain Dreiling could be found on the firing range on the far side of the cantonment. Preacher got exact directions and led the way to the sound of erratic firing. Seated on a canvas-backed camp stool, an officer observed while sweating, swearing sergeants conducted firing exercises. The captain wore the split-tail regulation blue uniform coat with thick, shaggy brass epaulets at the shoulder points, matching insignia of rank. 3 horizontal strips on the high tight collar. His trousers with the gold stripe down the seams covered the high tops of his black boots. His Shako-style hat of black patent leather, complete with horsehair plume that drooped over the front, sat squarely on a round blonde head. Somehow he managed to seem cool and comfortable, while the NCOs and enlisted men showed wide rings at their armpits and long, wet smears down their backs. Their appearances made even Preacher feel uncomfortable. Captain Dreiling had no difficulty in recognizing the newcomers. He rose and extended a hand. "You must be our guides, and I would say that you are Preacher." He unerringly picked the right man. "That I am. You'd be Captain Dreiling." At 6 foot even, the broad shoulders, full chest, and narrow hips gave Dreiling a handsome cut by anyone's standards. He answered Preacher with alacrity. "Yes. However, on informal occasions, you may call me Edward." Preacher prefaced his remarks with a softening smile. "And you can call me Preacher. I don't mean to pry into Army business, Captain, but may I ask why you did not join your associates in the pleasures of St. Louis?" For an instant, Preacher thought the expression of contempt that darkened Captain Dreiling's face was intended for him. "Bloody damned children, you ask me. Most of these rabble cannot yet tell right from left foot, let alone conduct themselves as soldiers, and the ones with the responsibility to hammer them into shape go off skirt chasing. To emphasize his point, a Hall Model 43 rifled carbine discharged loudly in their direction. The ball from the breech-loading weapon cracked past close enough for Preacher to feel the wind. Immediately a sergeant burst forth in a flurry of profanity. "You goddamned idiot! You'll get the effing lash for that. I said to clear all weapons before leaving the line." A fist lashed out and knocked the offender sprawling. The sergeant kicked him in the ribs twice. "Excuse me," said Dreiling politely before turning to the sergeant. "Enough of that, Sergeant Peters. Extra duty for Emmons and 4 punishment tours should suffice. No one was injured." Suddenly rigid in the position of attention, Sergeant Peters saluted smartly. "Yes, sir. Very good, sir. It will be done as ordered. Now, you worthless reprobate, keep that muzzle downrange at all times, you hear?" A fair-minded man as well as conscientious, Preacher thought to himself. The rest of the day's tour of the battalion established some strong opinions in Preacher. At the stable area, soldiers tried rear vault and running side mounts, most falling in the dirt over and over. Sergeants screamed and cursed. Those who could ride, Preacher soon learned, could not hit a bull in the ass with a bass fiddle, let alone score on a target from the prone position with their weapons, which left him with a rather dim view of Colonel Arlington Danvers, the battalion commander. If the other officers, save Captain Dreiling, are as ill concerned about the readiness of their men, they could all be in for a hell of a time out in the high lonesome. Instinct told him to seek out the battalion staff in St. Louis at once. Logic told him to wait here, lend a hand where he could, and hope for the best when the errant officers returned. Whatever came of this, Preacher promised himself, he would sure as hell never take a job with the Army again. 9. Lieutenant Colonel Arlington Danvers and his officers returned to Jefferson Barracks 5 days later. To the expert eyes of Preacher and his mountain man friends, they all looked powerfully hungover and sadly dissipated, an all-around surly lot. By the lights of the mountain men, based on the harshness of the non-coms and the appearance and deportment of Lieutenant Colonel Danvers, the colonel was a martinet and thorough popinjay. This opinion was reinforced when they reported to Danvers in a borrowed office intended for some of the permanent staff. The colonel looked up and his lip curled with contempt and disgust. "You're a scruffy-looking lot, I must say. Do you ever take baths? You'll have to in this army." "Pardon me, Colonel," blurted Preacher, "but we ain't in this army. We're just hired to guide you to where you want to go in the big empty." Nattily dressed in a freshly pressed uniform, Danvers looked Preacher up and down. Preacher had a classic shiner, all purple, yellow, and blue. He had a cut on his chin and a red mark on one cheek. Danvers worked his mouth as though he wanted to rid himself of some foul-tasting object. "You have obviously all recently been in some sort of drunken brawl. From now on until the completion of your employment, you will all refrain from spirits, liquor of any sort, and you will clean up your clothing and present a well-washed appearance at all times. Your hair is to be cut to regulation length, and all facial hair is forbidden. You are to ride out before dawn each morning, scout the territory ahead, and send back reports." Danvers' arrogant tone continued while he ticked off each point on long, slender fingers. "You will not fraternize with the officers, non-commissioned officers, or the enlisted men of my command. You will negotiate safe passage for us with any savages you encounter. You are to make certain that the path we take is wide enough to accommodate mounted troops, 4 abreast with our field piece at the center of the column, and wagons 2 wide to the rear." Preacher bristled. He'd heard all of the "you will" and "you are" that he could swallow without getting a sore stomach. He raised a hand to cut off the tirade. "Now, whoa up there, Second Colonel. Exactly who are to be the guides for this expedition?" Danvers blinked. "Why, you 3, of course." "Well then, don't the colonel think that the men in charge should have some say in how the soldier boys will march?" Lieutenant Colonel Danvers countered at once. The regulations cover that quite nicely, I believe. Fire fanned in Preacher's eyes. Ain't no regulations out there in the high lonesome. And as for the trail, depending on which way you intend to go, there ain't no real trail at all. We just have to find the best way through, over or around the rocks, rivers, gorges, and hills as we can, and do it without breaking every wheel or upsetting any loads. Now, marching 4 abreast might be well and good on a wide street or grassy meadow, but not out there. There's cactus with thorns long and sharp enough to pierce a horse's hoof to the cannon bone. There's prairie dog holes just waiting to bust a leg. Preacher paused for a breath, which he took, swallowed deeply, and went on. Then you have bison who'll stampede at any loud sound, and rattlesnakes that can fell a horse as easy as a man. Not to mention Injuns by the thousands. Nope, 2 men to a file, and they alternately walk and ride their mounts. Another thing, no horn tooting or drum banging. That's the surest way to attract some unpleasant Injuns. Those fancy sabers you're so fond of has got to be padded and tied down so they don't rattle, and all tack and loose gear also. An Injun can hear the noise they make a mile away. Filled with equal parts of bluster and indignation, Danvers protested hotly. We absolutely must have trumpet calls and drums to convey orders. Typical civilian ignorance, he summed up. Preacher cocked an eyebrow. Ever hear of arm signals? The Injuns have used them for ages and get along just dandy. Danvers continued his resistance. And field music is essential for morale. I wonder how serious you are about getting there and getting your fort built before you take on the hostiles. If you have your soldier boys practice arm signals while we're still in friendly country, they'll know them when they need them. Me, I say it's the smart thing to do. They are dragoons, Mr. Preacher, dragoons. No matter what Preacher proposed, Lieutenant Colonel Danvers balked at adopting. At last, Preacher had reached his limit. Here's my final word on this, Colonel. We're going to do it my way, or I quit the job and hand the money back to the government. Realizing that this assignment was his last hope of providing for his future, Danvers knew he had no choice. He had been passed over for promotion too many times, so his career would soon be at an end. If this did not go the way he had been told it would, the years ahead would be bleak indeed. Mustering his willpower, he suppressed his outrage and caved in. Very well. It will be as you say. With a single drum marking time, the column moved out early the next morning. To Preacher's surprise, the troops had improved greatly. They sat their horses straight and tall, all of them required to be no less than 5'10" to 6'2" in height. Not a one fell off his horse. Not even simple-minded Mallory mounted backward. On the high road outside the barracks ground, they rode 4 abreast. For all their smart appearance, Preacher sensed something odd. He rode in a relaxed slouch with 3 Sleeps and Antoine some 200 yards ahead of the battalion commander and his staff and flag-bearers. Cardinals warbled and woodpeckers kept up a steady rat-a-tat on hollow trees. Preacher glanced constantly behind them, his gaze resting long on the files of men and horses. At last he decided to confide in 3 Sleeps. Do you feel it, too? I got me a strong sensation that something is mighty wrong. 3 Sleeps Norris showed indifference. I don't follow you. I don't know exactly how, but these greenhorn soldier boys, excuse me, dragoons have done messed up the work something powerful. We'll find our eventual. 3 Sleeps stifled a yawn, then swatted at a huge horsefly that had lined up an enticing spot on the neck of his horse. Preacher cut his eyes to the column again. I certain sure hope it's soon enough. Sure, and what do you mean they were left behind, Hadley? Roared B.S.M. Muldoon. Preacher and his companions turned to see what caused the outburst. Slanted backward from the glowering red face of the battalion sergeant major who leaned over him, the quartermaster sergeant Hadley gulped hard before answering. That's what happened, Sergeant Major. 4 of my teamsters reported the sick call this morning, and there was no one to drive the wagons. And why wasn't I told of this? You were. I reported 4 men confined in the infirmary. BSM Muldoon poked a thick finger into Hadley's chest to emphasize each word. "But you didn't tell me 4 wagons didn't have drivers." Suddenly Hadley looked like he was about to be sick all over his shiny boots. I thought you'd figure that out for yourself, Sergeant Major." "You're flirting with insubordination, Hadley, but God you are. And Lord love us, we'll have to send men back to recover them." He spun on one heel. "You there, Collins, Masters, Pickrell, and Sawyer, can you drive a wagon?" "Yes, Sergeant Major," they chorused. "Then mount up and ride like hell back to the barracks. You'll find 4 of our supply wagons there. Bring them up with the column right quickly, lads." "What about evening chow, Sergeant Major?" Corporal Collins asked. "Take food enough with you for 2 or 3 meals." Sergeant Hadley tugged urgently at Muldoon's sleeve. But they're not Teamsters." "Sure, and I don't give a damn if they're old maid school teachers. We need those supplies." Preacher turned away in disgust. "Here we are. Haven't made 15 miles the first day, and we've lost half of the supplies. At this rate, we'll make the North Platte come December." Far from the foothills of the Ozark Mountains in Missouri, at a large, well-tended trading post on the North Platte River, Quentin Prager sat at a table with his co-conspirators and their chief henchman, Blake Sowers. All 4 men lapsed into silence when a large platter of roasted bison hump arrived at their table. They ate heartily, pleasurably chewing slabs of the layered meat and fat along with boiled turnips and onions, squash and chili peppers, all washed down with tankards of beer. Not until the last morsel disappeared did Prager bring up business. "Everything is going according to schedule. The money is starting to roll in from back east. The dragoons are to have left Jefferson Barracks yesterday." He paused and wiped greasy lips with a soiled napkin. "We should have us a tidy little Indian war before too long." Always a blunt, direct man, Blake Sowers spoke his mind. "Exactly what is behind this plan to stir up the Indians? That is, after all, a dangerous thing to do." Morton Gross looked amused. "How is that, Mr. Sowers? A feller can be their friend and ally one day, and the next they'll lift his hair. They're changeable, moody." "The idea is to get rid of them once and for all," Prager explained patiently. "And the best way to do that is to get an Indian war started. We can count on the Indians doing their part through Iron Shirt. He has tremendous influence among the Blackfoot, and now with the Cheyenne, his power grows daily." Sowers frowned. "That's the part I don't like. What I'm trying to warn you about. I've got 17 good men riding with me. Then there's you 3. 22 guns don't amount to a fart in a windstorm if Iron Shirt decides he don't need us anymore." Aaron Riker gave Blake Sowers a condescending smirk. "I think you are overestimating his capacity for duplicity. We provide him with rifles and ammunition, and we brought him out of obscurity and made him famous. No, friend Sowers, we can trust Iron Shirt. But why get rid of the Injuns at all? That's what I want to know." Morton Gross answered, his voice sugary as though talking to a dolt. "The East is getting crowded. The land these Indians occupy will be valuable in any westward expansion. Certain high-placed interests in Washington City have a desire to lay claim to that ground, at least once the savages have been eliminated." Sowers produced an expression of concern. "But ain't it Injuns' land?" Prager turned a condescending gaze on their chief gunman. "Our friends in Washington City are paying exceedingly well to see that it no longer is, well enough to assuage any conscience." Sowers frowned. "What's that mean, assuage?" "To pacify, Mr. Sowers, to calm." None of the conspirators mentioned the presence of gold in the mountains of Montana. Instead, they directed him to an assignment as backup to the men sent to stop Preacher. "There is only one impediment, one man who might be able to prevent an all-out war of extermination." Prager pressed on. "His name is Preacher, and he is known and respected by both sides. Only, if all went well, he should be out of the picture by now. If he is not, It will be your job to remove him." True to Preacher's prediction, a whole lot was wrong with the expedition. Trouble began before the troops got out of Missouri. After the 4 supply wagons joined the column, they made better time. A lot of good that did them. B.S.M. Muldoon came to Preacher one evening in camp. A harried-looking dragoon had just ridden in on a lathered horse. He must have galloped the animal for a good ways. What he revealed sent Muldoon to seek help from the mountain men. Now Muldoon stood contemplating the 3 rugged guides, his bristly red hair and florid complexion making a torch of his head. "Gentlemen, I come to you with a wee problem it is. Now mind, I could send some of me sergeants to deal with this, but then it would become an official matter, it would." Preacher laughed softly at this circumlocution. "Spit it out, man." "The thing is, it is that some of the lads have taken it to mind to slip off from our encampment and indulge themselves in some spirituous waters." Muldoon's perpetually rosy nose gave testament to his own fondness for such diversions. "In the process, so to speak, they have got themselves afoul of some of the local citizens." He paused and cleared his throat, as though the words bore thorns. "The fact of the matter is, there's one hell of a fine brawl going on between some 8 dragoons and some sawyers from a nearby mill, that's what. And you would appreciate some small gesture of aid from the 3 of us." Preacher got to the point. "Sure, and it would avoid the messiness of a court-martial and the need for punishment." Preacher gave him a hard eye. "We'd not be taking sides. We'll bust anyone who gets in our way." "It's skinning your knuckles on all comers, is it?" Muldoon clapped his hands together in approval. "Then so be it. I'll be accompanying you, buckos, though not in an official capacity. Thing is, we don't need any floggings before we get beyond civilization. That's how I see it." "Floggings?" Preacher echoed. "Aye, that's the usual for such infractions. 6 of your best, laid on with a will." A thunderous frown creased Preacher's brow. "By damn, I'll not be party to any of that." "So it's the 4 of us, is it?" Preacher gave a curt nod. "Right, Muldoon. We'll head out now." Screams, curses, and the crash of furniture could be heard from 200 yards off when Preacher and the clean-up squad reached the tavern. They trotted up to the tie rail outside and looped reins over the crossbar. Preacher looked up at a particularly loud tinkling crash and saw a man fly bodily out through a window. He grunted and cut his eyes to take in the others. "Looks like we have a job of work on our hands." 3 Sleeps nodded enthusiastically. "You're not lying there, Preacher." With determination, the 4 men stalked to the door. It flew open in their faces, and 2 men, wrapped in a mutual bear hug, stumbled out. Being nearest, Preacher reached out and grabbed both miscreants by the hair and slammed their heads together. They went down like heart-shot elk. B.S.M. Muldoon bent and separated the dragoon from the lumberman and dragged him to the hitch rack. The 3 mounted men entered the establishment. It had been a nicely appointed place, Preacher noted, before the fight began. Now splintered tables and chairs floated like driftwood in a tidal pool of beer which had come from a ruptured hogshead. There had once been a mirror behind the bar. It lay in diamond spears of brightness amid overturned bottles and small casks. One of the ceiling supports had been snapped in 2. The roof sagged dangerously above it. Showing even worse signs of wear, 8 men remained on their feet, flinging fists with wild abandon. One of those went down as the mounted men gained the doorway. Preacher stepped through and took the knuckles of a huge sawyer at the under edge of his right eye. "Oh, hell, now it's the other one," he grumbled. Then he set his feet and pile-drivered a steady rain of punches to the sturdy frame of the sandy-haired man who had hit him. It seemed all too easy to Preacher. The man went down and was out at the first pummeling Preacher gave him. 3 Sleeps and Antoine waded in behind him, and the 3 started picking dragoons off their opponents and hauling them toward the door. "Take your damn hands off me," one snarled. 3 Sleeps released the complaining soldier and raised both open hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. Then he swiftly closed his right hand into a fist and popped the dragoon flush in the mouth. With all the rolling muscle of his powerful shoulders behind it, the blow decisively felled the private. His boot heels bounced off the rough boards of the floor. Three Sleeps grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out into the dooryard. Then, with a grin, he turned about and went back for more. "By Jesus, those mountain fellers sure love a fight. They must be Irish," Muldoon said to the unconscious dragoon. Then he added the young soldier to the stack growing by the tie rail. Preacher hurled another protesting dragoon out the door, and Muldoon saw the spitting, cursing lout stumble toward him, then quickly corrected that with a hard left to the jaw. A furious bellow came from the mill workers inside the tavern. "You let us at those soldier boys, we'll tear them limb from limb." Preacher's voice sounded. "Calm down. We're taking 'em all back where they belong." His words were followed by the loud click of a hammer being cocked and the sharp report of a single-barreled pistol. 10. Following instinct and training, the remaining dragoons dropped to the floor the instant the shot went off. Preacher and his companions did not. Antoine reached down and felt a hot, burning gouge along his ribs that oozed blood. That made both sides. Damn, he'd be sorer than a fresh gelded hound dog for more than a month. He reached for one of his double-barreled pistols, but Preacher beat him to the draw. A big Walker Colt appeared in Preacher's hand, and the hammer dropped on a percussion cap. The fat ball sped across the short distance and pinwheeled the belligerent Sawyer in the breastbone. "You're lucky to be alive, Antoine. He was a lousy shot." None of the Missouri lumbermen had ever seen a revolving pistol before. They stared at it in wonder. One, who had gone for the butt of a small pocket pistol, let go of it with all the speed of a cat making contact with a cook stove. Preacher cocked the weapon and put a menacing look on his face. "Unless any of you is eager to argue with my friend Mr. Walker here, I'd advise you forget all about tearing anyone limb from limb." "You killed Tucker Blake," accused one of the less intimidated mill workers. "Didn't know his name. That don't matter. What matters is your Mr. Blake drew first. What's more, he shot a friend of mine. I don't take kindly to that. Though I will say I'm sorry your friend is dead." Unmollified, the talker challenged. "You won't get away with this. We'll get the sheriff on you." It was self-defense. Any fool can see that. Three Sleeps Norris stepped up and touched Preacher on the arm. "Not any Missouri fool, Preacher," he said tightly. "I suggest we send for the sheriff ourselves and let him hear both sides of the story." Preacher eyed the mouthy Sawyer. "How far off is your sheriff?" "He's right here," came a hard voice from the doorway. "I'd put that smoke pole up if I was you." The man who entered the tavern was a size with Preacher, though he carried authority and power with him enough to make him 10 feet tall. "Bill Parker." He introduced himself as he gave the corpse a casual glance. "What happened here?" All of the lumber company men began to speak at once. The one who had challenged Preacher overrode his friends. "This stranger came through the door, bold as brass, and shot down Tucker Blake in cold blood." "Yeah, that's right. That's what he did, all right." A chorus of agreement. Shrewd enough not to be deceived by men whose thick noggins he had thumped more than once, Sheriff Parker pursed his lips, eyed the scene again, and then spoke. "If that's the case, George, what accounts for the pistol in Tucker's hand?" Stunned at having his version disputed, and by a fellow Missourian at that, George gaped a moment before he could find new words to butter his lie. "Hey, one of his friends put it there, ain't that right, boys?" Sheriff Parker turned and eyed Three Sleeps at Antoine. "Was that before or after this feller got his ribs skinned?" He whirled back to face the sawmill men. "My ma didn't raise any stupid sons. What do you take me for? That's Tucker's pistol. I've had to take it off him enough times when he got drunked up. I was on my way here when I heard the shots. Kylie Burks came by to tell me there was a big fight going on betwixt you boys and some soldiers. I'd have been in here sooner if I hadn't stopped to have a word with the sergeant out there." "That's Sergeant Major, if you please, Sheriff. Battalion Sergeant Major Muldoon," said that worthy from the doorway. Now, if you don't mind, I'll be taking my lads and our brave frontier guides back to our camp." Sheriff Bill Parker made a mock bow. "Go right ahead, Sergeant Major Muldoon." Then to Antoine, "I'd get that patched up right quick. Might fester." Antoine cocked an eyebrow. "Thank you for good advice, Sheriff." Outside, Muldoon surveyed the subdued but conscious and the unconscious dragoons. Thank the Virgin and all the saints, their horses are right at hand. Be a thankless task rousing them all to walk that far. "We'll lend a hand getting them across their mounts," Preacher offered. "That won't be necessary. There's enough of them with their wits about them to do that." Not to be denied the last word, Mouthy George stood in the doorway and shouted to them, "If I was any of you, I'd get me as far and as fast out of Missouri as I could. We've got friends." No sooner had the errant dragoons been returned to the camp near Sedalia than Lieutenant Colonel Danvers summoned the necessary members for a drumhead court-martial. Having been assured that he had acquired a second shiner and more sore ribs for the purpose of avoiding this very event, Preacher had his curiosity piqued. He went along to witness. Naturally, his companions accompanied him. Preacher could not believe the abrupt nature of the proceeding. All 8 of the disobedient dragoons were hauled before a lantern-lighted barrel-head over which Danvers presided. He read off a list of charges, including desertion, absent without leave, public drunkenness, and inciting to riot. He did not ask how the accused pleaded. "Now, as regards Corporal Evers and Private Fields, Smith, and O'Banion, the charges of desertion and absent without leave are dismissed. On the counts of public drunkenness and inciting to riot, the above-named soldiers are fined 2/3 of a month's pay for 3 months. Now, Privates Babcock, Upton, Venner, and Killeen, you are sentenced to be stretched upon a wagon wheel and given 6 strokes of the lash. Are you not giving them a chance to plead their case, Colonel, sir?" B.S.M. Muldoon burst out, unable to bridle his umbrage. "Contain yourself, Sergeant Major," Danvers said in an aside. "But, Colonel, sir, it's—" Lieutenant Colonel Danvers snapped at him in black humor. "Would you like to join them at the grate?" Captain Dryling leaned close to Lieutenant Colonel Danvers and whispered in his ear, "Regulations, Colonel. You are always saying that. And in this case, regulations will not allow you to flog the battalion sergeant major without a full general court-martial." Lieutenant Colonel Danvers swelled and seemed ready to burst, then sighed until deflated. Yes, you are right as usual, Captain, much to my regret, I might add. He should never have gone after those fools." Then back in his judicial role, "Sentence to be carried out at once." Although outraged by the barbarity of the punishment, Preacher remained to watch it carried out. Afterward, he fetched a jug from a parfleche on his pack-horse and, regulations be damned, got rip-roaring drunk along with his friends and B.S.M. Muldoon. 2 wagons had broken down that day. Eve Billings was beginning to have second thoughts. After the past 3 days of soul-searching, she had made up her mind to go to Isaac Warner, who had been elected captain for their attempt at crossing the basin. She put aside the last of the dishes from supper and walked reluctantly to his wagon. Eve had hardly begun when Warner interrupted her. "I have an idea what it is you want to say, and I want some of the other men to be here to hear it." He gave a wave of one arm to Damian Brewster to summon him from his family cook fire 1/3 of the way around the circle of wagons. When the youth arrived, Warner gave him curt orders. In short time, Reynard Labette and Hiram Tate ambled up. They were immediately joined by Gus Beecher and Cecil Brewster. Tate gave a polite nod to Eve and asked, "What's up, Isaac?" "The widow Billings here has something she wants to tell us." "Now, go ahead. Don't be shy." He prodded Eve. Cheeks crimson and hot from his patronizing manner, Eve glanced at each man in turn. "You know about the breakdowns. Not only those today, the others. They are taking a heavy toll." Warner jutted his chin defiantly. "Yep, said that was what would happen. Go on." "Also, game and water are growing scarce again. I feel It seems to me the time has come to examine our decision to try making a crossing." "What you're getting at is?" prompted Warner. Eve wanted to shout. Out of pure spite, this pompous man was forcing her to say every bitter word. Nervously, she cleared her throat. Those of us who favored the attempt had no idea how strenuous it would be. It is perhaps time to consider the possibility of turning around and following the stakes to the edge of the basin, and then going beyond to fresh water and plentiful game. There. She had said it, and they could smirk all they wanted. To her utter frustration, the same men who had stubbornly insisted upon that course of action from the outset now objected to the idea with perfectly straight faces. "I say it's the wrong thing to do," Isaac Warner snapped. "Yes, we've come this far. There can't be much more like this," Gus Beecher added with a taunting smirk. Eve's torment and humiliation lasted a long time while the men wrangled over what should be done. Her patience at last exhausted by their circular reasoning, Eve slipped away. Dredging up new hope, she went to seek out the wives. The first was Hattie Honeycutt, to whom Eve recited what she had pointed out to the men. "We have to make them see reason," she summed up to Mrs. Honeycutt. "There has to be a way." "But we're mere women. Our menfolk have total sway over us." An idea forming, Eve countered quickly. "Not in all things." "Name me one," came the challenge. Eve leaned forward and whispered in Hattie Honeycutt's ear. Eyes wide and mouth in an O of astonishment, the portly woman sputtered a while before regaining her tongue. "That would never work. Why, they would just... No, they wouldn't. Not if we all stuck to it, and not if we slept with a loaded gun at hand." "My word, it's such a strange idea." Eve went from wife to wife explaining their womanly rebellion. Whenever she was told it could not possibly work, she smiled enigmatically and dropped the final gem of her argument. "It has worked before. It happened back in ancient times. There was this woman named Lysistrata. After that, it became easy. One by one, the women approached their husbands and whispered in their ears. "You what?" bellowed Isaac Warner. His wife told him again. Several other men repeated Isaac's shocked response on being informed, only to be assured that their wives meant what they said. Visibly shaken, by nooning the next day they began to admit that maybe that pushy woman, the widow Billings, might be right for once. If they did return to the foothills, they would have graze for the livestock, fresh water, and a chance to hunt for their food. Independence, which they had skirted on the way to Jefferson Barracks, teemed with people. Droves of wagons appeared to be bound for destinations at every point of the compass. Men, women, and a surprising number of children swarmed the streets, bustled in and out of stores and shops. Few of them took time to stop and stare at the column of dragoons who rode their mounts at a walk down the main street to the distant docks. Only the night before had Preacher learned that he and his companions were in for a rare treat. Lieutenant Colonel Danvers had summoned Preacher to his tent, yet he would not directly meet the eyes of the mountain men. "Due to the delays," Danvers began, clearing his throat frequently, his embarrassment clear in his posture, "I have decided that we shall negotiate this portion of our journey by riverboat. It will cut a month off our travel time." Hiding his surprise and pleasure, Preacher spoke sincerely. "That's mighty smart thinking, Colonel. I'd never have come up with it myself, what with being used to crossing the mountains by horse or shanks mare." No, I suppose not. Advise your assistants and be prepared to board tomorrow when we reach Independence." Now they did just that. 2 by 2, the dragoon horses went aboard a livestock barge to be towed by the rearmost of 6 steam packets requisitioned by Lieutenant Colonel Danvers. They had been paid for by a voucher drawn on the Department of the Army. Danvers, who oversaw the operation from beside Preacher, turned to the mountain man. "Due to your positions as scouts, you hold ranks equivalent to a captain's and to lieutenants. Therefore, you will be billeted aboard the lead vessel with myself and the other officers." His expression told how little he liked that. Preacher beamed with insincerity. That's plumb considerate of you, Colonel. Danvers' expression became pinched. It is not out of consideration, believe me. It's— Preacher stifled a guffaw. Yeah, I know. It's regulations. Well put, Danvers replied tightly. It'll be a pleasure for all, I'm sure, Preacher concluded as he turned away. Steam Packet Prairie Spirit shrilled a lively blast on its tall brass whistle and pulled away from the dock in Independence at 3:30 that afternoon. On board were the battalion commander, his staff, the captains commanding the 4 squadrons, and the 3 scouts. Also 1 company of dragoons. The blunt prow nudged into the Missouri River's brown water and began to struggle to overcome the current to make way upstream. The huge side-mount paddle wheels thrashed the water and sent off a fine mist of spray. Rainbows formed in a nimbus around each churning wheel. More steam whistle blasts, and then everything began to settle down. The 15 civilian passengers left the rail and went to their staterooms to open trunks and prepare clothing for dinner. Several of the men made their way to the gentlemen's salon. Preacher and his companions located their accommodations and dumped their belongings in the corners. Preacher confided in his friends. I don't know if I'm going to like this. Outside of the time it will save, of course. Why is that, Preacher? Antoine inquired. Preacher studied his moccasined toes. Embarrassment pinked his cheeks. I've never felt entirely comfortable on the water. Nothing I can put a finger on, but it just don't seem natural. Water's for fishes and beaver. What about small boys? Asked Three Sleeps. Didn't you like to swim when you were young? Preacher looked up at them. Tell you the truth, I was over 12 and living with the Cheyenne before I learned how to swim right proper like. Up to then, I just paddled around like a spaniel after ducks, and not liking it much either. He sighed. It's funny. I put money in Mr. Fulton's steamboat works, and this is only the 3rd time I ever ridden one of the contraptions. Antoine turned an anxious face to Preacher. I have heard that the boilers blow up sometimes. Preacher nodded, which did little to allay Antoine's worry. That they do. Usually it's because the stokers overfill the fire boxes, or the metal is old. How does one tell if the metal is old? Antoine, my friend, I don't know. I just have to hope the captain and the engineer have some idea. They changed into cloth suits and boots and took dinner at 7 o'clock, an hour before the sun went down. That only served to amplify Preacher's uneasiness. The truth that Preacher would not admit to was that prolonged travel over water made his stomach queasy. Although he did not suffer dizziness and nausea, it did make him develop gas. Preacher soon found himself out on the foredeck, a hand gently pressing his belly. He was still there. The rumble somewhat subsided when a conversation among 3 fellow travelers advised him that there were card games in the gentleman's salon. Despite his precarious internal state, the lure of the pasteboards drew him like a dead critter attracted flies. After sitting in for an hour, Preacher's situation made it understandable to a reasonable person that he grew increasingly edgy when an oily fellow with a remarkable deck of cards made deep dents in his government money, paid in advance for services rendered. Beauregard Calhoun, still slim and dapper, with a thin pencil line of a mustache and manicured fingernails, gave a shark's grin as he raked in yet another pot. He laid a particularly offensive sneer on Preacher, who had lost steadily. Preacher allowed as how he must keep an eye on Calhoun and discover the source of his unusual luck. "Y'all seem to be having a terrible run of luck," the fashionably overdressed Calhoun observed to those at the table. "I learned to court the lady at a tender age, and I never fail to pay her homage." Preacher's words had a coating of ice. "'Pears to me that her favors have been phenomenal." Calhoun gave Preacher a fishy eye. After 3 more hands, 2 of which were won by Calhoun, Preacher deliberately discarded an ace of clubs during the next, which he discreetly creased with a thumbnail. Sure enough, Calhoun won again. His full house of aces and tens contained the ace of clubs. Before Calhoun could pick up the hand with which he had won, Preacher came to his boots, leaned across the table, and clamped a hard hand over Calhoun's wrist. His composure broken, despite his oily black hair neatly parted in the middle and his fancy shiny boots, the gambler could only splutter. "See here, there's nothing to be gained by this sort of conduct. Release me, my man." "I ain't your man nor any others. I find it right interesting you won that hand with the ace of clubs, special since I discarded that same card in the draw." "You can't prove that." Calhoun gulped. "Oh, yes, I can. You see, gents," he addressed the entire table, "I took the trouble to crease that card with a thumbnail before I dropped it on the table. By that time, I had got myself the idea that this particular deck had a special set of marks Calhoun here can read." Preacher squeezed tighter as Calhoun began to squirm. It caused the voice of the tin-horn gambler to rise 2 octaves. "I must protest. You'll not find a crease on that card, sir." Preacher shook his head. "Nope, I don't reckon I will. But I am willing to bet I'll find the crimped one up your sleeve or in a vest pocket. Somewhere, anyway. You saw what I was getting rid of and couldn't resist the urge to put another one into your hand to improve it." "Are you calling me a cheat, sir?" Preacher's eyes bored deeply into those of Calhoun, while his free hand delved into the sleeve of the fancy suit Calhoun wore. Deftly, he produced the card in question. "That's exactly what I'm saying." "Then I demand immediate satisfaction." With these words, Beauregard Calhoun thrust his left hand under the wing of his coat and came out with a small .36 caliber double-barreled pocket pistol. 11. Preacher responded with the speed of a puma. His open hand, still holding the evidence, flashed across his body. Preacher's shoulder rolled when he made powerful backhand contact with the exposed cheek of Calhoun. The impact could have been a thunderclap. Beauregard Calhoun shot back from the table, spun slightly, and reeled drunkenly toward the bar. At the last moment before he made violent impact, he remembered the pistol in his hand. Fighting to control the movement of his body, Beauregard swung the small .36 caliber 4-shot revolving barrel pistol to bear on Preacher. One hammer fell on a cap. A thin stream of smoke spurted from the nipple an instant before detonation of the small powder charge. Several gentlemen gasped as the little ball made a loud thock when it struck the wide, thick bull bison hide belt Preacher wore around his middle. Immediately Beauregard rotated the barrels and fired again, and hit Preacher again. Concussion from the 2 slugs bulged Preacher's eyes, and stabbing pain doubled him over. Air shot from his open mouth. For a long, spellbound moment, no one moved. Then Preacher straightened shakily, erased the agony-drawn lines from his face, and extended his right arm. The hand at the end held a Walker Colt, its hammer full back and ready to drop. This gun Preacher pointed steadily at the center of Calhoun's chest. He fought for air and at last spoke in sepulchral tones. "You done played your last hand." Stunned by the incredible staying power of his target, Beauregard Calhoun only then recovered enough of his wits to turn, cock, and aim the third barrel. This time, Preacher beat him to the mark. Flame lanced from the muzzle of the .44 Colt as it bucked and snorted in Preacher's hand. The round 200-grain ball sped across the small distance to the center of the exposed chest and smashed bone and tissue with destructive force. Flattened slightly now, it plowed a wide furrow through the aorta, only slightly off-center, and into back loin muscle before blasting one of Beauregard's vertebrae into fragments. Reflex jerked the trigger of the pistol in Calhoun's hand. The woefully underpowered ball shattered the glass chimney of a wall-mounted lamp and rang musically off the inside of its brass shade. Gleaming shards tinkled to the deck in the silence that followed. A thick layer of powder smoke undulated in the space between Preacher and the dead cheat. Slowly, Preacher reached down and plucked one of the little balls from the thick leather of his belt. A worried player hurried up to him. "Neither one got all the way through," Preacher informed him, "but I'm going to be sore as hell for a week. Awful bruise, you can bet." Awed, the well-dressed man spoke for everyone in the saloon. "You've been saved by a miracle." Preacher shook his head. Nope. Buffalo hide belt. That little pop gun didn't have a chance. Another of the men who had been at the table spoke from where he crouched beside Beauregard. He's dead. I didn't aim to only tickle him some. A cluster of onlookers at the doorway gave room for the first officer to enter. Buttoning his jacket as he crossed the room, "Someone tell me what happened," he commanded. "Oh, and put away that revolver." Preacher complied while the man at his side made explanation. "I'm Norton Babbitt, Babbitt Bobbin Company. This gentleman caught a cheat in our game. The scoundrel pulled a gun on him, shot him twice. The rest you can see for yourself." "I know this man," the first officer declared. "It's Beauregard Calhoun. We've had complaints about him before." He paused, cut his eyes to Preacher. "You're a brave man to have faced him down. Or a fool." Preacher winced and unconsciously touched his aching middle lightly. "Right now I feel more the fool." "It happened as Mr. Babbitt said?" Preacher shrugged. "More or less." "How did you manage to detect him cheating?" "I spend as much time watching the players as I do the cards in a game. Calhoun had a marked deck, and he used holdout cards, too." Turning to look at Calhoun, the first officer spoke over his shoulder to Preacher. "I'll explain to the captain. He may want to speak with you. You're not planning to disembark soon, are you?" "Nope. Not until I get these baby soldiers to the upper North Platte." "And your name, sir?" "I'm the one they call Preacher." Eyebrows rose. "So that's why you're standing and he's not." "Yes. I see now." "Very well, Preacher. From here on, it's merely a formality." Far up the North Platte River, after an uneventful passage, the squadron of dragoons disembarked. While the long, tedious process of unloading the horses, wagons, and equipment progressed, Preacher consulted with the captain and river pilot. The latter showed Preacher a map of the river's course. With a stubby finger, he pointed out their present location. Preacher nodded with satisfaction. "This is where we are now. It's not much of a town, called North Platte. End of the line this time of year. I reckon you'll be heading northwest through the small settlement of Scotts Bluff. Nice folks there. Last trip we brought them 5 tons of flour in barrels. You can resupply there without any problem." Preacher studied the sparse details on the map. "Don't see why you can't get on up there. The map shows the river running all the way into the Wyoming country." "Too shallow. Why, by August, most of the river west of here will be dried up into a series of mud holes connected by a foot-wide trickle. No, sir, this will be our last run this fall. Next trip we'll be no farther than the town of Grand Island. There's 200 folk living there now. Makes for profitable hauling when the river's up." Preacher matched the map's representations to images in his mind. They would still have close to 2 weeks' travel to reach the part of the Bighorn Mountains Danvers had selected for his fort. He thanked the rivermen for their assistance and strode off onto the dock. A small warehouse fronted the river at North Platte. In its tiny office, Preacher approached the factor. A portly, bald-headed man with an open, friendly face and jolly manner, the manager greeted Preacher affably. "You came with the soldiers?" he inquired. "That I did. Anything going on in these parts that I should know about?" "Nothing much, except that the Pawnee have been kicking up their heels a mite." "Do tell. Never could abide nor trust a Pawnee. Go on, if you please." "They've made periodic attacks on the trail, burned a small settlement west of here, scared the hell out of the folks in Scotts Bluff. Matter of fact, they did a good bit of scaring around here." "When's the last time they hit?" In an unconscious gesture left over from when there was something to scratch, the factor rubbed fingertips on his bald pate. "About a week ago. At least, that's the last we've heard of here in North Platte." The Preacher split his darkly tanned face with a grin. "That sounds good. Don't imagine they'd be eager to take on a squadron of dragoons." "I wouldn't say so. You be setting up a fort around here by any chance?" "Nope. We're headed way northwest." "What?" The whole frontier is on the verge of a massive uprising, and those idiots in Washington City send troops clear the hell and gone into where? The preacher answered him, his voice somber. Northeast corner of the Wyoming country. Someone's got a wild idea that a ford out in the middle of nowhere, supported by nothing, will scare the breechcloths off the engines. And you ask me, mister, a person has to be certified to have no brains at all to qualify to be a politician. I mean them all, and I can say that because I'm neither Whig nor Democrat. The preacher clapped a big hand on the factor's shoulder and winced at the pain in his bruised belly. I have to agree with you there, friend. What else can you tell me? There's talk flying around about some hotshot medicine man amongst the Blackfoot, talking a holy war against us whites, though I doubt you need to be told that. Part of the reason they're putting that fort out there, ain't it? He gave Preacher a conspiratorial wink. Preacher replied in kind and added, Government secrets. Ask our illustrious squadron leader. He'll tell you it's to show the flag to the Sioux and Cheyenne, whatever that means. They jawed over other matters for a while, and then Preacher departed to rejoin the column of dragoons. He found them on the edge of the tiny village of North Platte. As usual, Lieutenant Colonel Danvers was in a foul mood. I have heard that the Pawnee are raiding in this area. Preacher cocked his head to one side. I hear the same, Colonel. We'll likely find evidence of their prowling before long. Such as what? Studying the officer closely, Preacher drawled an answer. Oh, broke arrows, burned buildings and wagons, bones, the usual Injun leavings. Would they attack us, do you think? Preacher raised an eyebrow. Not unless they've plumb taken leave of their senses. We're too many, and we have that little cannon. Not entirely convinced, Danvers took on a belligerent posture. I'll remind you of that in the event the need arises. For now, head out and scout ahead of our line of march. Danvers emphasized his order with a crisp snap of his riding crop. I'm sure you will, Preacher muttered, stung by the implied lack of confidence. What's that? Snapped Danvers. I said I'll get the long view from the top of the hill. With that, he wheeled tarnation and sprinted off, leaving the colonel with an open mouth. 40 miles a day on beans and hay turned out to be more than a boast, Preacher soon discovered. The first day on the trail, the dragoon squadron made 25 of that. Even burdened down with 8 huge freight wagons and a field piece, the column covered 15 miles by midday. They also found the first sign of Pawnee raids. A well-established trail paralleled the North Platte River, which some were already beginning to call the Oregon Trail. It being wide enough at this point, Preacher relaxed his double-file formation rule and let the troops move along 4 abreast. In a hidden defile, which kept them from sight on the rolling prairie, Preacher and Three Sleeps came upon the blackened remains of 3 wagons, along with the bones of the owners. Look over here, Preacher, Three Sleeps called to his friend. Arrow shafts, most broken, some with the feathers burned. They've had the heads removed. Thrifty folks, those Pawnee, opined Preacher. He studied the ground a while, found little clear and easy to interpret due to time past. He estimated the attack to have happened at least a week ago. With that established, Preacher remounted and rode back to report to Lieutenant Colonel Danvers. The colonel heard of the attack with mounting fury. We have a treaty with the Pawnee, he exploded. It has been in force for 20 years. Their chief should have stopped this outrage. Patiently, Preacher explained. Among the Injuns, the chiefs have no absolute power. They ain't rulers, Colonel. They lead, give advice, represent the tribe or band with others, and yes, make treaties. But the folks they represent don't have to obey them or hold to any agreement made in their name by the chiefs. Why, that's preposterous. What sort of leadership does that represent? The army would get nothing at all done if the troops were not required to do as I order them. There might be some good in that, the Preacher observed in a muttered aside. What did you say? Demanded Danvers. I said there's more to it than that. Most likely the chiefs who signed that treaty are dead now or replaced by someone else the folks are more willing to follow. and so the people are free to decide whether or not to continue to honor the treaty." "But they can't do that." Preacher could no longer stifle the guffaw that climbed his throat in a rush. "Oh, but they can and do, Colonel. They have always followed their way. It's their law, for want of a better word." Colonel Danvers made it clear that he was unimpressed and definitely not amused. He addressed Preacher with dismissive authority. "We'll push on. The scene of this massacre would be too depressing a place to camp." Hump Jasper had survived the fury of the mountain men by the simple expedient of running like the devil was after him when the ambush failed. He had headed north, robbing folks occasionally to build up a stake. When he reached the North Platte, after running 3 horses to the ground under him, he took passage on a riverboat for as far as it would take him. Then he started out west on horseback. Jasper stopped in his quest only long enough to inquire at trading posts about Prager and his partners. He had to find them. No matter that the news he brought would probably send them up like July 4th rockets, he knew he might receive some benefit from it. Hump had never heard of the old tradition of kings killing the bearers of bad news, so when he found Branson Naylor, one of his friends who had joined the gang run by Blake Sowers, at a trading post far up the Platte, he learned that Prager could be found in a Blackfoot camp not far from the Bighorn Mountains, and rode there with all speed, only to face the fury of Quentin Prager. "You got away? Only you? How many men did you say sided with Preacher?" "2. The smallness of his voice startled Hump Jasper. "Impossible. 3 men killed 25. "Yeah, but it was in 2 fights. Sarcasm enveloped Prager's words. "Only 2 fights? Only 2? Why in hell did it take more than 1 to finish off 3 men?" "The first fight wasn't against Preacher." "Then kindly tell me about its purpose." We decided to rob this train of freight wagons." Quentin Prager went white. "In the name of all that's holy, what in hell possessed you to do that?" "We thought we'd make some quick money." Prager could not suppress the shudder that came from a foretaste of doom. "I see. Yes, I really do. But you said you fought Preacher there?" "Yes, sir. He and these 2 fellers came along and broke up our attack on the wagons. Only at the time, we did not know it was him." Eyebrows arched, Prager ran a finger along the knife scar on his left cheek. His voice purred with feigned reasonableness. "That explains it all. And the next time you met, he finished off all the rest, right?" Hump Jasper forced an expression of wide-eyed innocence. "Yes, sir, all except me." "Thank you, Mr. Jasper. Now that everything is in a shambles around my feet, I feel constrained to correct the one error Preacher made." Puzzled, Hump Jasper asked a fateful question. What's that, Mr. Prager?" Prager drew a compact 60 caliber Miquelette Spanish pistol from under his coat and cocked the hammer. "Killing you," he replied, a moment before he squeezed the trigger and shot Jasper through the heart. Prager was still furious when he reached the council lodge. Ironshirt showed his usual irritation at being summoned forth. He stood with arms folded over his chest, face black and in a glower. "I was discussing important matters. What is it you want? We hear soldiers are coming. Is this true?" "Yes, they are all part of the plan. Right now I must speak with you and the war chiefs. It is an important issue." "We will meet with you when we are ready." Anger flared again in Prager's chest. "Listen to me. I made you what you are. I gave you that iron shirt. I made up the ritual you use. Without me you are nothing. When I want a meeting, you will see that it happens. Is that clear?" Ironshirt's lips curled in contempt. "White man, you are a flea trying to bite the bull bison. When we are ready to listen, we will send for you." He turned on the heel of one moccasin and stomped back inside the lodge. White, shaking with rage now, Quentin Prager fought back a hot burst of profanity. Slowly he realized that his time with Ironshirt had come near the end. Every day, every hour had to be balanced with utmost care. Starting with regaining the dependency of Ironshirt, he acknowledged. So he smiled and waited. 3 hours went by before a young warrior came to summon him to the council. When he entered and went through the formalities, Prager quickly explained the situation with Preacher. He concluded with a suggestion that when Preacher arrived with a squadron of dragoons, the Blackfoot kill him themselves. To their credit, Quentin admitted the war chiefs listened politely and with interest. Then they began to respond. To his surprise, Prager soon began to understand that the ferocious Blackfoot did not seem the least eager to face the living legend. When the last speaker's words had been translated for him, Prager could not contain his profound exasperation. "But we can't let him interfere with your war to drive out all whites," he blurted. 2 Moons rocked forward and came to his moccasins. "Why is it," he asked, "that you and the other 2 white men are so anxious to stir up war between our 2 peoples?" Prager worried the question a while, then made an oily, evasive answer. "I have learned your ways and have come to love and respect them. I wish to live as one of you after the whites are gone from this land." 2 Moons, as did the other chiefs, carefully kept his features neutral, in order not to reveal that they did not believe a single word of what they had heard. If it is true that ignorance is bliss. Quentin Prager left the council lodge a misinformed but happy man. 12. Lieutenant Colonel Danvers had even less reason to be happy the next day. Antoine Revere came fogging back to the column at 10:15 with news that electrified the battalion commander and his officers. "Colonel, we cut sign of a Pawnee war party about 3 miles ahead." Danvers blinked and took a backhand swipe across his forehead. "Preposterous! We're at peace with the Pawnee." The last thing he wanted was to have a hostile force at his back when they settled in to build a fort. Antoine gave him a mischievous eye. "Maybe this bunch don't know that. Preacher recommends that the dragoons be mounted till this is worked out." "We shall proceed afoot," Danvers decided aloud, ignoring the good advice. "Please inform Mr. Preacher that I wish him to extend his scouting activities over a much wider area." With that dismissal, Antoine rode back to the point. The colonel waited until he had ridden out of hearing, then turned to call over his shoulder. "Captain Dreiling, flankers out, if you please." "Yes, sir. Lieutenant Bryce, take Sergeant Holcomb and 20 men to form flankers." "Yes, sir. Holcomb, divide the platoon. You take the right flank, I'll take the left." "Right, sir. 1st and 3rd squads, follow me." Lieutenant Bryce wasted no time. "2nd and 4th, you're with me. Platoon, prepare to mount." "Mount." With a flurry of dust from 200 hooves, the flankers moved out smartly. Danvers watched them go in grim-lipped silence. He did not want to stir up trouble with the Pawnee. His orders were explicit. They were to proceed to the Bighorn Mountains, avoiding hostile engagements, and establish a cantonment area sufficient to house a regiment when completed. He had other orders as well, which he preferred not to think of. Sighing, he took up his reins, raised his arms, and signaled for the column to advance. The dragoons remained on foot 20 minutes later when the Pawnee raised up, seemingly out of the ground, and attacked the column. Blind Wolf looked to the west, down the shallow slope of the rolling prairie. How foolish these white men, to go afoot when they had perfectly healthy horses to ride. More so for doing it in this country where death awaited them at every turn. This would be easy. Once his hidden warriors had them halted and confused, he and the rest of his brave Pawnee would sweep down on them at a gallop and ride the length of the column, killing many. He squinted to see the lead soldier start up the next swell. He raised his feather-decorated rifle and gave the shrill call of a hunting eagle. Responding to the signal to attack, Pawnee warriors came out from under their dirt-covered blankets and quickly sent a flight of arrows into the unsuspecting whites. Here and there a rifle cracked. Other braves, risking certain death, rushed forward to flail with their blankets and bison robes to frighten the horses of the white men. Even at his distance of a quarter-mile, Blind Wolf saw several mounts' forehoofs pawing the air. Two even broke free of their owner's hold and bolted away from the noise, war whoops, shots, and the ghostly song of arrows. Any time now, he thought. Some of the soldiers had recovered and began to fire at the attackers. Blind Wolf knew he could wait no longer. Raising his rifle again, he looked left and right, then brought it down smartly. At once, he and 25 mounted warriors streaked forward. Swiftly, they closed on the wagons at the rear of the column. An arrow made its uncanny moan past the ear of Lieutenant Colonel Danvers. Another thudded into the valise cover behind the cantle of his Grimsley saddle. A third bounced off the pommel of his adjutant's saddle. Instinct drove Danvers to take cover behind the stout forequarters and neck of his horse. This gave him a clear view of his holster, with its sheepskin cover. To his credit, the dragoon commander was the first to get off a shot. He threw back the tube of sheepskin and drew one large, unwieldy .44 dragoon pistol and fired 2 fast rounds, one of which entered the screaming mouth of a Pawnee warrior who rushed at the horses with a flopping blanket. Off went the left rear quarter of the brave's head as the flattened ball, now approximately .60 caliber in size, burned through brain and blew away bone and scalp. A Model 43 Hall breech-loading carbine went off close by, and Danvers flinched involuntarily. The hot wind of expanding gases from the foreshortened rifle brushed his cheek. Another flight of arrows seethed through the air. One found a home in the forearm of Private Sawyer, who screamed as the point pierced the skin of his inner arm and protruded toward the forestock of his hull. Corporal Collins, who'd gone back for the wagons left behind, came quickly to Sawyer's side, Danvers noted. Deftly, the NCO broke off the shaft of the projectile and pulled the remainder through the wound. He quickly had Sawyer bound with a light blue neck scarf he had pulled from the open collar of his uniform jacket. Seemingly unfazed, Sawyer calmly reloaded his weapon, seated a percussion cap on the nipple, and took aim on another screaming savage. Sergeant Simmons and the other lead NCOs bellowed commands to restore order among the milling, confused troops. Gradually, more of the dragoons unlimbered their weapons and returned fire. For a moment, the Pawnee rush faltered. Then the thunder of pounding hooves attracted the attention of everyone to the rear of the column. Gunfire crackled out as another swarm of hostiles raced along the 8 freight wagons, rifles blazing. Unable to reload on the run, the Pawnee slung their rifles over their shoulders and resorted to more conventional weapons. Now the teamsters and their swampers plied their firearms. At a rate of fire 3 times that of muzzle-loaders, 3 per minute, the breech-loading carbines poured a steady stream of lead in the direction of the Pawnee attackers. In a short time, the scene became obscured to the dragoons and their enemy alike. Blind Wolf had seriously underestimated the firepower of these flashily dressed soldiers. He had never encountered a breech-loading weapon before, had no idea of the speed with which they could be loaded and fired repeatedly. When the moan and crackle of balls thickened and the reports of the short rifles grew to a deafening volume, he gave the signal for his warriors to pull back. "We have hurt them. We will come again," Blind Wolf told his son, Tall Raven, a boy of 16 winters who rode at his side. Fired with the excitement of his first raid as a warrior, Tall Raven showed his disappointment. "Why not now, father?" "They are too many. They have shoot-fast guns we know nothing about. But see, 2 of them are down, never to rise again. I count 2 hands of those who have felt the sharp teeth of the Pawnee. Soon again they will be off guard. It is then we will hit them." Lieutenant Colonel Arlington Danvers rode the length of the column, inspected the damage, and spent a minute with each of the wounded. Upset over the losses and the speed and surprise of the attack, he wore a deep frown. Beyond him, the flankers appeared over the swells to north and south, while the Pawnee streamed away to the east. Danvers watched with mounting anger as the security details drew closer. When Lieutenant Bryce reported, the colonel icily cut him off in mid-recitation. "Explain yourself, mister. Why did you not get here in time to strike the hostiles from the rear?" Bryce stiffened. "No excuse, sir. But for the record, we were pretty well spread out screening for hostiles, sir, and it took some while to regroup and return, sir." Realizing the correctness of this explanation, though loath to admit it, Danvers delayed his response. "Quite right, Lieutenant Bryce. We will maintain flankers, only this time they are to remain within visual contact of one another and work in teams of 2. "Yes, sir. We'll go out at once, sir." "Keep a sharp eye. Those savages caught us quite by surprise the first time," he grudgingly added. "You expect them to come again?" "Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Indians never give up with a single attack." Bryce and his platoon of flankers rode off to their assigned areas. A moment later, Preacher and Three Sleeps Norris cantered over the rise ahead of the column and located Lieutenant Colonel Danvers. "We heard the ruckus, Colonel. Thought we'd best come see what went on." "We were attacked by hostiles. Pawnee, I believe." Preacher bent and retrieved an arrow. "That's what this says. Pawnee markings right enough. They're fierce devils. Can't figure why they broke off so soon." Danvers produced a satisfied smirk, recalling the surprised and confused expressions of the enemy. "I imagine they had never encountered breech-loading weapons before. We put out a volume of fire nearly triple that of older arms. I have flankers out. I think we can expect a return call from the Indians." "Oh, yes, that you certain can. You want us to stay back with you, Colonel?" Danvers considered it. The warriors seemed to rise up out of the ground. Total surprise for us. I think it best if you do stay with the column, work out to the edges. Maybe you can detect another such shock tactic. Preacher had more bad news. "One thing sure, Colonel. They won't play the same trick twice. The Pawnee have a whole bag full." Blind Wolf bided his time for the second attack. The soldiers had made another 5 miles before the mounted Pawnee rushed over the lip of a ravine to the left of their route. Driving hard, they rushed down on the flank of the column. From his vantage point, Blind Wolf watched with satisfaction as the soldiers once again reacted slowly. Faint shouts in the white man's language, which Blind Wolf understood only poorly under the best conditions, came to his ears. The soldiers wheeled left and lifted short rifles from where they hung on the saddles. A faint smile lifted his full lips and flickered momentarily. Then he raised his arm and waved it left and right. A flight of arrows soared upward from beyond the edge of a high creek bank to the right of the mass of soldiers. Before they landed, the left flank disappeared behind a wall of smoke. A moment later, another volley crashed across the prairie. Blind Wolf's lips compressed and his eyes narrowed. He had expected this. Yet he ached for each of his brave men who fell in the withering fire. Short of the soldiers by only 3 pony lengths, the Pawnee reined in. Those with rifles fired, then they wheeled and galloped away. Another flight of arrows went aloft from the creek bank. Orders shouted in a thin, high voice turned half the mounted troops in that direction. 2 heart-stoppingly fast volleys ripped into the verge and chewed chunks out of the bank. Rifle in hand, Blind Wolf extended his arm and pumped it up and down. Again his mounted warriors charged. Their ponies pounded down on the stationary ranks. Shrill whoops came from strong young throats. The short rifles crashed again. Several braves flew from their saddles. Inexorably, the opposing forces grew closer together. Then 3 buckskin-clad white demons cut diagonally across the advancing warriors. Their gunfire rippled across the waving grass, the aim incredibly accurate. First one, then a second of Blind Wolf's leaders slipped from the backs of their ponies. In a flash, the surprisingly disciplined charge of the Pawnee warriors dissolved into a confused, milling mass. With hardly any pause, the soldiers changed the shape of their defense. Alternating groups turned their horses left or right and began to move toward their attackers at a walk. In 5 heartbeat intervals, the walk became a trot, then a canter, then a gallop. With a raw roar from parched throats, the dragoons charged. By sheer volume of fire, the dragoons stopped the Pawnees in their tracks. Then, while the men reloaded, Preacher and his companions dashed between the contesting forces, firing with their multiple-shot weapons. Preacher downed a leader, then wounded another. Antoine Revere killed the second sub-chief. That did it. The leaderless warriors turned, scattered. Cursing the show-off stunt of the mountain men, Lieutenant Colonel Danvers suddenly realized that it gave him the opportunity he sought. Now he could bring a decisive end to this. He stood full in the stirrups and issued commands in his high-pitched voice. "By alternate companies, form as skirmishers left and right. Draw pistols, prepare to charge. Trumpeter, sound the charge." As the crisp, tingling notes sounded, Danvers drew his saber. "Charge!" Haunches flexed, the big dragoon horses bounded forward. Clods of turf flew in the air around them. Snorting and grunting, they increased their pace, increased with each step. Quickly, the dragoons closed on their enemy. Suddenly, frightened faces turned toward them. Isolated islands of resistance formed here and there. The big, broad-shouldered soldiers in the two-tone blue uniforms grew huge in the eyes of the Pawnee. At extreme pistol range, the chilling order came. "Take aim! Fire! Take aim! Fire! Take aim! Fire!" On they thundered. "Fire at will!" At that point, the flankers returned and struck the enemy in the rear. Quickly, the huge 6-shot dragoon pistols turned the tide. The Pawnee held fast for a moment, then broke in wild disarray to be swept from the field. Within minutes, the battle ended. Silence settled over the field, save for the groans of the wounded. Abruptly, Preacher stormed up to Danvers. Seeming furious, he lashed out verbally. "I thought I said no damn trumpets." Then he grinned broadly. "But it sure was a sweet, purty sight." Danvers relaxed his usual brittle, disapproving attitude toward Preacher. "Yes, it is. A full-out dragoon charge is awe-inspiring." Then he frowned. "I see only one advantage coming out of this fierce, protracted fighting. It has blooded these green troops." He had not finished with that. "This skirmish should have been avoided. I want a plan drawn up that will ensure we are not delayed by such actions. Those savages are supposed to be on friendly terms. What can we expect when we encounter real hostiles?" It had been intended to be rhetorical, but Preacher took delight in answering. "More'n likely you'll get your hair lifted." Despite himself, Danvers cut his eyes to Preacher and acknowledged the remark, which made it more to the point. "That is not amusing. Any more delays like this will make us seriously overdue on our arrival in the high country." Preacher considered the colonel's upset over the rain to be excessive, yet he bided his time for the present. What would come, would come. Early in the afternoon, the forsaken wagon train arrived in what was seen as a safe haven, tucked into a fold of the northeast slope of the Medicine Bow Mountains. A lush, gentle valley spread along a buttress of the foothills. The clear water of the Platte River ran in front of their hidden vale. Their tired eyes explored the bounty and found it good. Isaac Warner halted his wagon at the entrance and repeated his instruction to all who came by. "Go on in, find a likely space, and settle in. We'll organize a hunting party soon as everybody's unhitched." Each family quickly staked out areas of the belly-high grass for their draft animals and saddle stock to graze on. The women set about preparing fire pits and rigging lines to air out long confined clothing and blankets. With her chores completed, Eve Billings ambled over to the site selected by the Honeycutts. Eve spoke her innermost thoughts to Hattie as she approached. What a pure delight. All the water we want. And pure, too, Hattie added with a shake of her gray-streaked auburn hair. She had started the trek with uniformly coppery tresses. There will be plenty of game, and the chance for our livestock to fatten up for a long haul. She saw the older woman strain to move a boulder that she wanted elsewhere. Here, let me help you with that. They worked together for the better part of an hour. Eve soon noticed that neighborliness had once more come to life all over the encampment. Gone was the bickering and petty spite of the trail. It took far less time than usual to establish comfortable living areas. With the work out of the way and the animals at graze, everyone seemed to decide at once that the time had come to wash away the dust and grit of the sun-blasted basin. While the adults and older youths decorously washed themselves in the shallows of the North Platte River, Eve watched as Charlie joined the other boys under 14 and, along with the others, gleefully threw off his clothes and leaped into the chill water of the river. Eve could only cluck her tongue and shake her head. Not a streak of modesty in the lot of them. How like his father as a boy Charlie is, she thought. Sudden tears sprang to her eyes at thinking of the man she had loved so dearly and who had died in her arms. She lowered her head to conceal her private grief from the others. Slowly her suppressed sobs changed from gulps to sighs, and at last into long, slow, deep breaths. Eve looked up to see a sparkling, naked Charlie leap from a slippery boulder into the water in an awkward dive. A worried mother's words escaped her before she could cut them off. "Charlie, look out!" A deep rumble of thunder came from the northwest to drown out her appeal. Swiftly, the temperature dropped 15 degrees. The children ran shouting from the water to hurriedly wipe themselves down and dress. Eve chuckled softly. At least there was something that would get Charlie into clothes without an argument. If only Howard could see him now, she thought with fierce pride. This time, fond, loving tears filled her eyes. She glanced up to see a blurry figure on horseback across the river. Curious and wary, Eve wiped away mistiness to discover the same Indian she had seen nearly a week before. Behind him were foothills and huge columns of boiling black clouds. Again he raised his lance in a salute and smiled at her. Mystified, Eve stood, the hem of her dress dripping, and watched him until he turned and slowly rode away. 13. Celestial Keglers made strike after strike ahead of the route of march. From north to south, the horizon had turned to boiling black. Skeletal fingers, edged in orange, lanced through the obsidian stew. With a swiftness known only to denizens of the West, the towering, anvil-headed cumulonimbus arched out to engulf the whole dome of the sky. Preacher had been watching the approach of the storm. He prudently exchanged his hunting shirt for one of faded green flannel, and his fringed buckskin jacket for an oiled-skin capote. His floppy felt went into his saddlebag along with his skins. A spanking new stiff-brimmed one took its place. Preacher used his fist to punch the crown into a faint resemblance of its original shape. While he industriously made these alterations in his clothing, the thunder rumbled, increasingly louder. To his dismay, when he looked back at the column, the dragoons appeared to ride along in blissful ignorance. "Them fellers is going to get a first-class soaking," he confided to Three Sleeps. Norris added, "I reckon so. They got them those fancy India rubber capotes they use for ground sheets. I wonder why nobody's given the order to break them out." Preacher's face twisted into an expression of sudden enlightenment. "Now, that's the entire trouble with the Army. Somebody's always got to tell you what to do. They yell and cuss at a body until he forgets how to think for himself, and then they don't let them anyway. Three Sleeps removed his coonskin cap and scratched at a thick thatch of silver blonde hair. I think I understand what you just said, but I ain't gonna answer any questions on it. Preacher started to make a wounded reply when the light breeze that had been in their faces dropped to dead still. That held for several heartbeats. Then a strong, cold blast rushed at them out of the east. At once, the temperature plummeted 10 degrees and continued to fall. Preacher tightened the chin strap of his hat. The brim fluttered wildly. But God, here she comes. A tremendous peal of thunder came right on the heels of a searing white tongue of lightning that slammed into a pile of boulders 100 yards from the trail. The ground shook with the violence of it. Despite the powerful gust of wind, the air tingled with the scent of ozone. Insubstantial shouts came from the column. Preacher looked down to see the dragoons halted, dismounting now and digging into the cylindrical valises behind their saddles. From them the troops hurriedly took their waterproof ponchos and donned them. That seems to have got their attention, he said dryly. Widely spaced, huge fat drops made silver streaks in the air. Another blinding flash and boom. The thunder erupted directly overhead and continued to grind and growl across the sky. Echoes of its passage bounced from the sun-baked ground. More rain fell, thicker now, with the main downpour close behind. It arrived with a seething hiss and swept like a giant's broom across the ridge where Preacher and his friends sat their mounts. Tarnation made walleyes and twitched his ears. His hide followed suit when the heavenly cannonade fired another battery of forked electricity at 6 wide-spaced places in rapid succession. Down below, Preacher saw the dragoons had a lot of trouble with their horses. Having dismounted, they could barely control the animals in the fierce teeth of the storm. "Those boys are going to lose some horses," opined Antoine Revere. Preacher nodded agreement. "I reckon they will." Another near miss by a sizzling bolt put Preacher in motion. "Let's quit playing target for that stuff." Halfway down the grade toward the column, the rattle and drumbeat of swiftly approaching hail reached the ears of Preacher. He drubbed heels into Tarnation's ribs and streaked for a low, spreading plane tree that stood in valiant isolation in the shelter of a gully. He reached it only seconds behind his companions. Shredded leaves fell in green confetti around them, while out in the open, the dragoons did not fare so well. 2 horses, painfully pelted with fist-sized ice stones, squealed and reared. Rain-slicked, the reins slipped through the hands of the dragoons who held them. At once the frightened, hurting animals bolted. In spite of orders to the contrary, their hapless riders ran after them. In no time, the dragoons and their mounts disappeared over a low swell. Preacher spat on a fallen leaf. "There goes a couple of damn fools." "You got the right of it, Preacher," Antoine Revere agreed. "Then he bets as to who'll have to go after them," Three Sleeps Norris put in. Preacher grimaced. "None at all. Soon's this downpour ends, we'd best be making tracks." For all its violence, the storm had been a welcome sight for the unfortunate members of the wagon train. Eve Billings had hurried back in time to gather in the bedding and clothes she had out to air. The rain, when it came, was warm and inviting. At the insistence of her children, Eve relented and erected a screen of spare wagon-top canvas. Within its confines, Charlie and Anna cavorted, bare as the day they had been born. The only protest the youngsters made was when Eve produced a bar of soap. "Mind you do your ears, Charlie Billings," she admonished. Smiling and humming an old tune, she sat out the tempest in the shelter of the wagon box. Blue-lipped and shivering, Charlie and Anna had held out to the last drop, then had oohed and awed over a rainbow that formed on the northern end of the storm's back. At last they climbed dripping over the tailgate. Eve toweled them dry. "Ow, Mom, that hurts," Charlie complained of the stiff, prickly cloth. "Yeah, that hurts," Anna lisped. another sacrifice of the trail. Eve had been able to wash clothes in the water of streams they had passed, many of which were rich in lime and iron particles. Her supply of bluing had long since run out, and she regretted the stiffness her efforts put into the items she had washed. She would have given anything to capture barrels of that marvelously soft rainwater. Now that the tempest had rolled away to the east, the leaves of beech and oak and pine needles dropped, as if doing a slow dance, into puddles that had formed on the long dry ground. The pioneers began to stir in their wagons. Eve reflected on her mystery Indian as she laid a fire from dry wood that she'd sheltered from the elements in a net sling under the floor of the Conestoga. Obviously, he was not hostile, she told herself. Why was it he only appeared to her? She had mentioned him after the first sighting, but none of the men had admitted to seeing the lone figure. Gus Beecher had even snidely suggested that she was seeing things. Maybe she was, her mind mocked. Dismissing that, she knelt by the pyramid of sticks and pulled a tuft of oily wood tinder from the brass box. She struck sparks from flint and steel, and gently blew an orange spot in the kindling into lively flames. Careful not to burn her fingers, she shoved the lint wood in under a mound of shavings. They reluctantly ignited and sent larger hot tendrils of fire among the larger pieces of wood. She looked up as Charlie approached. He was dressed as usual, shirtless, in his one-piece overalls, bare toes squishing in the mud. "Mom, I want to go with the hunters. I'll get us something good." "I'm sorry, but no, it's not safe. Some of the men can't—" Eve cut herself off short. She had admonished herself not to criticize the men in the group after Charlie had repeated her scathing evaluation of their abilities weeks ago. It did little good this time, as Charlie provided her opinion of their marksmanship. Hit the broad side of a barn. Mad at herself more than the boy, Eve spoke hotly. "Charles Ryan, what have I told you about speaking ill of your elders?" "Oh, boy, am I in trouble?" His lower lip protruded in a pink, wet pout. Eve looked down on his sweet face and could only shake her head in the negative. Then she had to turn away, to keep from breaking out in gales of laughter. After 2 hours of searching, Preacher had nothing to show for it but some muddy hoof prints. Again he cursed the Army, and Lieutenant Colonel Danvers in particular. The muddle-headed nincompoop had insisted that at least some of the guides remain with the column. His idea of some turned out to be all save Preacher. Well, Mrs. Houghton's little boy Arthur had not turned out dense. Preacher figured it was Danvers' idea to get him killed by the Pawnee, which likely had happened to the idiots he attempted to track. He sighed heavily and urged Tarnation forward. While the miles ticked off, he grumbled about the stupidity of officer-type soldiers, or gnawed on a strip of jerky which he had softened between saddle and blanket. With only 3 hours of daylight left, he at last found the missing men right enough. A big cloud of blue-bottle flies led him the last 50 yards to a dry wash that cut like a knife slash across the prairie. They made quite a sight, one that wrenched even as experienced a stomach as Preacher's. They had been stripped, staked out, mutilated, killed, and scalped. Though not necessarily in that order, Preacher noted. One had been slit from sternum to groin, and had his private part stuffed in his mouth. The other had been cut deeply from crotch to ankle of both legs and armpits to wrist. It had been done slowly, Preacher reckoned, from the contorted condition of the unfortunate fellow's muscles. Cautiously, Preacher looked around the scene. His keen eyes took in everything. First, he noted that there was no sign of their uniforms, weapons, or gear. There was plenty of sign of Pawnee warriors. Oddly enough, one of the dead men's horses placidly chomped grass at the bottom of the ravine. It had been stripped of all equipage. Damn and double damn, Preacher swore aloud. Moving with care, he walked to Tarnation's side. There Preacher fetched a short length of rope from a latigo tie and fashioned a crude hackamore. He approached the dragoon mount with patience. When the creature's bulging eye first registered his presence, Preacher began to coo to it and speak softly. "There now. There, nobody's gonna hurt you. Good boy. Stand still, you hear?" Step by mindful step, Preacher's moccasined feet took him up to the heaving flank of the horse. He touched the animal lightly, ran his hand along the curve of its back to the neck. Another pace forward, a second. Murmuring platitudes, he raised the makeshift halter. Then, with a deft movement, Preacher slipped it over the muzzle. Only a slight jump came from the creature. Preacher patted his arched neck firmly and blew gently in a cocked ear. Then he carefully led the beast away from the patch of grass. "Come on, boy. You've got an unpleasant task to do." After adding a lead rope to the hackamore and fixing that to a ground anchor, Preacher cut free the dead dragoons. He wrapped them in his ground sloth and an old blanket and slung them over the back of the captured horse. A nervous twitching rewarded his efforts. With a grunt of acceptance of a bad job done the best he could, he mounted Tarnation and took up the lead. Mindful of the bodies he brought, he put the noses of the horses in the direction of the column. He did not relish making a report to Danvers on what happened. Preacher had predicted the result accurately. Lieutenant Colonel Danvers stomped back and forth in his tent, cursed and railed, then concluded his tirade with a wholly uncalled-for accusation. "Why did you not get to them sooner?" Preacher cocked his head to one side. "I don't put up with that kind of talk from you or anybody. What did you expect me to do? I counted sign of fully 16 Pawnee warriors around them bodies. I ain't fool enough to ride in among 'em and pass the time of day, or bargain for the release of those idiots what ran after their mounts in hostile country. Besides, I don't think it would have done much good. They look to have been dead since shortly after the storm passed by. Now, Colonel, I'll accept your apology, or I'll demand satisfaction right here and now." Surprise painted Danvers' face. "Duel with you? Why, you're not even a gentleman." Preacher looked astonished. "I didn't intend on no duel. Death's a serious matter." He turned abruptly and started for the front flap of the tent. "Then what did you have in that primitive brain of yours?" "I just figured the Tom Turkey stomped the shit out of you, Colonel. But I've cooled off some. We'll forget it. For now. Good night, Colonel." "Wait." Danvers started after Preacher. "What are we going to do to stop these treaty violations?" Preacher stared coldly and levelly at the Colonel. "These incidents will continue unless the Pawnees learn not to mess with us. The best way to do that is to raid their villages, burn their lodges and supplies, run off their ponies, kill a few warriors." "That's madness, man," Danvers went on to protest vehemently. "There is a treaty. These are not the Indians we came out here to fight." Preacher's amused expression turned to one of intense curiosity. "What Injuns are you supposed to fight? The way I understand it, we didn't come out here to fight any Injuns, just to show the flag." He tossed the pet phrase of Arlington Danvers back in his face. Danvers paled, cognizant that his mouth had overstepped his reasoning. Yes, you're right about that. The fort is to enforce the peace, not incite war. Yet I must maintain that nothing can be gained from pushing a dispute on the Pawnee." Preacher grinned and gave the Colonel a wink. "I can think of something. It will provide excellent training for your baby dragoons, that it will." Grudgingly, Danvers saw the sense in that. Reluctantly, he agreed to allow Preacher and one other guide to observe any Pawnee camps or villages in close proximity to their route of march. Over the next 2 nights, Preacher and Antoine Revere scouted as many Pawnee villages. Preacher had reasoned correctly that such a large number of warriors could not come from a small raiding band on the warpath. It took him only to the second night to find what he sought. He would make a third foray to verify what he had learned. Preacher squatted behind a stunted, wind-twisted, bristle-coned pine and looked down into a village. Flickering firelight turned the scene a Dantesque orange. His ears soon picked up the spine-chilling throb of drums and the eerie wailing of the scalp dance, a song he'd painfully learned long ago and had lived to remember. From the gyrating shadows projected onto lodge covers, he estimated that at least 6 of the marauders lived in this community. At the time, he did not realize he had missed the count by 10. After half an hour of careful study, Preacher slipped away into the night to rendezvous with Antoine. The first thing the French Delaware mounted man said was, "You saw it too?" "Yep, the scalp dance. I counted 11 of them got the hoop with the scalps on it passed to them." "You did? I marked it as 6. My eyes must be going bad, or I left too soon." "May have. From the other side I could see real clear. Made my blood run cold." "We'll check that other village tomorrow night, then tell the good colonel where to hit." "I'm for that." Together they turned their mounts to the south and started for the trail of the dragoon column. On the way, Preacher began to formulate a plan of attack. After the third night's visit, Preacher completed his strategy on the ride to the dragoon camp. He explained it to Lieutenant Colonel Danvers, and to his utter surprise, the constantly critical officer agreed entirely. He did make a couple of changes and offered a suggestion. Standard dragoon tactics call for keeping one element of one's force in reserve. In this case, I think they should be deployed. They can act as a screen at some distance to see none of the hostiles escape us. "You sure gonna make life hard for those Injun folk. I reckon we can work it out right smart." Shortly before dawn the next day, the dragoons eased into position to attack the slumbering Pawnee village. When all was in readiness, Danvers gave the signal. Howling like banshees, the dragoons stormed in among the lodges. Some of these they set afire, others they pulled down. Rearing horses trampled fire pits and cooking pots. Yapping dogs bristled in challenge, only to be shot down by dragoons. Preacher took his own course to enter the encampment. Shocked, he felt a tangible chill along his spine when he saw the horse herd had disappeared. Sudden premonition caused Preacher to try to shout a warning. The first words had barely left his mouth when disaster struck. Suddenly the tables turned on the dragoons. Howling Pawnee warriors attacked them from outside the village. Whooping war cries and screaming insults, they charged into the bewildered soldiers. 14. Panic struck the green troops on the outer edges when the Indians appeared so suddenly. It rippled inward to those still occupied with trashing the village. Entire companies milled about in confusion. Who was it shooting at them? There weren't any Indians. Those furthest removed from the Pawnee menace had no idea of the terrible death that threatened them. Preacher put heels to the ribs of his stallion and drove a wedge through some dragoons paralyzed by fear. "Spread out and get them weapons working, dammit. There's Injuns right over there." He pointed the way, and his calm, purposeful demeanor broke the spell. First by ones and twos, the dragoons opened space between one another and brought their Hall carbines into action. An arrow hissed past Preacher's ear, and he jinked his head to the side automatically. A Walker Colt filled his right hand, and he fired almost point blank into the chest of a Pawnee warrior. With a final shriek, the brave rolled backward off the rump of his pony. Preacher sought another target, to find himself face to face with Three Sleeps Norris. "Muldoon is over on the other side trying to organize some sort of defense." Preacher assimilated the information and nodded. "Antoine is right over there. I'll send him to Muldoon. You and him can keep us in touch." BSM Terrence Muldoon found himself alone in the command structure. 2 young lieutenants had gone down in the first bevy of arrows to descend on the unsuspecting troops. Both officers took only wounds, but one was serious. No sign of Captain Dreiling. the most reliable and steadiest of the company commanders. None of the others had been on this side of the village. After the initial shock of the swift, swirling assault, Muldoon shouldered his mount into that of one dragoon after another and shouted loudly enough to break their glazes of shock. "Get that damn rifle to working, soldier!" But the Indians," one had blathered back at him. "Sure, and they ain't bulletproof, you idiot." By the time he had bullied enough of the wild-eyed troopers into a passable defensive formation, with every other man dismounted, the Pawnee had disappeared into the tall grass to prepare for a second rush. When the seed clusters at the tops of the stalks began to weave in snake-like patterns, Muldoon spoke low and reassuringly to the men he commanded. "Easy now. Let 'em come to us. Be ready. Stand fast, lads. Standing men kneel. Prepare to fire by volley. Hold your fire. Take aim. Kneeling rank. Fire." Lighted by the muzzle flash of 15 carbines, the pre-dawn murk turned to orange sunrise. "Reload. Mounted rank. Take aim. Fire." Again the sun rose in the south for the Pawnee. "Reload. Kneeling rank. Take aim. Fire. Reload. Steady, lad, steady. Mounted rank. Take aim. Fire. Reload. Kneeling rank. Take aim. Fire." Seemingly oblivious to the hail of balls that snapped through the air in their direction, the warriors came on. At each volley, 10 to 12 Pawnee fell in the grass, killed, stunned, or wounded by the dragoons. After the third volley, the distance between them and the soldiers had narrowed enough that the dragoons did not have time to reload their carbines. Muldoon judged the situation well. His voice rang calm and clear over the defenders. "Replace carbines. Draw pistols. Fire at will." A wave of staccato reports rippled along the file of dragoons. The sheer volume of fire sent dread through the swarm of warriors. In disarray, they thrashed their way back into the concealing grass. "Keep it up, boys. That grass can't stop a bullet." Muldoon cheered on his ragtag band of soldiers. "Muldoon's checked them on the north," Antoine Revere reported to Preacher after he rode up in a fog of dust. Preacher gestured to the empty plain that stretched from the village to a deep gully. "They ain't showing themselves so free and easy over here. I found a couple of the company commanders. They got their troops out of their daze and blasted hell out of the Pawnee a short while back." He beckoned to Three Sleeps. "Get yourself over to Muldoon, take some of this surplus of officers we've got here with you. Tell him I expect the next charge will come at this side any time now. I'm getting tired of running this show for the Army. Time to let the one supposed to do it." He paused and looked around, a puzzled frown creasing his powder-grimed brow. "Speaking of which, where in daylights is Colonel Danvers?" "Don't see him anywhere," Antoine remarked. Then Preacher replayed the first moments of pandemonium when the Pawnee attacked. He pursed his lips and slapped a thigh with an open palm. "As I recollect when the hostiles first hit us, Danvers disappeared into one of the teepees still standing. Funny thing, I ain't seen him since." Antoine was full of helpful suggestions. "Let's go see if we can find him." "We will, soon as I figure out which one he went to." Preacher and Antoine drew blanks on the first two lodges. At the entrance flap of the third, Preacher found a private standing post as though on garrison guard duty. He poked his head inside and found Lieutenant Colonel Arlington Danvers. Seated on a camp stool that Preacher sometimes thought must have grown out of his ass, Danvers directed his officers by way of messengers. One of the latter saluted smartly and stepped hurriedly in Preacher's direction. Taken aback by the unreality of what he witnessed, Preacher stared in disgust. At last he found control of his vocal cords and stomped into the lodge, Antoine right behind. Danvers' high-pitched voice elevated more in complaint. "I don't understand why we have not heard from the north side of the village. Has Captain Dryling taken leave of his senses?" Preacher stepped in front of the colonel then and spoke with an obvious effort to control his loathing. Might I suggest, Colonel, that if you were out there, where the fighting is going on, you could learn firsthand what's going on and why. You might even be able to personally direct your subordinates, which would free up all these messenger boys to take part in the battle. Danvers tried to wither Preacher with his most contemptuous stare. "That's what company commanders and platoon leaders are for," he told Preacher coldly. "Company commanders are supposed to observe, supervise, and direct." That he failed to intimidate became immediately obvious. Preacher turned part way from the prim, icy-eyed colonel, then swung back, fists balled and eyes turned to steel. "My point is, Colonel, that you sure as hell can't see much cringing inside a teepee like a yeller-bellied cur." He stomped to the entrance to the lodge and was bending to exit when a shrill roar came from Danvers, only to be drowned out by war cries and explosions of Hall carbines from outside. Preacher made for the fight at once. Warriors from the other villages had to be in on this, Preacher reasoned correctly. Even if all 16 of the braves involved in the torture and killing of the dragoons lived in this camp, there simply weren't enough lodges to account for the number of Pawnee who surrounded the troops. A man usually figured 3 warriors to a lodge. By account of teepees, this village would account for some 54 warriors. Hell, Preacher thought. That many had already been killed or knocked out of action, and he recalled the other 2 villages had been larger by half than this one. Ruefully, he acknowledged that the sneaky Pawnee had gotten one up on him again. Time to worry about that later. Preacher took aim and shot a lance-wielding warrior off his pony. Quickly, he reloaded his Hawken. There had to be a better way of ending this, he told himself. During the next assault, an idea came to Preacher. When the lull that followed the charge extended far longer than the previous ones, he decided to put it to use. To do so, he sought out Antoine Revere. He found Antoine standing in the shade cast by a lodge loading his pistols. "Antoine, old friend, I think we're overdoing bringing an end to this mess. Get that long-range Frenchy rifle of yours and let's go out and change the odds." Antoine turned a beaming countenance on Preacher. "I think I know what you have in mind. We should have done this sooner." They hadn't settled down enough. I'd say they was getting some grub right about now. Should work perfect. 10 minutes later, Preacher and Antoine Revere slipped out of the besieged village and headed due east. A mile from the circles of lodges, they turned north, skirted the Pawnee flank, and worked their way to within half a mile of the enemy. Both mounted men spent a tense 15 minutes in concentrated study of the hostiles through long brass telescopes. Satisfied that they had identified the proper individuals, they moved in a bit closer. Being long-range sporting arms, both Preacher's LeMat and Antoine's Alouette had been fitted with simple, unsophisticated telescopic sights. At ranges up to 600 yards, they could reasonably be expected to hit a man-sized target with every shot, and cause a fatal wound 3 out of 5 times. At least, in the hands of these expert marksmen, that was possible. They used Y-shaped metal barrel rests that came with the weapons, carried in the stock, behind hinged butt plates. After easing their way into suitable prone positions on a gentle upslope, they settled in and sought their targets. Preacher found one first, took careful aim, and pressed the set trigger. Then his finger curled around the firing trigger, and he fined his sight picture. A gentle squeeze, and the .36 caliber rifle fired. At that range, he had the weapon clear of the stand and the old cap off the nipple before the head of a tall, wiry Pawnee with a face split by black and white war paint, snapped backward slightly, and a geyser of gore spurted from the back of his crown. Preacher had the powder charge rammed home by the time the other Pawnee reacted to the startling sight. Muffled by distance, the report of his LeMat did not reach them until nearly 2 seconds after the ball that killed one war leader. A stiff crosswind had dispersed the powder smoke. Confused as to how and from where this blow had come, the Indians milled about, providing Antoine a target as easy as Preacher's had been. His man went down rubber-legged a moment before Preacher fired again. A third war leader died. "I reckon one more each and we'd best get out of here," he advised Antoine after the latter had fired his second shot. "Mais oui, or we will leave our hair with the Pawnee." Their guns reloaded, they sought out fresh marks and fired simultaneously. Another pair of war leaders clutched their chests and keeled over, their hearts pierced by deadly metal. Quickly, Preacher and Antoine folded up their gear and crawled off through the tall grass to where they had left their mounts on the far side of the low swell. 6 most important men killed in less than 3 minutes did it for the Pawnee. Muttering darkly about bad medicine, they abandoned the fight and rode off toward the other nearby villages. Even the inexperienced dragoons knew that the battle had ended long before Preacher and Antoine rode into the battered encampment. Iron Shirt stood before the assembled councils of the Northern Cheyenne. Many had journeyed far to hear the message of the Blackfoot Messiah. Not all, though, were captivated by his promise to drive out the whites and bring back the old days. Some, including Cloud Blanket, privately believed, like the Crow, that some means must be found to live alongside the whites in peace. Cloud Blanket had heard appeals such as Iron Shirt's before. They had failed to impress him then, and still did. He winced as Iron Shirt reached the part about how his secret medicine would make ordinary red men proof against the white man's bullets. Not a man shall die of white bullets after joining in the ritual of the Iron Shield Society. Some of you may have heard of how some warriors died from the white man's mini-balls gun. Recently, the spirit who guides us revealed to me what needs to be done to make my medicine proof against even these. What nonsense, thought Cloud Blanket. At close range, a shotgun. Yes, he knew the proper name for it. Could bring terrible destruction. An old friend among the whites, Preacher, had once told him that it was the awful shock to the body from being hit so many times at once that killed. Unless, the mountain man had added, a man took a load in the heart or got his head blown off. Iron Shirt had reached the climax of his boastful speech, the exhortation to join. I want 10 double hands of brave Cheyenne warriors to step forward and become brothers in the Iron Shield Society. All is in readiness for the ritual. Those who do not join us are asked to leave now. It heartened Cloud Blanket to see so many turn away. Yet some 80 stood as though enchanted by the words of Iron Shirt. This would be a bad thing for the Cheyenne, Cloud Blanket admitted to himself. He turned to an old friend, Forebears. I am thinking of moving my band toward the Black Hills. Iron Shirt is like a stick of green wood in a fire. It spits and pops and throws sparks in the air. But sparks are not ablaze, unless they land in your sleeping robes. Forebears nodded thoughtfully. You are right. I will ask my people to do the same. Back on the march again, the dragoons seemed more competent and at ease, though somewhat subdued. 5 of them had been killed. More than 30 took wounds. Most bore only minor injuries and wore their white swatches of courage with noticeable pride. The 6 serious cases rode in wagons under the care of Major Claire Coughlin, the company surgeon. Troubled by the condition of his charges, Major Coughlin left the wagon in which he tended 3 of them, and on his dapple-gray mare rode to the head of the cavalcade. Colonel, I am greatly concerned for the recovery of the seriously wounded men. I urge you to slow our pace. At this rate of march, the wagons are doing more harm than the Pawnee did. Denver snorted. Nonsense, Doctor. We need to put as much distance between us and the Pawnee as we can, in order to avoid any more such incidents. The balding Major Coughlin raised his eyebrows in astonishment. I'd hardly call a pitched battle an incident, Colonel. Danvers gave him a hard, level stare. Officially, that is what it has to be. Otherwise, we might be charged with violating the treaty. Coughlin scratched his chin. Preacher has given me to understand that it is highly unlikely we will have a repeat of hostilities. Snorting, Danvers glared in disdain. "Preacher? What does he know about it, Major Coughlin?" In a quiet voice, the doctor added his clincher. "He's lived out here for 30 years. It had little effect on Danvers. "I regret to inform you that we cannot slow the pace, Major Coughlin." The major bristled. "Need I remind you that in matters of the health and well-being of the troops, I have authority to supersede your decisions?" Fire flamed in the eyes of Danvers. "Your objection is noted and rejected. In the presence of hostiles, my decisions alone are binding." Defeated, Coughlin tried one final appeal. "At least, let me have a suitable escort so that the wagons can proceed at a rate consistent with the best interests of the wounded." Lieutenant Colonel Danvers relented. "Very well. You may have 2 platoons. This discussion is concluded." From a short distance away, Three Sleeps Norris had overheard the entire exchange. He muttered to himself his heartfelt opinion of Lieutenant Colonel Arlington Danvers. Heartless, miserable son of a bitch. Had he heard it, Norris knew, Preacher would have agreed. 15. Blooding the troops had side benefits born of their increased confidence. Preacher soon noted that the dragoons' smart deportment made the old saw about 40 miles a day solid reality. On one fine afternoon, he found the Medicine Bow Mountains on his left. He had seen their matte-black ramparts over the previous 3 days. Now, sure enough, they had gained the red-orange pinnacles covered with tall stands of lodgepole pine, juniper, and fir so dense that had the Black Hills of Lakota country not been seen first by white men, these would have borne that name. What Preacher did not expect was to come upon a mounted white man, who appeared suddenly out of one of the deep folds on the northeast face of the Medicine Bows. A cry of surprise reached Preacher's ears a fraction of a second before the stranger energetically waved his arms in a show of peaceful intent. He spurred his horse and came on fast. Preacher urged Tarnation toward the approaching rider. Face alight with hope and relief, the newcomer reined up in a shower of turf. "Mister, am I glad to see you. Thank the good Lord you've come at last. How many in your party?" Preacher blinked and studied the man in an attempt to determine if he was addlepated. "There's nigh on to 200. That startled the stranger. Lordy, that's the biggest wagon train I've ever heard of." "Not a train. I'm guide for a squadron of dragoons. Folks call me Preacher." Face glowing with joy, Isaac Warner introduced himself, then added, "You have no idea how grateful we are to see you. Many of our people have given up hope." Preacher rubbed his chin. "Maybe I should ask how many there are of you folk." "We number 73 souls, Mr. Preacher. 2 of those are in danger of departing if we can't get medicine. It's just plain Preacher. No mister about it. And we've a surgeon along so you're sick can get help." Warner raised his eyes to the sky. "Praise God, Preacher. Now we have a chance." "That'll depend more upon Colonel Danvers than on me, I'm sorry to tell you, Mr. Warner." Warner looked perplexed. Surely he is a compassionate man. He'd not leave children stranded in this wilderness. Preacher pulled a long face. "Oh, it's entirely possible, Mr. Warner. To put the best light on it, he could be said not to have much use for what he called civilians, present company included." "He's a harsh man." That had been amply proven with the flogging of the 4 dragoons, to Preacher's way of thinking. "That's about the right of it." "Well, what sort of man can he be?" "I'd say you would most likely say he resembled the north end of a southbound jackass." That left Warner without a reply. After a moment, he broke the strained silence. "I had better show you to our encampment. Everyone will be so excited." Preacher pulled a droll face. "Oh, I've no doubt of that. Even Colonel Danvers." On the ride into the lush valley, Isaac Warner explained to Preacher how they had come to be abandoned in such an, as the Pilgrim saw it, unforgiving land. When the perfidies of their guides and captain had been revealed, he concluded with a plaintive remark. "So, we're not sure where we are, or how to get where we were going." "Where might that be, Mr. Warner?" "Why, the Northwest Territory, of course, to Oregon." Preacher sighed regretfully. "You're about 200 miles too far north from the Northwest Trace." Warner frowned. "What's that?" Preacher called on all his patience. "The trail you should have been on. The one folks are taking to calling the Oregon Trail." "We're that far off?" "Yep. Bad intentional, I'd judge. It's an old game. Lead a party out into nowhere, rob them, and leave them for the coyotes and buzzards. I'm surprised they didn't take your livestock as well." Warner shrugged. "I suppose we were too many, too well armed. They snuck away in the dead of night." Preacher turned philosophical. "No accounting for some folks." A moment later, the sheer volume of cheering, waving, and hugging that greeted him left the mounted man utterly speechless. "Absolutely not." High as his voice might be, Lieutenant Colonel Danvers still managed to bellow. "Civilians!" He spat out the word like an epithet. "Complaining, dragging their feet, whining, they'll hold us back, make us a month late reaching our goal." Preacher tried calming words. "Come now, Colonel. We're only 5 to 7 days from where you want to build that fine fort of yours. Even if they cut our daily advance in half, that's only 2 weeks." Denver slammed a small fist on the table. "I say leave them to their fate. They were fools enough to come out here without proper guidance. They should get what they deserve." Chillingly, Preacher heard his own words thrown back in his face. He'd said the same thing at Bent's Fort. Coming out the mouth of Arlington Danvers, they sounded dirty and mean. That served to make him more determined. His eyes narrowed as he pressed his argument. "Am I correct in believing that part of your purpose in being out here is to protect settlers moving through?" Danvers paused before he fired off another hot retort. Yes, we have that assignment. It is secondary to keeping the tribes at peace." Preacher cocked a brow. "Wouldn't it serve your purpose better to protect this particular group of settlers? If you leave them here and there's a massacre, the howl that's sure to go up back east will light a fire that'll send your fingers way out here." The colonel could not deny the truth in that. With a visible exertion of will, he toned down his demeanor. "Perhaps you are right, Mr. Preacher. Like it or not, I don't suppose I have any choice. Say, I thought you had short shrift for these immigrants." "Shrewd old pup," Preacher thought silently. "Now, that's true. I've had me more'n one belly full of pilgrims. Damn fools, the most of 'em. But that was then, and this is now. And we got them on our hands. It's up to you and me to do the best for 'em we can." Danvers threw his hands in the air and walked away. Outflanked and defeated, and he didn't want to admit it. Preacher spent no time gloating over his victory. Instead, he went directly to Isaac Warner. With Warner, he found a young woman, a particularly good-looking young woman. "Preacher, this is Eve Billings. She and her 2 children have a wagon in our train." Remembering his parlor manners, Preacher removed his hat and extended a hand. "Pleased to meet you, ma'am." "Please, it is Eve. I came to find out what the colonel has decided." Preacher found himself liking what he told her. "We're going to escort you as far as we're going. When the fort is built, you can winter there and go south toward the Oregon Trace next spring, join another train." In a gesture that harkened back to childhood, Eve clapped her palms together and did a couple of dance steps. "Oh, that's just wonderful. You're minister?" "No, that's just what they call me in the High Lonesome." Preacher seemed uncomfortable to his friends. Three Sleeps sniggered. "This calls for a celebration. I'm going to cook a regular feast for you and your fellow guides, Preacher. My son got us a deer today. You'll meet Charlie and Anna and—" He realized she was chattering and cut it off abruptly. You'll be there? Good. An hour before sundown. While his companions whooped and slapped each other on the back, Preacher stripped to the buff and entered the water of the Platte to wash away his accumulated crime. Following his ablutions, he dried, donned fresh, clean buckskins, tied back his hair with a strip of tanned rabbit hide, the fur still in place, and slid into his fancy pair of beaded and quilled moccasins. Three Sleeps and Antoine howled with laughter. They found his preparations uproarious. Preacher did not share their mirth. "You two could stand a good douching off, you know," he grumbled. "Me?" Three Sleeps gasped. "Why, I smell sweet as a Mayflower." "Road apples more like it," grumped Preacher. Eve Billings greeted them warmly, an apron around her slender waist, a big spoon in her hand. "We have venison stew, and I made pot pies from the kidneys and sweetbreads. You must take some along for your nooning tomorrow." "Ah, here are the children." She gushed, then gulped back her flow of words and proceeded at a slower pace. "Preacher, Mr. Norris, Mr. Revere, this is Charlie. He turned 10 2 months ago. This is Anna. She's 8. Children, these are our guides, who are going to find a way out of here for us. I hope they're better than Mr. Beecher." "Charles Billings, you watch that mouth of yours," his scandalized mother cautioned. Preacher squatted to put himself on Charlie's level. "Don't you think it'd make a body cross-eyed, watching his own mouth? Without a looking-glass, that is." Charlie had a giggle fit, and Eve surrendered in the presence of these carefree men who obviously knew this country so well. By the time she served up supper, with the help of Anna, Preacher and Charlie were fast friends. Eve exerted constant efforts to curb her babbling. To his companions it soon became obvious that Eve had eyes for Preacher. She batted them at him throughout the meal. While totally oblivious to this, the object of her attentions enjoyed himself thoroughly. During the next day's nooning, Lieutenant Colonel Danvers summoned Preacher back from point. "I trust you are aware we are making only half the speed today we did in the past 2 weeks," he said. "Yep, that's what I said before. Half the pace will take us 2 weeks to make the Bighorn Mountains." Danvers had a dire prediction. "It will get worse. Mark me on that. With these wagons hanging on our backs, we will have all the problems and delays of any of their kind." Preacher considered a moment. 10 miles a day would be disastrous for the Pilgrims, too, not to count the effect on the morale of the troops. Too many good-looking gals among the civilians, but not enough to go around. I can go to them and force more speed, but not a whole lot, and I think I can avoid a slowdown to 10 miles a day. There are ways to trim time off all sorts of things." "I certainly hope so," Danvers snapped. Preacher went to where the demigrants cooked and ate at some distance from the soldiers. Several looked askance at him. Puzzled, he found a stump near the center of the circle of wagons. He jumped up on it and raised an arm to draw attention. "Gather round, folks. There's some strips of stringy meat we've got to chow on." When those who had finished their meal and those who had not started the cleanup had formed a semicircle around him, Preacher went on. "I've been told by the colonel that we're not making good enough time. He feels that the blame falls on you. Now, I don't take to that entirely, but there are some things you could do to speed us up." Fully expecting it, Preacher at first absorbed the torrent of complaints and excuses that rained on him. "Our wagons will break down," Renard Labette objected. "We can only move faster if we lighten our wagons." "And that means we'll have to abandon precious possessions," Martha Brewster blurted, near to tears. Gus Beecher came up with what he thought to be the clincher. "It'll be too hard on our livestock. They'll start to die off." Isaac Warner took a more personal outlook. "The soldiers will just have to move at a pace we can keep up with. It's their duty to protect us." The Preacher waited out the storm, arms across his chest. Then he jutted his jaw and laid out the alternatives. "Fact is, The soldiers do not have to do more than leave a small escort with you. They have their orders from the War Department. They have to carry them out. Colonel Danvers wants to leave you behind. He has every right to do that. If you can't keep up, if there are more delays, it will result in you being abandoned again. If that is the case, the Indians will find you. You won't be able to defend yourselves, not even if the colonel leaves the company behind. On the other hand, if you exercise some imagination, you will be able to keep up. Fists on hips, Gus Beecher spat truculently. Says you. Yes, says I. You have two choices. Adapt and keep up, or be left behind. Beecher wasn't ready to leave it alone. Something tells me we were better off before you came along. Might know you'd side with the Army. Suddenly, Eve Billings appeared beside Preacher. Listen to him. He's fought hard against the Colonel's determination to leave us to our fate. He must know lots of ways to help us save time. Good girl. Preacher wanted to hug her. That I do. For instance, building fires and cooking meals at noon slows the whole column. From now on, you might try cooking enough in the morning or the night before to provide for the nooning. In this climate, meat cooked over a smoky fire will last several days. Biscuits will hold a week or more. If you have any cornmeal along or dried corn that can be ground into meal, you can make mush. Warmed on a hot rock, he went on to explain, it can be mighty tasty dipped in a little molasses at noon. Another thing, I see you have firewood slings under your wagons. Send your kids along the route of march each day and have them collect deadfall. Stow it while you're rolling. Then you don't have the hankering to stop early to gather wood. Those of you with spare draft animals, change them off at the nooning. We still can't move as fast as the soldiers, Gus Beecher objected. Not unless you lighten your loads. And I've already heard all the sad stories about Grandma's treadle organ 100 times. For instance, you, Mr. Beecher. I notice you have a whole lot of heavy iron things in your wagon. Of course, I'm a blacksmith. The thing is, it makes you lag behind the other wagons. I'd suggest you dump your anvil and a lot of other stuff. They can be had off the ships that call on the Oregon country. I'll do no such thing. My life's work is in there. Preacher planted a glower on his face and bent forward so he came eye to eye with Gus Beecher. Mr. Beecher, you can either voluntarily lighten your load now, or you can have it done later by the soldiers at gunpoint. Beecher turned red-purple. In a blink, he swung at Preacher's jaw. Preacher blocked the blow with steely fingers coiled around the offending wrist. He pivoted with the force of the swing and carried Beecher past him. All the while he squeezed tighter on the wrist. Beecher's hand opened and turned the same dark color as his face. Mind your manners, friend. I've got no reason to give you real grief unless you insist. For all his great strength, the blacksmith could not take control of the situation. Defeated in mind as well as body, when Preacher let him go, he stumbled through those gathered to listen and headed to his wagon. Sorry for the little interruption, folks. Like I was saying, it's up to you. If you have any questions, me and my friends will be proud to help. Snaking silently through the aspens, a large party of Blackfoot and Cheyenne, armed with the mystical power of Iron Shirt and aided by his modern rifles, closed on an Arapaho village. Located in the foothills of the Bridger-Teton Range, along Little Sandy Creek, the Arapaho band had long enjoyed a peaceful existence. That ended suddenly in the keening war cry of the Blackfoot leader. Swift and deadly, the warriors swarmed in among the lodges to take women and children for slaves, horses to build their importance in their tribes. Only belatedly did the Arapaho men begin to offer resistance. 16. Screaming, a portly Arapaho woman ran behind a brood of frightened children. She shooed them before her like a flock of chickens. Suddenly, She stumbled and lurched forward when the head and half of a lance shaft entered her back between the shoulder blades and burst out her chest in a welter of scarlet droplets. Yipping his triumph, the Blackfoot warrior who had run her down yanked his weapon free and turned to overtake another fleeing Arapaho. "This is easier than we thought, Black Hawk," he shouted to a companion. Black Hawk agreed. "The Arapaho have become women. They do not fight. They do not have these fine new rifles, Gray Otter." Gray Otter's face clouded a moment. "Yes, that is true. But the fancy-dressed soldiers have even better weapons than we do. They load without a ramrod and fast, too. They punished us badly 3 suns ago." Black Hawk copied Gray Otter's frown. "Men died. Is the medicine of Iron Shirt not as strong as he claims?" Gray Otter spoke what would, under other circumstances, be considered blasphemy. "I do not think he is good medicine at all. For all its power, it seems to follow the way of the dark spirits." Black Hawk looked worried. "Do not let Iron Shirt hear you say that. He will have you stripped of the medicine and made a target for all men." For a moment, Gray Otter could not believe what he heard. "Do you mean he would have me killed?" Nodding thoughtfully, Black Hawk revealed something else to the new recruit. "It is possible. Iron Shirt has 3 white men for counsel. They wear our clothes, but they are white. I have seen them." "Then what do we do, Black Hawk?" "Fight and watch. The Great Spirit will show us what to do when the time comes." More screams attracted their attention, and they turned to join in the final roundup of the children. In the distance, the stolen pony herd kicked up a dense fog of dust. Flames flickered from several lodges. Moments later, a sharp, clear peal of brassy notes alerted Black Hawk and Gray Otter to an unexpected danger. Preacher sent back word when he first heard the rifle fire. There should not be anyone out here, he reasoned. 20 minutes later, he topped the ridge he now sat upon and looked down on what appeared to be an Arapaho village. What were they doing this far north? Never mind that for now, he decided. Another, bigger problem faced him. Someone had attacked the Arapaho. Preacher could do nothing. He and the other 2 scouts could not turn the tide. A large force had swarmed into the village to kill, loot, and carry off captives. In the distance, he saw a large cloud of dust that had to be the pony herd. This would be a matter of waiting it out, or taking the entire battalion in to drive off the raiders. To his credit, Lieutenant Colonel Danvers brought the column up smartly and wasted no time in bluster or examining options. "We'll deploy as skirmishers and charge. From the sound of those rifles, I'd say we have encountered some of the renegades we've been informed of." "I reckon you're right, Colonel." "Very well, Mr. Preacher." Preacher winced. "It's just Preacher, Colonel." "Yes, as I was saying, Mr. Preacher, take your fellow scouts and reconnoiter our route of approach." "Which will be?" "Straight down this slope and have at them." A fleeting smile turned up the corner of Preacher's mouth. "Sounds good. The sooner the better. They're stealing the children down there." When it came, Preacher saw the charge to be every bit as awesome as the first time he'd witnessed it. It caught the looters and slavers by surprise and riveted many in place, their hands coiled in the braids of small girls and boys. Several died that way before the spell dissipated and the survivors raced for their ponies. A dozen courageous ones formed a rear guard while their companions removed the captives. Then they swung astride their mounts and whirled away across the prairie. For once, Preacher found Danvers ready for continued battle. "We should go after them, chase the savages down." "That's not all that good an idea, Colonel," drawled Preacher. "When troops split up and go in pursuit of a war party that size, there's good odds they'll be ambushed. Injuns love to run away only to spring a trap. No, sir, if you don't want to wind up staked out like those fools who chase their horses, you'd best let the Blackfoot get away with their new slaves." Three Crows Walking, a young Arapaho war chief, came up to the gathering of officers. He recognized the cut of the buckskin-clad trio, if not their faces. Accordingly, he addressed himself to them. The Blackfoot do not fight like themselves. Then, in the best English he had, he repeated himself to make certain they understood. The Blackfoot fight like crazy men, not afraid of bullets, not afraid of arrows. Fight like Great Spirit watch over them. Crazy men. Preacher nodded and cut his eyes to Danvers. What is it you had on this Iron Shirt feller? He is promising to drive out all whites, bring back the white buffalo. He is supposed to have some sort of magic that makes him bulletproof. Not magic, Colonel. Medicine. Powerful medicine, corrected Preacher. And I'm willing to bet he's told his followers that if they keep to his ritual, maybe eat and drink certain things, or don't eat or drink some others, they'll be just like him. It's big stuff among the Injuns. Danvers made a puzzled frown. We've killed them, haven't we? We've been fighting Pawnee. These are Blackfoot, according to, I am called Three Crows Walking. Preacher nodded. According to Three Crows Walking. And according to these here, Preacher bent to retrieve 2 arrows with red paint markings. There was some Cheyenne mixed in among 'em. This thing is spreading, Colonel. I think you've got your first job already cut out for you. More than you know, Lieutenant Colonel Danvers thought to himself. Are you suggesting we interrupt our march to pursue, round up, and punish these renegades? Nah, Colonel, nothing like that. Particular, we got these pilgrims with us. We'll just go along, keep a sharper eye, and see what develops. What about the behavior of these Blackfoot in the face of armed resistance? Have you ever encountered anything like that before? Preacher considered a moment. Nope, not personal. I've heard of Injuns charging into the mouths of guns like that some while back. Comanche it was, down south in Texas. They had them a war chief named of Iron Shirt, just like this one, who wore one of those Spanish iron breastplate things. Captain Edward Dreiling stepped up to provide the correct term. Cuirass. It's called a cuirass. Whatsoever. He could stop a ball from a flintlock musket, even some of the earlier caplock rifles. Feller who stopped him, he was a Texas Ranger, shot him right betwixt the eyes. His medicine didn't work too good against that. Captain Dreiling had a question which the colonel should have asked. Preacher, do you think that is the answer in this case? Sure enough, if you can get these grass-green youngsters to hold steady and hit what they aim at. Now, we'd best be doing what we can for the survivors, most special. That includes a big pot of coffee. Very well. Then we will push on in the morning. Eve Billings hastily removed her stained apron and dabbed at a smudge of flour on her nose. She rinsed her hands and walked quickly to where the guides had their small gathering, putting on her best smile and patting back a stray strand of auburn hair. When the men looked up from the coffee they shared with 2 fierce-looking Indians, she repressed a shudder and spoke lightly, trying not to reveal in her tone the importance the invitation held for her. Preacher, it would greatly please me if you would take supper with my children and myself this evening. Before he could make reply, she stumbled on. There will be another guest. Captain Edward Dreiling has graciously accepted an invitation. Preacher rolled that around in his head a moment. Well, now, there's a couple of things I'd like to take up with him, he being the only officer in that outfit with a lick of sense. I thank you for the invite, and I'll be pleased to be there. What time? Oh, say an hour before sundown. I've made a dried apple pie. Your treasure, Miss Eve. I'll bring along a little jug to wet our whistles. Preacher gave her a big wink. After she departed, Three Sleeps Norris and Antoine Revere rolled on the ground, holding their sides in merriment. Well, la-dee-da, formal invites from the little lady. Norris choked the words out over laughter. Best look out, advised Antoine. She's set to make you the rooster in her hen yard. For a moment, Preacher looked thunderstruck, contemplating the future that promised. He rejected the notion out of hand. I don't believe that for a minute. No, sir, not for a minute. She's only being friendly. Antoine would not let it go. Last time, when we all went, that was being friendly. Mark me, Preacher. She's got her cap set for you. Preacher remained adamant. Not by a long shot. You wait and see. That gal's just being nice. Preacher timed his arrival at Eve's wagon to coincide with that of Captain Dryling. Eve greeted them warmly, showed them to straight-backed chairs she had dug out of her household goods, and had Charlie dusted to a suitable turn. Playing the good hostess, she accepted a very watered-down whiskey from Preacher. The mountain man and the dragoon officer took theirs straight and tall. Are we far from where you are going? Eve asked to make conversation. Only a week or so, give or take a few days, Preacher responded, distinctly uncomfortable after the ragging given him by his companions. I must admit, I am grown quite weary of living in a wagon. What will it be like going on to the Oregon country? Edward Dryling smiled weakly at Eve Billings. I am afraid I can't help you there. Army travel is quite different. As I have observed, Eve answered, then added to soften the snippy sound of her words. Riding free and easy on a horse, living in a tent. It seems so romantic. Believe me, Miss Eve, it is far from that. Dryling felt compelled to advise her. Even for us, accustomed to going on horseback, it took a week after leaving the steam packets to rid ourselves of saddle sores. Eve's light laugh rang musically. My, sir, the image that presents. Should I be scandalized? She asked rhetorically. No, I think not. As the evening progressed, Eve flirted with them both outrageously. She secretly wanted to strike sparks of jealousy from Preacher. To all outward appearances, her plan failed miserably. Preacher was charming and gracious and entertained all present with tall tales of his trapping years. When the time came to end the gathering, Charlie asked permission to accompany Preacher to his fireside. Once the boy had the mountain man out of earshot of his mother's wagon, he crooked an index finger to draw Preacher down to his level. Preacher hunkered down. Then Charlie spoke earnestly in a low whisper. You'd best look out, Preacher. My mom's trying to kindle the fires of romance in your heart. I know so, 'cause I heard her telling Mrs. Honeycutt. A low chuckle came from Preacher's throat. Why, shucks, son, I know that. Women have been hatching such schemes since the first Eve kissed a snake. Charlie widened his eyes in shocked indignation. But don't you just hate it? How can you abide a woman who'd sneak about and plot behind your back? No problem at all. Truth is, I sort of hanker after the affection of a pretty woman now and again. That ain't all that bad, is it? Hesitant, Charlie studied his toes. Given his age, his first response was predictable. Girls ain't good for anything. He paused, considered a moment. No, I guess not, he replied. If you don't mind. How about you, son? Would you object to my being around your mama somewhat? Feet forgotten, Charlie glanced up with a bright, happy expression. Oh, no, sir, not at all. I'd like to have you around more. Well, then, don't let all of it fret you. Old Preacher can manage for himself right enough. Now, good night. Early the next morning, the dragoons prepared to move on. The wails of the mourning Arapaho women, those few who were left, trembled in the air. Tight-faced, 3 Crows walking and 5 braves, one slightly wounded, came to Preacher. If you would have us, we would come with you, help to scout. Maybe we find the ones who did this. Preacher hid his smile behind a pensive pose, hand over his mouth. Now, I don't know about that. You'd have to provide eats for yourselves. Army won't feed you, won't pay you either. But I might find a few coppers, some silver you can rub together when this is over. Comprehension brightened the face of Three Crows Walking. You would pay us? White man's wampum? You do a good job, I sure will. Three Crows Walking explained to his fellow Arapaho, and they all produced expressions of eager approval. With that settled, they mounted the ponies they had managed to save and fanned out ahead of the column which was forming. They rode out of sight to the northwest. Preacher gave them half an hour. Then he and his companions mounted, ready to set off. But not before Lieutenant Colonel Danvers had his say. Mr. Preacher, I trust you have made it entirely clear to the emigrants that the same fate as befell these peaceful Arapaho will be theirs if they fail to keep up. Preacher could not keep his disregard for Danvers out of his expression. They've got eyes. I don't need to put it quite that way. They'll keep up, be sure of that. For all his assurances, by 9 o'clock in the morning, a considerable gap had developed between the Army freight wagons and the civilian train. Something about the specter of the Arapaho village must have influenced Isaac Warner. He became more aggressive in setting the pace for the cumbersome vehicles. Constantly he urged greater speed. At times his shouts to his mules could be heard far ahead by Preacher in the stillness of the high plains. By the nooning, it took only 10 minutes for the pilgrim train to catch up to the dragoons. After stretching their legs and working the kinks from their backs, the civilians ate in the shade of the Conestogas and drank water to wash down the food. Warner actually had his charges ready to depart before the soldiers had completed their meal. To Preacher's surprise and satisfaction, he calculated they had made 15 miles. Shortly after Preacher and Antoine Revere took their places ahead of the column, which had gotten under way without complaint or delay, a faint ripple of gunfire came from the rear. Preacher had a sinking sensation that it was not hunters out to bag fresh game for the evening meal. His suspicion was verified shortly, when a messenger came pounding up from the head of the column. "The Blackfoot! They've come back!" 17. Warriors of the Iron Shield Society raced their ponies along the high-sided wagons of the immigrants. Fired with confidence by the medicine of Iron Shirt, they abandoned any of their usual caution. It came as a total surprise to two of them when young Davy Honeycutt leveled his side-by-side 10-gauge greener and pumped 30 double-aught buckshot pellets into them. Instant fire erupted in the lungs and belly of the first Indian Davy shot. Shock-born blackness swept over him, and he slumped forward onto the neck of his churning pony, the right side of his chest and face shredded, his jaw hanging from a single hinge. The other Blackfoot flew off his mount when Davy loosed his second load. Ahead of the Honeycutt wagon, rifles began to crackle as the well-armed Blackfoot poured a stream of lead into the stout vehicles of the immigrants. After several confused minutes, it appeared the hostiles would buy an inexpensive victory. Eve Billings had been caught up in the middle of the fighting. Huddled low behind the 3-inch thick oak sideboards of the Conestoga, she made good use of the Model 40 Bridesburg Arsenal rifle and a shotgun. Hunkered beside her, Charlie industriously reloaded and handed the weapons to his mother as she fired at the Indians. "Faster, Charlie, there's a whole lot of them out there." "Sure, Mom, I know that." He paused in the act of ramming a ball home in the Model 40 as a warrior leaped at the open front of their wagon. Swiftly, Charlie snatched up his .36 caliber squirrel rifle and popped a cap on the invader. A small black hole appeared in the left side of the Blackfoot's chest, and his grip on the dashboard relaxed. Screaming, he fell under the steel-tired wheel on the right front. "Oh, sweet Jesus, Mom, I shot him," Charlie wailed. Eve didn't consider this the time for commiseration. "Good boy." Control came out of the confusion as Preacher and his companions, accompanied by Captain Dreiling and some of his company, turned back and fell on the Blackfoot. The hostiles saw them coming, and those in the lead on both sides of the column reined in sharply. Several fired at the soldiers, while others reared their mounts and turned about. Few cared to run the gauntlet of the settlers again, yet the prospect of clashing with the soldiers held even less appeal. Preacher quickly pointed out their apparent milling confusion and hesitation. "We got 'em bottled up betwixt us," he shouted to Captain Dryling. "Looks like it. I only hope those amateurs know enough to shoot at the Indians and not us." Preacher quickly allayed his concern. "We'll be pushing the Blackfoot hard. Likely those pilgrims won't have time to shoot at anyone." Within a breath's span, the mounted man and those with him clashed directly with the hesitant Blackfoot. Their faltering ceased abruptly when face to face with the white troopers. Unable to reload, the Blackfoot soon discovered themselves to be at a terrible disadvantage. Armed with a dozen immediate shots each from the big dragoon pistols, the soldiers blazed into the faces of the enemy. Preacher, too, unlimbered his Walker Colt and fired point blank into the eagle wing-bone breastplate of a screaming warrior. Another came at him, screaming defiance, tomahawk raised. Preacher turned to meet the threat. Short Tail and 3 others took the brunt of the dragoon charge on the opposite side from Preacher. Led by Three Sleeps Norris and Antoine Revere, the soldiers under the command of Lieutenant Bryce swept along the rear of the army column and caught the Blackfoot by surprise. Short Tail made to swing away, only to find his way blocked by a grinning man in buckskin. "Gonna run out on your friends, eh?" Three Sleeps asked Short Tail in incomprehensible words. "May your mother's entrance to the world through which you came rot and fall off," Short Tail cursed back in Blackfoot. Three Sleeps knew only enough Blackfoot to catch the drift of the insult. "I love you too, you horse's patootie." Then he shot the tomahawk wielder through the breastbone. An expression of consternation and disbelief washed over the warrior's face. How could this be? He is a white man. His bullets can do no harm. A moment later, Short Tail learned that the truth ran radically contrary to his belief. Three Sleeps sidestepped his mount as the Blackfoot fell dead at the side of his pony. He turned in the saddle and triggered off the second barrel of his pistol. The big 60 caliber ball shattered another brave shoulder joint, rendered his left arm useless, and sent his pony in a frightened sideways dance, ending in a frantic dash away from the sounds and smells of battle. 2 moons witnessed the swift, sure deaths of 8 of his warriors. Quickly, the number of wounded mounted to 13, with another 2 dead. He could not believe that this could be happening. What of Ironshirt's medicine? Had the shaman lied to them, deceived them as to how much power his rituals, dances, and dunkings in the river contained? In a tortured half-minute, fanatic belief changed to repudiation. Hooting the recall signal, Two Moons rallied his warriors and led the way from the sure and certain death that prowled among them at the hands of the Bluecoats and their plainsfolk allies. Charlie Billings stood on the outside edge of the night camp, legs widespread, body bent forward and down. His stomach cramped, lurched, and shot forth another spew of bitter, slimy liquid. Tears of shame and misery coursed down his face. The misery came from his appalling sorrow over having taken a human life. The shame came from his reaction to what he had done. He had actually killed one Blackfoot, shot him right through the heart. He had wounded 2 others. One of them had spewed blood from his mouth as he fell away from the wagon. God, this is awful. Whimpering like a sissy, Charlie thought desperately. How could he ever face himself or anyone else again? He tensed as he heard the rustle of a footfall in the leaves behind him. "Taking it hard, are you, son?" The warm, gentle voice of Preacher flowed over the boy who fought to hold back a sob of relief. Misery returned in an instant. "Don't look at me." "Why not, Charlie? Do you think you're the first and only man who's been upset by killing someone?" Preacher's praise, he had called Charlie a man, was unmarked by the boy. "Yeah, but I look like a sissy to everyone, especially you." "Yeah, but Preacher put the words back on the boy. Do you think I didn't puke my guts out the first time I killed a man? And I was 4 years older than you. Amazement arrested Charlie's anguish for a moment. You did? You were? Preacher took a slow step forward, reached down and put an arm around the boy's shoulders. Gently, he raised him to an upright position. Yes. You might not believe it to see me now, but I went through everything you're experiencing. Trust me, it's never an easy thing. You saved your mother's life and your sister's. You should stand tall, Charlie. Be proud. You're a man now. Charlie blinked his dark eyes. I am? I mean, I am. I really am. Thank you, Preacher. I was so scared. I wanted to throw up all the time we were fighting. I wanted to run away and never hear a gun go off again. That's natural. But I thought there wasn't that much difference between killing an animal or a man, that it would be easy. Preacher patted him affectionately. You had best thank your God it wasn't easy for you. Those would find it like snapping their fingers or plumb crazy. They're bound to meet a bad end. Really? Yeah, I ought to know. I've brung more of 'em to that bad end than I care to count. Now come on, your ma has supper ready. After the meal, Eve confided in Preacher. That was the worst thing that's ever happened to us. Those Indians didn't seem to care. They kept coming no matter how many of us shot at them. They believed themselves to be bulletproof. It's some crazy Indian medicine thing. He dismissed the fanaticism of the followers of the Blackfoot Messiah. Please don't misunderstand, Preacher. It's not that I fear for myself. It's only if some harm came to my children, I could not bear that. I've heard the stories. How the savages use children in horrid practices. They have their way with girls as young as 7. Anna is 8. Some, I've been told, even use boys in the same manner. Keyed to the intensity of her emotion, Preacher could still not refrain from being truthful. I've never seen or heard of such like happening to the younger children, and it's only a few tribes practice such vile things. Mostly, the younger ones, like Charlie and Anna, are used as slaves or to take the place of a child who has died for one reason or another, especially if the kids show some spirit. Why, the way Charlie fought off those warriors, he'd be a prize to them Blackfoot. One of them would adopt him, certain sure, and have him in a loincloth and moccasins with a pony of his own and his hair in a braid in no time. That prospect registered more horror on the face of Eve Billings than the possibility of abuse and eventual murder. Quickly she put her emotions into words. What a terrible fate! How could he possibly endure such a miserable life? He'd take to it like ducks to water, Preacher wanted to tell her, but refrained from doing so. You gotta understand, men are kings amongst the Injuns, even when they're little kids. Most boys who are captured don't want to give it up when they've got the chance. They have ponies of their own, which makes for how rich a body is among the savages, and they learn to use a bow, set snares, all sorts of things civilized folks have forgotten how to do. In a sudden shift of mood, Eve nervously tittered, then spoke. That's not exactly reassuring, Preacher. You've described my Charlie exactly. Preacher showed surprise. Then his lips turned down. Well, I was only trying to show you that something else could be at hand in such an event. And bless you for it. It's only that I'm so frightened for my children. Although he still did not fully understand, Preacher recognized her position and acted with alacrity. When tears brimmed in her eyes, he took her protectively into his arms to calm her trembling. Eve let go then. She stifled harsh sobs against his broad shoulder. Unconsciously, She pressed her body tightly against his. Awkwardly, Preacher stroked her long auburn hair, circled her trim waist with a strong, reassuring arm. Instead of tensing, as did so many women in the arms of a powerful man, Eve melted into his chest. Slowly her sobs diminished, grew less violent to finally cease. She gasped for air and fought inwardly to regain composure. Her eyes still shone from the recently shed tears when she tilted her head upward to gaze into Preacher's eyes, alight with concern. At a loss for words of appreciation, Eve rose on tiptoe and placed her lips on those of Preacher. It started out as an expression of gratitude, then quickly changed into a long, hungry kiss that sent tendrils of fire through both of them. When it ended, both were breathless. Eve said not a word, only freed herself from Preacher's embrace and hurried into her wagon. His lips tingling, Preacher walked off to his blankets, thoroughly confused. That had been the best kiss he had shared in, what, maybe 10 years? Yeah, that was it. There had been that Cheyenne gal. Camped alone for the first time in 6 months, Prager, Gross, and Riker experienced an overpowering sense of relief and safety. They paid little attention to the splendor of the Bighorn Mountains. What commanded their concentration glowed dully in the light of a coal oil lantern. Its main attraction centered on size. Fully as large as the third knuckle of Prager's middle finger, the gold nugget lay on a square of black velvet that perfectly set off its splendor. Prager reached out and caressed its smooth, warm surface. Then he nodded to the chunk of gold. It weighs a bit over 6 ounces. Avarice glowed in the eyes of Morton Gross as he spoke. Where did it come from? The area I told you about before. It came out of the Lolo Range of the Rocky Mountains near the Continental Divide. There are more like this. Lots more. Prager assured his partners. A sudden rustle at the tent flap drew their attention, and Quentin Prager quickly concealed the nugget. Blake Sowers, dressed in Blackfoot garb, entered. The men are ready to ride out, Mr. Prager. Where this time? There's a clutch of Somme shouters nestled down to the east of here, near the headwaters of the Tongue River. I figured we ought to pay 'em a visit. We'll leave enough living behind to swear it was Blackfoot who did it. Prager beamed and came to his boots to shake the hand of Sowers. Excellent. Be sure that no one knows you are white men. That could be a disaster. Brother Frankel could not sleep. He sat alone by the dying embers of the central fire in the circle of wagons. Behind him, the mules and horses of their wagon train milled about in drowsy stubbornness. None wanted to lie down and sleep. Like himself, the good brother thought. Not a man familiar with the ways of horses, Brother Frankel failed to note when the animals became silent at the soft whuffle and stamp of hoof from the most dominant beast. 2 more laid back ears and stomped the ground in warning. Still, it went unnoticed by him. Reacting as though to an invisible pressure from beyond the circle, the livestock began to move inward. They exerted increasing pressure on the single strand of rope that restrained them. At last, Brother Frankel looked up, affected by the unrest that emanated from the usually placid creatures. A yellow-orange streak suddenly arced through the blackness of night. A shooting star, Brother Frankel thought at first. While he was in the process of eliminating that due to its closeness to the ground, 3 more arcs of fire fluttered through the air. 2 struck a wagon's side, and the canvas top burst into flame. Jerkily, Brother Frankel came to his boots. Throat churning, he fought to get out the words. "Indians! We're under attack! God protect us!" For 2 long minutes, nothing happened. Brother Frankel continued to cry the alarm, though with little response. Then 6 burning brands shot through the night and struck 2 wagons. Shouts of alarm came from the 3 burning Conestogas. From beyond the crude stockade came raw yelps, War cries, followed by a steady stream of war-paint-decorated savages who followed into the unprotected center. One, armed with a rifle, took time to aim and fire a bullet at Brother Frankel. It pierced his skin low in the belly. He went down with a shriek of incredible agony. By then, his fellow evangelists had roused from the stupor of sleep. Yelling in fright, the men and women poured from their rolling homes to spill onto the ground. There they cowered in the dirt, quaking in absolute terror. They died that way, cut down by arrow, tomahawk, or bullet. Screaming children, the younger ones, peered out over tailgates to have their brains dashed out by war clubs and already bloody hawks. Only at one point did some resistance show. The train captain, scouts, and cook took up firearms and fought a desperate no-win engagement. By the light of burning wagons, they clearly saw their enemy. The attackers looked to be Blackfoot. The experienced frontiersmen agreed. 3 of the savages died in less than a minute after the trained men returned fire. "Stupid goddamn fools, I told them they needed guns out here," the captain spat out in useless anger. "Lots of good that would do," the cook retorted. "Chances are they'd try to prey these heathen scum into peacefulness." He took careful aim with a Hawken and shot another Blackfoot off his feet. "Ain't no praying gonna get us out of this," the surly guide scoffed. More howling Blackfoot shoved into the melee. The horses and mules had broken free and added another hazard to the confused struggles of the non-violent missionaries. It did not take the invaders long to subdue the wagon folk. The slaughter was fierce and methodical. When it ended, the only evangelists left standing consisted of the nubile girls, those newly ripe, and those not long in that state. Under the rough direction of one big burly savage, they were herded aside. Once the livestock had been gathered and corralled again, the raping began. The screams and wails, sobs and moans of the young victims filled the night, bearing witness to the unending horror of the brutalized girls. Unnoticed, one of the guides, the cook, and the captain slipped away into the night, while the raiders wallowed in their lust. One of the rapists, who would be heard by no one in the attacked party who would be left alive, commented on the object of his bestial attention. "Mighty sweet. I sure do thank you, Blake, for letting me be first to pleasure myself with this one." "Think nothing of it," Sowers responded. "You did a good job. You deserve a reward." When the gang of murderous whites had expended their churning appetites, they fired all the remaining wagons, took the livestock, and rode off. Blake Sowers made certain that ample items of Blackfoot manufacture remained to be discovered by those who found the remains of the unfortunate missionaries. 18. Lieutenant Colonel Danvers counseled with Preacher and the mountain men at noon the next day. "We are to turn northward after our midday meal and head for the Powder River. Our objective, as I have explained before, is where the Powder cuts through the lower foothills of the Bighorn Mountains." One long, soft artist's finger pointed to a spot on the crude map. "Right here. There's supposed to be an ideal bluff on which to build the fort." Preacher knew the country well. He studied the indicated location, gave it several moments' thought, then shook his head. "Nope. I wouldn't recommend it. Trees are scarce in those parts." "Why, I have been assured the trees grow right down onto the bluff." "May well be true, but after you build your fort, you'd be required to go outside every day or so for firewood. And another thing, from what this map shows, that bluff is exposed to higher ground on all but one side. Well, one side and part of the second. A feller could fire right down into the fort. Won't matter much for a while. Only consider this. What happens when the Cheyenne get their hands on some of those new rifles like we took off the Blackfoot the other day?" Danvers raised his voice. "That is not your concern. Your job is to see we get there." "True. Only pointing out some things. Like, for instance, unless you don't want to dig a well down several hundred feet, You'd have to take the livestock out daily to water at this little creek that feeds into the Powder, and haul more water to have some for people." "That's nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been given assurances from the United States Survey Office, backed up by the highest authority. They have assured me there is ample wood for lumber and for cooking and heating, lush grass and easy access to water." The preacher agreed readily. "Sure, so long as you don't rile the Injuns. That's Cheyenne country and the land of their cousins the Sioux. Now, they don't look on owning land the same way we do, but they're mighty territorial just the same. And I ain't even mentioned the Crow and Blackfoot." Danvers loftily dismissed that argument. "Savages are savages. We will be prepared to take them in stride. Let it suffice that this is the location chosen at the War Department, and it is where we will build." All through the next day, Preacher and his companions found plentiful Indian sign. It took little time to come to the obvious conclusion. They were being watched. Three Crows Walking returned to the column to report the same. "What do we do now?" the Arapaho war chief asked. Preacher had an answer ready. "Make real certain of every lump you see on the ground. Some of them might breathe." Three Crows nodded knowingly. "Also, I'd have my weapons at hand every minute. Never can tell." "My thoughts exactly. We already keep watch on dust clouds in the sky." Preacher reached over and clapped the Arapaho on the upper arm. "Good man, Three Crows. With you as our eyes out front, we don't need to worry." For the rest of the afternoon, Preacher rode along in higher spirits, though not oblivious to the plentiful sign of a Blackfoot presence. After camp had been made for the night, he walked away from the bustle of soldiers and pilgrims to find a little solitude for himself. He had only pulled a twisted black dry-cured cigar from the pocket of his buckskin shirt when he looked up and spotted three Cheyenne warriors on horseback. Silhouetted against the ruddy ball of the setting sun, they sat at ease, one bent forward with a hand on his bare knee. Preacher's eyes narrowed as he studied them. Each wore 2 feathers at the back of his head. The frizzed and fox fur-trimmed tips pointed upward, a sure sign of being on the war trail. Slight motions of the watching Indians revealed that they both carried lances. Preacher jerked his gaze away from the Cheyenne at the sound of a footfall behind him. He turned cat-quick, with a hand on the butt of a Walker Colt. Little Charlie Billings stood there, eyes wide with shock at the swift movement of Preacher. He swallowed hard and rubbed a bare foot against his overalls leg. "It's only me," he squeaked. "Sorry, Charlie. Something out there spooked me." For the first time, the boy looked beyond Preacher. His eyes went round and white, and his jaw clapped shut. Before he could speak, he had to swallow hard. "Are those Injuns Blackfoot?" "Nope, Charlie. They Cheyenne, and done up for war. No reason to keep the truth from you. You're man enough to handle it, and I trust. Man enough not to spread alarm amongst the rest of you pilgrims." Charlie nodded solemnly. "Yes, sir." Preacher clapped the boy roughly on the shoulder, nearly dislodging Charlie from his feet. "Good. You do me proud." No one who observed them, except his mountain man cronies, would have suspected how much discomfort Preacher experienced relating to small children. "Now, Charlie, what'd you come out here for?" "Mom told me to ask you to come to supper tonight." Charlie looked unhappy. "But now with those Injuns out there, I don't suppose you can." The prospect of a good meal and good-looking companionship pleased Preacher. "I don't see why not. Only if I were you, Charlie, I'd sleep with your shotgun beside you tonight." Dressed in white men's suits, Quentin Prager, Morton Gross, and Aaron Riker sashayed into the most elegant saloon that graced a large, prosperous trading post on the South Fork of the Powder River. All three paid token deference to current custom with the wide, brightly colored sashes around their middles. That the red one worn by Prager, the green cloth strip on Gross, and the electric blue chosen by Riker concealed at least one pistol each, was a given. Several roughly dressed individuals at the bar gave them cold, inhospitable stares as they took a table to one side. "Friendly sort, aren't they?" Morton Gross observed fastidiously. 2 months back they fell all over us, offering to buy the drinks. Prager shrugged. "We were dressed like they are, then. I doubt if they recognize us, let alone remember how hard they tried to be hired on to work with Sowers." Riker sighed. "We had us some times then, didn't we?" A huge man with greasy, long, black, curly hair and a matching mustache pushed himself away from the bar and turned in their direction. He had thick, rubbery lips that shone wetly and made it obvious he had been drinking heavily. Waving a huge ham hand, he encompassed the well-dressed trio. "Hey, fancy boys, this here's a man's bar. They call me Dandy Spencer, and I want you to know we don't allow no prissy Eastern folk to come in and spoil the Try atmosphere, my good man," Prager suggested. Spencer's face flushed dark red. "I ain't your good man nor any others. I'm my own man and proud of it. Talk like that could get your head busted out here." "Are you challenging me, Mr. Spencer?" Prager asked, his voice suddenly cold and menacing, although the tone went unnoticed by the bully. Dandy Spencer rose on tiptoe and began to rock back and forth. "You goddamn right." "Well then, since I'm the challenged one, I have choice of weapon, time, and place, right?" A puzzled frown creased the bull head of Dandy Spencer. "That's a mighty useless way to go about it, you ask me. Around these parts, we just open the dance and set the clawing. You ain't got sand for that. Turn tail and light out of here." Quentin Prager maintained an air of amiable civility. "Oh, I can understand the faint customs of such drunken louts as yourself without explanation, Mr. Spencer. My point is that I wish to make clear the terms of our duel." "The duel? What duel?" "Why, the one you challenged me to." Prager tossed out lightly. The whitish cast in his right eye gave him a piratical mien. Dandy could only sputter. "I didn't challenge you to a duel. I said I wanted to rip your sissy head off." "Good enough. Same thing. You want to fight with me. I have agreed. Thus the choice of weapons, place, and time are mine. It's only fair." Insulted, Dandy Spencer set things straight. "Ain't never fought fair in my life." Prager appeared unfazed. By far the toughest of the three partners, one more than willing to kill when necessary, the cold glint in his eyes betrayed to all but the dullest, which included Dandy Spencer, the hidden strength he possessed. "I can believe that. You want to fight, I accept. Now, I pick how we fight and win. I see you have a pistol, so I choose pistols. And for the time and place, right here and now." With which Quentin Prager snatched a short-barrel 50-caliber pocket pistol, made by Derringer & Sons in Philadelphia, from inside his sash, cocked it, and put a ball into the right elbow joint of Dandy Spencer. Dandy, whom fate had decreed to be left-handed, completed his draw in spite of the pain that flared up his opposite arm. Gritting his teeth, he swung the muzzle in the direction of Prager and triggered around. His ball went wide. Quentin Prager let his empty pistol drop to the tabletop and whipped out a second deadly Derringer. This ball he put between two rims, low on the left side of the chest of Dandy Spencer. A stentorian roar came from the huge man, who absorbed the fatal shot with all the outward sign of having been bitten by a mosquito. His coach gun hit the floor, and Dandy groped for another one. "This one's a bit hard to finish," said Prager in an aside to his companions. By then they had come to their boots and drawn pistols to cover the rest of the room. Prager took a third pistol from part way around the sash and brought up the barrel. By then, the message sent by his body reached the tiny brain of Dandy Spencer and informed him that he was dead. Shot through the heart, he went slack-legged and flopped forward over the table occupied by the conspirators. Prager returned the pistol to its proper place and hailed the bartender. "I say, we need someone to remove this trash, and I'll stand around for the house." "Yes, sir. Anything you say, sir." Dawn found everything safe and sound. The Cheyenne did not attack. Accordingly, the column set out again on what could best be described as an uneventful journey. So confident had Lieutenant Colonel Danvers become that he urged Preacher to ride at his side. Preacher found that not at all a pleasant prospect. While they rode along, Danvers waxed almost eloquent. Waving a gloved hand at the fluttering grass on the up-tilted prairie slope, he drew a deep breath and launched into his theme. "Those Cheyenne did not attack us, as you can now see. They sat quietly and watched us, without any show of hostile intent. Perhaps they were curious. With their childlike minds, that could be expected." Knowing it to be rude and not giving a damn, Preacher interrupted. "Them childlike minds you refer to have planned and carried off some of the slickest ambushes you'll ever see. As to their hostile intent, Colonel, them braves had their feathers upright. Those feathers are symbols of their valor. They're fixed in a beaded disc and are worn in different directions for different reasons. Down toward their left shoulder means they're looking for no trouble. Down to the right says they're looking to do some courting. Up, like they had 'em, means they're ready for war. The biggest mistake most whites make about Injuns is that since they live different from us, they ain't got any smarts." Preacher cocked his head to one side. "Never fall into that pit, Colonel. It could be the death of you." Danvers had a pensive look. Albeit he spoke stiffly, his tone lacked the icy sarcasm of earlier exchanges. "Believe me, I have learned that lesson already. I still can't find a reason why the Pawnee were so hot-headed." Preacher sighed. To him it was entirely obvious. Because the Blackfoot and Cheyenne are worked up. There's war talk and raids all over the high plains. For all their lack of modern communication, word gets around the tribes mighty fast. Danvers retreated to his orders for inspiration. "Our purpose in being here is to induce a calming effect." Preacher shook his head. "Seems to me we're doing just the opposite." For a long time he could not fathom the meaning behind the enigmatic smile with which Danvers answered him. In the short term, Preacher soon found himself with a lot more to occupy him. By mid-morning, the column had made 10 miles, a new record since adopting the abandoned wagon train. It had been accomplished with no end of grumbling by the pilgrims. When Gus Beecher cantered up to the head of the column for the 3rd time, Preacher knew he was in for more. "Blast and damn, this pace is killing my mules," the burly blacksmith complained. "You have to slow down." The colonel would not deign to address whining civilians. Instead, he cut his eyes to Preacher in a silent order to the mountain man to handle the situation. Preacher sighed and made reply. "We don't have to do anything of the sort. I can't see a reason to have to explain this again, but here goes. This is a military expedition. It is under orders to get along the trail at the convenience of the Dragoon Battalion commander. That'd be Colonel Danvers here. He says we gotta make better time, we make better time. You may not like it. I may not like it. But we ain't got any say in it. I told you before, Mr. Beecher, to get rid of some of that heavy load yourself or do it at gunpoint. If I was you, I'd hightail it back to that wagon and start heaving heavy things out as you go. You can't do this to me. I'll protest." Finally, Danvers bestirred himself to partake in the exchange. "To whom?" Why, to the War Department." "Go right ahead." Danvers challenged in a brittle tone. "I estimate the next post will run through here in about 50 years. Gus Beecher muttered that he would hold a meeting, circulate a petition. Lieutenant Colonel Danvers put on a nasty smile. "Oh, you do that, Mr. Beecher. I love to read petitions." Instantly deflated, Beecher uttered a muffled curse and turned away. He had ridden halfway down the column when suddenly a force of over 100 Blackfoot braves in war paint rushed down on the cavalcade from one side and the rear. Women and children, out gleaning deadfall firewood along the way, dropped their bundles and ran, screaming in terror. Rifles cracked among the Indians, and a slight-built boy of 12 went sprawling. At once a shrill howl of anguish came from the rear of a wagon. "My boy! They've killed my Jimmy!" An arrow thudded into the tailgate in direct line with her body, and she was violently thrust back out of sight. Nearly every Indian had a rifle, which they fired at once with much enthusiasm, albeit little accuracy. 19. Whooping and howling, the Blackfoot rode just inside range and loosed a flight of arrows. Commands had been shouted up and down the files of dragoons, and the troops immediately responded with a furious volley. "Reload!" More order came to the troops as their unseasoned officers gained control. "Volley by companies. Company A, take aim. Fire. Reload. Company B, take aim. Fire." So it went, down the line of the 4 companies, 40 rifles crackling in answer. Then, yipping, the Blackfoot rode away. A final volley raced after them. A dozen rifles fired a parting shot from the rear of the column, and the Indians departed. Silence returned to the cavalcade except for the sobbing of the woman whose son had been killed. Their respite lasted only a short while. The hostiles swarmed down on their white enemy once more. This time the discipline drilled into them by Iron Shirt and his closest followers dissolved when 6 warriors toppled from their saddles. Hooting and shrieking war cries, the braves turned their charge into a scramble for individual honors. It became a pigeon shoot for even the most inept dragoons, a source of deep disillusionment for the Blackfoot as one after another of the braves fell dead from their ponies. Time enough had gone by to calm troops and civilians alike. They now brought withering fire on the hostiles. Preacher took time while reloading to pose a question to Danvers. "Might be none of my business, but I wonder why you didn't put out flankers today." For an instant, the colonel stiffened. Then he forced geniality into his voice. "You're right. It's none of your business. The truth is, I grew overconfident. Are these some of your friendly Cheyenne?" "Nope. Blackfoot, though I'm damned if I can come up with a reason for them to be so far east. Unless that prophet of theirs got 'em all riled up and is out smoking the war trail." Danvers spoke darkly, as though privy to some secret. That had better not be the case. Dangerously close to the wagons, within 25 yards, the Blackfoot lost their nerve at last. They scattered up a red-orange slope, so many coppery leaves in a whirlwind. Bullets followed them, though only Preacher's, his companions, and B.S.M. Muldoon scored in flesh. Not to be daunted, Danvers issued fateful orders. "First and second platoon, C Company, pursue the enemy. Lieutenant Bryson command, move 'em out." "I would," Preacher made to dissuade the dragoon commander, then cut off his words at sight of the wild light in the colonel's eyes. Stubborn man, Preacher thought. Let him learn the hard way. With a full platoon at left and right, Lieutenant Bryce led the charge from the middle. The big, powerful dragoon horses churned up the rise and hesitated only a fraction of a second before plunging down the reverse slope. They had barely gone out of sight when all hell broke loose. Preacher did not wait for the realization to come over Danvers. Driving heels in the ribs of tarnation, he shouted to Captain Dreiling, "Come on, Captain. Bring the rest of your company. Let's go get your men back." With Danvers sputtering alone at the head of the column, the entire dragoon battalion broke ranks and charged over the rise. In the lead, Preacher took encouragement from the continued crackling exchange. It had to be a small ambush to keep the troops alive so long. The big-chested Morgan Cross Tarnation ate ground at a dazzling pace. Preacher and the 2 remaining platoons of C Company slammed into the surprised Blackfoot war party before the Indians could react. The thunderous crash of Hall carbines drowned out their shrill war cries. To Preacher's right, a Blackfoot swung around and fired his rifle one-handed. For all his lack of accuracy, the ball moaned past Preacher's head and close enough for the mountain man to feel its wind. Preacher rode low now, the reins in his teeth and the Hawken bucked in his grip. His shot hit the Blackfoot high in the chest on the center line. Knocked to one side, the warrior disappeared under the hooves of his companion's horses. With the Hawken dry, Preacher shoved it into the scabbard and pivoted at the waist to find another target. Plenty presented themselves. The Walker Colt spat lead and creased ribs on a youthful Blackfoot not yet out of his teens. Bone and meat flew in a welter of blood, and Preacher reckoned that the man-child would have a fist-sized depression on that side for the rest of his life. Preacher cocked the hammer as another Blackfoot swung his empty rifle at the head of the mountain man. Powder smoke obscured the scene, so Preacher could not see the results of his hasty shot. The rifle butt did not meet his chin, so he rightly assumed he scored a good hit. Suddenly, the remaining Indians swung away from the onslaught of so many soldiers and rode swiftly out of range. Preacher took quick count. 6 Indian bodies littered the ground, and only 1 soldier had been killed. 7 had suffered minor wounds, though. Lieutenant Bryce, his youthful face begrimed by greasy powder residue, dismounted and surveyed the scene. Then Danvers cantered up, his saber drawn, and glowered at Preacher and Captain Dreiling. "I demand to know who ordered that charge." Dreiling cut his eyes to Preacher, who winked at him. "I do not know, sir. I did not. It sort of just happened." Danvers surveyed the scene. "We'll not go after them. Mr. Preacher, your point about ambushes is noted and stored for reference." He turned to the battalion sergeant major. "Sergeant Major Muldoon, return them into the column." Talking Cloud was decidedly unhappy. The medicine of Ironshirt had deserted them. Of the number of warriors with which he had started, 117, he had 5 hands killed and 7 hands wounded. He directed the survivors to the big war camp to the west. There he went directly to Three Horses, who listened to his complaint with obvious indifference. It only served to inflame Talking Cloud more. "How could Ironshirt's medicine have failed us?" Talking Cloud demanded hotly. "They did not believe enough in the medicine, or they would be alive," Three Horses concluded about the dead. "Or they were not purified enough." "You did not hear me. 25 men killed, 35 wounded. Not that many could be impure or doubtful at the same time. That means we will not be able to guard our village from the Shoshone this winter." "Then take your people to the Bighorn Mountains." Not satisfied in the least with this, Talking Cloud went in search of Ironshirt. He found the visionary medicine man in the process of initiating a group of 25 Cheyenne. Talking Cloud viewed the proceedings with far less conviction than before. When the rite had been concluded and the mail shirt exposed, Talking Cloud took Ironshirt aside. He wasted no time on diplomacy. "Why is it that your rebirth in water and the gauntlet of coals did not purify the warriors killed so far?" Ironshirt cocked his head to one side to show his disbelief. "You have had men die?" he asked in a chiding tone. 25, Talking Cloud shouted. "In one battle they went down like aspen in a whirlwind." Ironshirt nodded thoughtfully, then gave Talking Cloud essentially the same answer Three Horses had given. After so doing, he suggested, "I think another strong heart ceremony is needed." He took on a cheerful expression. "Gather your men, and we can do it while the coals are still hot. Then you will see." That evening, when the nervousness and strain of the attack had eased, Eve Billings sought out Preacher. who sat with his companions, a plate of fatback and beans in his hands. She looked at the concoction with unease and forced a smile. "You didn't come to supper tonight. I know Charlie relayed my invitation." "Yep, that he did. And nope, I did not. Too much good cooking makes a man soft." He set the tin plate aside and pinched his flat, hard abdomen. "Why, I reckon I've gained 5 pounds sponging off your generosity. I thought I'd take a day or two away from the delicious table you lay, so's not to make a habit of it." Smiling, Eve reached out a coaxing hand. "I wouldn't mind if you made a habit of it. Matter of fact, I'd like that a lot." Preacher sighed and roused himself. He joined Eve, and they ambled off toward the southern edge of the large encampment. There they found the peaceful vista of a moonlit rolling sea of grass that stretched out before them to the south, east, and west. Eve sighed languidly and took Preacher's right hand in both of hers. "It's so tranquil out there. You'd never know those savages are lurking out in the dark." Preacher shrugged. "I don't reckon they are. They were Blackfoot. That means they were loaded up with that hokum of iron shirts. When we killed a passel of 'em, they had to think the medicine failed 'em. They get spooked at that, so it's likely they'll go off and lick their wounds." "I hope you're right." They stood silently for a long while then. After the stillness grew strained, Eve started haltingly. "About the other night. The kiss. It was brazen of me, but I think it was wonderful." She did a step turn and faced Preacher, her arms wide. He paused only a moment before he reached out and drew her into a firm embrace. Iron Shirt stood before his lodge and scowled as Quentin Prager and his 2 associates rode through the rings of lodges that made up this large encampment of Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and some Pawnee who had left their country to the east to join in the battle against all whites. The Sioux would come to him soon. He believed that in his heart, which intensified his displeasure at the return of these renegade white men. They should stay away, he confided to Bent Trees, who stood beside him. A ghost of a smile flickered on the face of Bent Trees. "We could make them stay away." Iron Shirt put a restraining hand on the forearm of Bent Trees. "The time is not right to do away with them as yet, my friend. We must get the last of the weapons they promise, the powder and balls, the caps. Without them, we cannot win. I heard about Talking Cloud. Will he stay after the new ritual? I do not know. If not, we lose 8 hands of warriors. It would weaken us." The Cheyenne and the Sioux. Bent Trees made the common plain sign of a slash across the throat to signify the Lakota. Iron Shirt nodded. "They'll come. Not all as we had hoped. Cloud Blanket has taken his people away." Eyebrows elevated, Bent Trees pointed out the obvious. "If Talking Cloud leaves us, then we will be too weak for the final battle." A sudden flare of anger darkened the face of Iron Shirt. "No, we will not. We will drive the whites past the Big Water River. My spirit guide tells—" The shaft of reality pierced his mind when he reminded himself of the source of his spirit wisdom. "Me, this is true." Bent Trees grunted. "Would that he told me the same." Startled by this lack of faith, Iron Shirt blurted, "You doubt my vision?" No, only I think you should fast and visit with your spirit guide again. We do not know him. We have not heard him speak. Our strength, our faith comes from you." Iron Shirt put a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Perhaps you are right. I will think on it. First, we must impress on our white friends the need for more rifles." After another 3 long, satisfyingly uneventful days, Preacher guided his fledgling soldiers to the spot selected by Lieutenant Colonel Danvers. It was situated on a nice promontory overlooking a deep valley and the ringing peaks of the Bighorn Mountains. Tents went up with many joyful sounds of relief. Even in their permanent situation, Preacher noted, the civilians kept to themselves, erecting their spare wagon covers for tents. A surveying crew set up and began to lay out the fort. Gus Beecher started to assemble his smithy, leaving his family shelter to his wife and daughters to prepare. With the only direct, easy approach up a draw and along the wide, sloping finger of land that led to the site, the main gate would be there. Also, the only stockade. That bothered Preacher. He left the details of their camp to 3 Fingers North and Antoine River and went in search of Danvers. He found the commander with the surveyors in shirt-sleeves, gesturing with wide, emphatic swings of his arms. When Danvers completed his vehement discussion, he turned to find Preacher patiently waiting. "Pardon me, Colonel. I figured now was the time to remind you of a few things. You may want to put up a stockade all around this place. Look there, over my shoulder. That's a mighty high peak back there. I know it's kind of steep. Even so, hostiles could come sweeping right down there and behind this wall. That'd trap you folks in back of your own device. Then there's the water. This spine is pure granite. I don't think you can dig a well. More likely a cistern would be the best you can do. A big pit blasted out of the rock and covered over could give you a good supply of rainwater and snowmelt, but not enough for year-round. And for trees to make buildings in your stockade, you can see that outside that little stand over there, the nearest are out of range of your best riflemen. They'll have no protection." Lieutenant Colonel Danvers gave Preacher a long, cool look up and down, as though inspecting a tramp discovered in his backyard. "Your job with the Army is ended, Mr. Preacher. I have these problems in mind and can handle them adequately. If you so choose, you may leave." Preacher's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pursed his lips to keep his true feelings from being spoken. "Is that your final word on this?" "It most certainly is. Now, if you will excuse me." "Well then, b'God, I just might pull out after all, me and my friends." Danvers hastily informed Preacher, "Oh, but there is work for them if they wish to remain." Close to losing the iron grip on his anger, Preacher responded tightly, "I think I can answer for them. Thanks, but no thanks." With that, he stomped off. Preacher felt duty-bound to explain his decision to Eve Billings. He went to her and stood, hat in one hand, over his heart, and informed her of his decision to leave the next day for his favored country in the Colorado Rockies. Eve's eyes went wide when she understood what his rambling phrases meant. "Oh, but you can't," she protested. "You have helped us so much. We would never have made it without you, dear, dear Preacher." And that was part of it, too. Although a small part, Preacher told himself. He was beginning to feel entirely too fond of this wisp of a girl. No, he corrected himself, this stalwart young widow, and her children. Why, hell, he had no use for children. Even those he had sired among the Indian camps mattered not a jot to him. At least, not until they grew old enough to go hunting, trapping, and fishing with him. Nope, the settled life held no appeal to him. Only, how to tell Eve that in a gentle way? The colonel don't want me around any more. He as much told me to pack my saddlebags and haul out of here. You are your own man, aren't you? He is bound to protect civilians within the range of the fort. You could join us, and he would be obliged to put up with you." No, ma'am. Eve, I couldn't do that." "And why not?" Eve spun on one heel and called loudly, Charlie Billings, come here at once." When the boy arrived, she gave him clear, quick instructions. "Go find Mr. Warner and Mr. Tate. Bring them here, Mr. Beecher, too.
Tell them it is very important." "Yes, ma'am," Charlie replied and scampered away.
Preacher tried to derail her juggernaut. "Now, Eve, there's no call to cause a fuss." Eve gave him an impish, though determined look.
"It's not a fuss I'm figuring on. You must be convinced that we need you here to teach us things to help us survive when we set off for Oregon country again."
"Shoot, anybody can do that for you. Don't have to be me. The way I figure it, I've got about enough time to get back to the High Lonesome, stock up on supplies, then make it to my wintering place and settle in." Equally stubborn, Eve Billings put her hands on her hips and leaned toward Preacher.
"Are you always this selfish? Don't you ever consider giving others a helping hand?"
Preacher bent even closer. "Nope. I always had to make do for myself, and I've observed that those folks who get ahead in this world have done the same."
"Why, that's awful. It's so unchristian."
"I don't recall laying claim to being a Christian."
Shocked by this admission, Eve arched her eyebrows. "For shame, Preacher." Then her mind exploded with a realization. Are we having our first fight, Preacher?" Suddenly robbed of his self-defensive pique, Preacher abandoned his aggressive stance and began to chortle.
"By dang, I think you're right. Looks like that's what it is."
Relaxed and no longer feeling threatened, Eve joined Preacher in his laughter. He reached out for her and put one arm on her shoulder. They remained in a chaste semi-embrace when the wagon train leader stormed up. Beat-faced, Gus Beecher made the first complaint. "What's so all-fired important to take me away from settling in? I've my smithy to finish. We've a cave to dig and sod walls to put up, a sod roof to add." Then he cocked a gimlet eye at Eve Billings. "Or is it that the widow Billings has chosen now to announce her engagement?" Scandalized, Eve covered her mouth with one hand for a moment before she spoke. "What stuff and nonsense, Gus Beecher. Preacher is talking about leaving." She went on to relate what he had told her of the confrontation with Lieutenant Colonel Danvers and his decision to leave. That changed the tone of the men, except for Gus Beecher. "He can go any time he wants, for all I care." Hiram Tate saw it differently. "Preacher, you can't leave us like this. There's so much we need to learn, and how can we ever get along with Colonel Danvers?"
"I reckon much like porcupines make love." Very carefully. Then Preacher blushed slightly and nodded toward Eve. "If you'll pardon my language, ma'am. As to going, I figure I'm free to do so when I take a mind." Isaac Warner made an open plea. "You'll leave us helpless. Look at all you've done so far. We've learned how to make better time, how to effectively fight Indians, better ways to cook for the Noonan. Oh, so many things. And there must be more. How to better track and take down game, what to avoid on the trail. Such things make you a gold mine to us. Please, at least take a day or two to think it over. We haven't much left, but we can pay you for your advice. Won't you at least give it fair consideration, Preacher?" Erasing the scowl on his high forehead, Preacher spoke quietly. "I'll think on it some. No promises, mind, but I'll let you know." 20. By mid-morning the next day, the surveyor and his crew had driven stakes to set out the dimensions of the stockade and its headquarters. Also, the corral and 2 outbuildings. Favorably noting this rapid progress, Lieutenant Colonel Danvers ordered felling crews to be detailed to cut down trees in the thick stands of pine down near the base of the finger-like promontory. Hearing of this, Gus Beecher came to the colonel and, toadying up as was his wont, offered his services to forge hinges for the gate, along with bolts, spikes, and other iron products as needed. At a reasonable price, of course. To his credit, Danvers let his face show his distaste for the man, though he did hire him on a by-the-job basis. The colonel learned of 3 men among the civilians who had sawmill experience. He interviewed them and, satisfied, hired them at once.
You were to inspect, set up, and operate the portable saw that accompanied us from Jefferson Barracks. I expect a preliminary report by this afternoon.
He soon learned the full extent of the bad news. Shortly after 2 o'clock that afternoon, the three Sawyers came to Danvers. The eldest, Tom Quigley, who had been a foreman, revealed the results of their studies. The blade made it through nice as can be, same for the other parts. The belts could stand a good oiling, and they'll be supple again. Only one problem.
What is that?
Quigley wiped a damp brow. How are we going to power the saw?
That blade has to be moving a fair clip to cut through wood, especially green wood.
Danvers scowled at this setback.
I was given to understand that everything necessary had been included. Surely you've overlooked something.
Nope, not a blessed thing. Oh, it's all there, disassembled and the parts numbered. You see, Colonel, this mill was designed to be run by a water wheel.
Suspicion registered on the face of the colonel. There was no wheel with the saw parts.
Nope, we have to build it. The metal fittings are all there, Quigley informed him.
How's it all operate?
Well, Colonel, there's this big old flywheel that attaches to the spline of the water wheel and a little one that goes on the shaft of the saw blade. The problem is, we've got to have a water source to use it. Danvers slapped the gloves he carried in his left hand against his outer thigh.
I am constantly beset with obstacles. Why is that, do you suppose, Mr. Quigley?
Quigley ducked his head in embarrassment. I wouldn't rightly know, sir, being I ain't been in the Army. But from those I know what have been, it seems that's the way of it, Colonel. If it ain't one thing going wrong, it's 6 others. Lieutenant Colonel Danvers produced a warm, genuine smile. The first, save those he gave to Eve Billings, he had ever given to one of the settlers.
Quite right, Quigley, quite right indeed. That has been the bane of my existence since I attended the military academy. Not once has anyone put it so succinctly. But that's not my immediate problem. Why did those idiots in the Quartermaster Corps provide us with a water-powered sawmill when we were coming into this God-forsaken country?
Quigley shrugged. It is mountains, sir. Maybe they thought you'd find a waterfall, which would be dandy for this kind of mill. Danvers grunted.
Those fools have never seen beyond the west bank of the Potomac, let alone the real west. Can you convert it to a treadmill?
Not easily nor likely, Colonel. Best bet is we dam up that creek down below to build pressure and put the mill wheel in the spillway.
Danvers seemed doubtful. Can that be done?
Easy as can be. Your engineer officer and someone with knowledge of artillery could do the figures and draw up what's needed. The surveyors could lay it out.
Then get to it. I'll assign the men you asked for to your supervision. We need that mill operative as soon as possible, by all means long before winter.
Preacher decided to take one more look around at the operation Danvers had put in motion before making his final decision. What he saw only convinced him further of the folly of the entire project. The fellers had moved a good 3/4 of a mile from the site of the fort. Well out of range of covering fire, the only protection they had came from 6 dragoons assigned to them. Already the detail assigned to limbing the logs and dragging them down to the area of the stockade had run into trouble. Dragoon horses, unaccustomed to working in harness, rebelled against the strangeness of heavy loads that pulled against their necks. They clashed into one another, reared, whinnied, and occasionally balked. For most of their journey, they remained out of rifle range from the fort as well. Preacher found Captain Dreiling watching the neophyte lumberjacks through field glasses. Preacher addressed him in a low, confidential tone. "Just betwixt you and me, Edward, this is one hell of a mistake. Those fellers out there are as exposed as the baby's bare bottom on birthing day. You're all near 1,000 miles from any other soldiers, just about as far from any white man. Supply will be difficult, impossible in winter, and the colonel's plans for water are non-existent or plumb silly at best." Dreiling turned to Preacher. "Are you wound down now, my friend?" For all the good it'll do. I agree with you absolutely. Putting a fort here on this impossible plateau in the middle of Indian country is what I call downright suicidal." Preacher shrugged. "I told the colonel he'd be wise to make a large cistern in the middle of the fort area. That'd give you a reliable supply most of the year. If he ran that stockade around the whole place, it would even be safe to draw water during an attack, too." Dryling brightened over that. "A cistern would work. Tell me about it." For the next half hour, Preacher enlarged his idea, although in conclusion he returned to his main theme. The smartest thing to do would be to get clear the hell away from here and set up somewhere else. Later in the afternoon, Preacher had opportunity to point out to Lieutenant Colonel Danvers all he had discussed with Captain Dryling. The colonel barely suppressed his irritation. He did make one concession. "All right, Mr. Preacher, I'll agree with you on one point. I have been studying the approach routes to the site. I'm ordering other palisades to be erected along the south and west faces. I've come to the conclusion that without them we are entirely too exposed. I'm certain that the sheer walls to the east side will take care of any threat from that direction." "I give that second thought too, Colonel, because even if the walls are sheer, including being too steep to climb safely, unless they're completely concave, there won't be no such word as can't in the heads of Injuns fixed on climbing up here." "I'll consider it, but it won't be at the top of my list of priorities." "Mayhap it had better be, Colonel, because I'm sure it's on their minds." With a slow movement, Preacher raised his arm and, like the specter of doom, pointed a long finger at the figures of some 40 mounted Cheyenne and 25 Lakota warriors, watching in ominous silence from the hilltops in the near distance. Eve Billings could not believe the emotions that surged through her. At one moment a girlish giddiness flooded her. The next, she sank into deep shame that she could imagine such things so soon after poor Howard's death, only to find herself awash with gloomy despair that she would never have what she so dearly wanted. Then euphoria surged again. She would hum old ballads, put a dance step in her walk, a sparkle in her eyes and a silly smile on her lips. Abruptly, she broke off her self-examination to give Charlie's shoulder a hard squeeze. "Charlie, sit still. I'm trying to cut your hair evenly all around." "I don't want my hair cut," replied Charlie in a surly tone. "I want it to grow long so I can braid it." Amazement washed over Eve's face. "Why, Charlie, whatever for?" Charlie's lower lip came out in a pink crescent of pout. "Indian boys have their hair braided. Charles Ryan Billings, your hair is as auburn as mine, and your complexion is fair. You are not an Indian boy." Conscious of having gone entirely too far, Charlie could not meet her eyes. He inspected his feet, which in gratitude and relief Eve saw were now covered, although by moccasins he had acquired who knew where. "I want to be." "What put that notion in your head, son?" "I've been thinking. Indian boys get to ride and hunt and fish and swim whenever they want to. Preacher's told me so." Then he cut his dark eyes to his mother. "Preacher also told me that Indian boys' folks don't spank them." Eve studied her son, conscious that he had aged beyond his years, yet remained emotionally a little boy. "Have you done something you think you might be spanked for?" Shock registered on Charlie's face. "No. Yes, I don't know." "Do you want to tell me about it?" "I can't. I promised. It's a secret between him and me." Whenever Charlie Billings suffered from guilt feelings, he spoke in short, incomplete sentences. "Who, Preacher?" "No, Mom. Not him. Someone secret." One hand on her hip, Eve shook her head in resignation. She would learn about it sooner or later. She knew with a mother's certainty. A week went by with the logging detail required to go farther from the rudimentary fort each day. The present party of 18, 12 loggers and 6 guards had only ridden out of sight when Preacher heard the thin, high keen of a war cry, followed by the muffled pop of gunfire. Quickly, he ankled his way across the crudely marked-out parade ground. He went directly to the large tent located in the center of an area that would become the future headquarters. He brushed past the sentries and strode straight to the desk behind which sat Lieutenant Colonel Danvers. "Sorry to bother you, Colonel, but from the sound of it, your loggers are getting attacked." Voice almost a squeal, Danvers bounded from his chair.
"What? That's impossible. They have an escort."
Had the situation not been so serious, Preacher would have laughed out loud. "I don't think that means much to 100 Cheyenne." Before Danvers could work up a reply, a mounted man thundered up to the tent. He shouted through the canvas, Colonel, we're under attack. Injuns are swarming all over us."
"Here?"
Danvers mouthed rhetorically. The wild-eyed dragoon, his face slicked with fear, sweat, and mottled with dust, burst through the flap. "It's the detail, sir. There must be 100 Injuns." Surprising to Preacher, Danvers responded quickly. "Borden," he snapped to the commander of Company A, "assemble your men. Form a relief column. Extra cartridges for all. Be ready to ride in 5 minutes. Mr. Preacher, will you scout?" Preacher stifled a groan. "I reckon so, Colonel." Dust and powder smoke boiled up from beyond the near swell on the breast of the Bighorn Mountains. Preacher ignored the rough trail already cut into the soil and took the most direct route. Streaming behind him in a column of twos, Preacher noticed with satisfaction the dragoons pounded hard over the ground. 7 minutes later they came upon the rear of the left flank of a two-sided Cheyenne attack. Startled Indians in the grass turned at the sound of pounding hooves. 2 of them started to swing their rifles into line as Captain Borden bellowed, "Echelon, left and right. Draw carbines. Aim. Fire." 4 warriors went down before a scythe of lead. 3 others took wounds that disabled them. Preacher noted that a dragoon sergeant had learned his lessons well. He skidded his mount to a halt and covered the injured Cheyennes with his revolver. Preacher faced front in time to drive the butt plate of his Hawken into the face of a snarling brave. "Pour it on, boys. Help's come," sang out the voice of Lieutenant Gresham of Company B. Gresham had been in charge of the logging detail, Preacher recalled. Quickly, he cut his way toward the stalled wagons, his hand filled now with a Walker Colt. Gresham reared up and fired at a warrior who lunged from the back of his pony toward Preacher. Preacher's .44 ball reached his attacker at the same time as Gresham's .54 caliber Hall carbine round. In the next second, the complexion of the battle changed entirely. With 120 dragoons rushing down on them, the 43 remaining Cheyenne warriors lost interest in their no longer easy prey. They abandoned the attack and raced through the waving grass to disappear down a draw. Odd, Preacher thought to himself. He could swear he had seen some Blackfoot among them. The 2 tribes had been enemies for hundreds of years. Preacher would have never believed he would see them fighting side by side. The Cheyenne might listen to the message of Iron Shirt, but Preacher could not believe even such a powerful prophet could weld a lasting alliance. Yet he felt certain he had seen a Blackfoot pattern on a shield and in the decoration of a feathered lance. When the last warrior had left the field, Preacher trotted Tarnation over to Lieutenant Gresham. "You lose any men?" "No, thanks, B. Not that they didn't try damned hard. We're going to have to take a larger escort." "It'd be smarter if you didn't go out at all. I've talked myself blue in the face trying to get Colonel Danvers to see that. Don't do much good, but I'll try again." "I wish you luck. And, thanks for getting the relief here so fast." "You're welcome. Ain't your fault you've got your neck stuck out a mile. Next time you might not be so lucky." Back at the fort, Preacher stormed directly into the headquarters tent to confront Lieutenant Colonel Danvers. So exacerbated had he become, his face bore the likeness of a thundercloud. He found himself forced to stand in impotent silence while Danvers dallied over an inconsequential report. When at last the colonel glanced up indifferently, Preacher used every bit of will to curb his temper. "Colonel, according to what those fellers in Washington City writ to me, I was to advise ye in all manners regarding the frontier, including Injun fighting techniques and the habits of the tribes. For the last 2 months, that is what I've been trying to do. Only you seem determined to ignore what I say. Now, unlike me, these boys has got to do as you say." Preacher paused, then delivered his suspicions in clear and cogent speech. "What I wonder is why you remain so blind to the formidable danger everyone is being subjected to. Don't you care? My point is, we have hostiles where there were none when I left for Jefferson Barracks. That could be exceedingly costly in the lives of these young men." Put off balance by Preacher's erudite delivery, Danvers gaped a moment before he waved a hand in easy dismissal. "They volunteered for the army, every man jack of them. As for my lack of surprise, I must say that, after all, I didn't expect the savages to come down and greet my troops with open arms. I learned that from you on the way out here. It is something we all have to take in stride or get out of the game. Now, is there anything of importance you have for me?" Preacher bit off his furious reply. "I want to scout that raiding party, see where they're going and what they're up to." "That's quite all right with me. Be ready to make a complete report when you return, and leave at least one of the other scouts for duties around the fort." An hour later, Preacher and Antoine Revere left the fledgling fort. They traveled light, with only what their saddle and Possible's bags could carry. Once clear of the finger of land and out of sight of the fort, the wilderness swallowed them. To some, the silence and vastness would be intimidating. Not so the mountain men. For Preacher and Antoine, a welcome blanket of tranquility settled over them. They picked up the trail of the fleeing Cheyenne easily and began to follow it. Conscious that they were being watched every inch of the way, Preacher had an intense itching sensation between his shoulder blades. 21. Preacher and Antoine trailed along behind the war party at a leisurely pace. That way it took 2 days to catch up. Preacher saw the first sign of the hostiles. The point and part of the shaft of a feather-decorated lance seemed to float on the horizon. Within a few strides, a mop of black braided hair rose into view. A single eagle feather protruded upward from the back of the head. Preacher made a sign to Antoine Revere, and they reined in their mounts. Preacher cupped his chin in one hand. "We found 'em right enough. Now what are we going to do with 'em?" "I figure you've got an idea or two up your sleeve, Preacher." "Me? I could use a nice snooze between now and full dark." "Right. We eat now and wait till nightfall to move in closer." After staking out their horses to graze, the 2 mountain men leaned against their saddles, which they propped against the thick trunk of an ancient oak. They gnawed on strips of softened jerky. Cold biscuits and a pot of beans provided by Eve Billings filled out the meal. Preacher's jaw continued to work as, with a slender wild onion he had pulled from a bunch that grew nearby, he pointed in the direction taken by the Cheyenne. "Them fellers ain't gonna throw out a welcome blanket for us. So I figured we need to get in real close tonight and find out what they're talking about. Get the lay of the land, so to speak. Then we can decide what to do." Antoine washed down beans with cold water from the creek. "Suit, I ain't exactly anxious to go mixing with them. How's your Cheyenne?" "Good enough, though might rusty. I reckon I can make out what they're saying among themselves." "Good. How's it feel to be away from those soldier boys and on your own for once?" Preacher heaved a long sigh of relief. "I ain't felt this good in 3 months. Just about got the stink of white folks out of my lungs. Why is it there's so many of 'em has such an aversion to keeping clean? A good Injun nose could smell 'em coming a good quarter-mile away." Antoine snorted, amused at the image he had created. Can you imagine the mess it would make in a crick if all them soldiers and the pilgrims took a bath every night? Preacher wrinkled his nose. Never thought of it that way before. Might be you're right. All that soap and stench floating downstream would tell an Injun just where to look. No matter, it's good to be out here. Now I'm going to pull me a tomcat and catch a few winks. Only the pale, frosty light of the stars broke up the black blanket of a moonless night later on, when Preacher and Antoine fastened their horses to ground anchors and eeled through the tough, wiry grass to within 20 feet of the Cheyenne camp. Low, small lodges had been set in a semicircle around a large central fire. Preacher extended his spyglass and swept the rows of seated men. Sure enough, he was not pleased to note, there was more than one Blackfoot among the Cheyenne. One of them stood before the assembly and harangued them in their language. His Cheyenne was imperfect, and Preacher found it hard to understand. What he did make out alarmed him. When Iron Shirt and our people join you and your cousins, the Lakota, it will be easy to kill all the white men on the bluff. Then we will sweep across the plains with rifle and firebrand and drive the rest out of the country of our brothers forever. He paused to strut proudly in front of the rapt Cheyenne. In 2 suns' time, all of the Iron Shield Society will join us here, and the massacre will soon follow. Those who died in the attack on the wagons did not have strong enough faith in the medicine of Iron Shirt. Look about you. The faces you see are of those who, like you, believed. With strong hearts like yours, we cannot fail. Preacher had heard enough. He tugged at the sleeve of the hunting shirt worn by Antoine Revere. When Antoine cut his eyes to Preacher, the latter motioned for them to draw back. Cautiously they began to move away from the Cheyenne. They made it halfway to their horses without incident. Then, as he crawled past a large sagebrush, Preacher found himself looking at 5 pair of coppery knees. Slowly he raised his gaze to take in the warriors, all of whom competently held modern rifles pointed directly at him. He froze and sucked in a deep breath. From beyond the obscuring brush he heard the soft voice of Antoine Revere. "Preacher, dang me, but I think we're caught." Preacher's heart rate increased rapidly, driven by the fight or flight reflex as adrenaline pumped into his system. Suddenly, he lashed out at the nearest pair of legs. Thrashing sounds across the sage told Preacher that Antoine had chosen to resist also. Preacher had the Cheyenne warrior off his legs in no time. He snatched up the dropped rifle and used it club-like to knock the knees from under another brave. Then the other 3 jumped him. Preacher fought silently, and with a controlled fury that left one Cheyenne with a broken jaw. Another warrior came at him from the front, prepared to do a kick to Preacher's face. Preacher dodged and slapped the leg to the side. Then he came upright and split the upper lip of the unprepared Indian. Grunts and the soft impact of fist against flesh told him Antoine was holding his own. A knee to the groin toppled the bleeding Cheyenne. Preacher started to follow up with a knockout punch, only to have his arms grabbed from behind. A sturdy warrior held him tightly while the last of the group kicked him in the belly. Stomach juices burned their way up Preacher's throat. He gagged and retched while he struggled to free himself. It did little good. The next instant, blackness washed over him and pain erupted in his head from a blow with a rifle butt. His knees went slack, and he hung from the grasp of the Cheyenne who held him. Preacher and Antoine Revere came to in the center of the Cheyenne camp. Spread-eagled and staked to the ground, they had been stripped of their clothing and moccasins. A tidal surge of pain churned in Preacher's head. Through it, he vaguely heard a stirring beyond his bare feet. A blurred figure came into view, and Preacher tried to blink his eyes into focus. When the image came clear, it turned out to be a man Preacher recognized. Swift Bear. He grated rustily in Cheyenne. The effort caused him another tsunami of pain. "It is truly you, White Ghost?" "Yes, it is, Swift Bear. You warriors caught me fair and square." With that admission, Preacher set out on a plan that had only begun to form in his mind. It was one he hoped would save their lives. After another hard swallow, he began to bargain. "You know me, Swift Bear, and you know I do not lie." "That is so. What is it you wish to talk about lying there on the ground?" Preacher stalled a moment. "Glad you mentioned that. I would feel better about it if I was sitting upright, so I could talk like a man instead of a deer laid out for dressing. Could you do that, Swift Bear?" After due consideration, the Cheyenne war chief nodded in agreement. "Since it is you, I shall allow it. Release his arms." Now he was getting somewhere. When the rawhide thongs had been severed, Preacher flexed his fingers to restore feeling and levered himself up into a sitting position. Preacher made a nod of his head and proceeded politely. "White Ghost, thanks, Swift Bear. Now what you've got here is two fellers who have been friend to the Cheyenne for many winters. Why, I even took me a Cheyenne wife, had 2 sons by her, 'cept she got took off by sickness. The white man's curse," Swift Bear provided. "Yep, smallpox. Nothing could be done about it. But my boys are being raised as Cheyenne in a band of Cloud Blanket. It is as the Great Spirit sees best. What I'm getting at is that since we're friends, more or less, maybe you would cut us loose and let us go on our way. We are a war party, and I have a band of my own now. I no longer listen to the words of Cloud Blanket." Preacher cocked a brow. "You two at odds? That's a shame. What happened?" Cloud Blanket turned away from the Iron Shield Society. "What is that?" "A new warrior society, with powerful medicine. It was brought to us by a Blackfoot shaman." "Oh, yes, Iron Shirt." Preacher cocked a brow and continued shrewdly. "But Iron Shirt does not speak for the Cheyenne. Now that I know for a fact, and I don't think he speaks for Swift Bear." Swift Bear curled his lower lip outward a moment before replying. "We follow him in the great battle." "What fight is that?" "To rid our land of the white men. Iron Shirt leads us in that." "But he doesn't tell you what to do with a friend." "No, that is so. True though it is, I cannot simply release White Ghost. You were spying on a war camp." Preacher put on an unhappy expression, then brightened with a show of hope. "There is a way, though, isn't there?" A brief smile showed Swift Bear followed Preacher's logic. "You could fight your way free." "You mean take on the whole mess of you?" Swift Bear shook his head. "No. If you could fight your way past 10 warriors, you could go on your way in peace." "What about my friend? He looks a mite worse for wear. Could I fight for his release, too?" Considering that a while, Swift Bear finally made answer. "You would have to better 4 hands of men for that." At Preacher's unhappy expression, he added, "Or you could fight 1 man to the death." "I would have to fight any man you send against me." At the nod from Swift Bear, he went on. "But when me and my friend go free and unharmed?" "That is so. And if you do not defeat my choice, let us hope you both die like men." "What weapons will we use?" "That will be decided by the council tonight." Preacher had another vital question to ask. "Who will I fight?" Swift Bear remained silent, let his gaze roam over the gathered warriors, then he made a gesture that summoned an important-looking Blackfoot. The two spoke too quietly for Preacher to hear. When they had decided, Swift Bear turned back to Preacher. "I have asked my brother, 3 horses who he thinks should uphold our honor. He has suggested that it would be fitting for Tall Bull to claim your scalp. Tall Bull is a Blackfoot, one who has taken the way of Iron Shirt and is immune to the weapons of the white man. By the slightest value of intonation, Preacher managed to keep sarcasm out of his voice when he replied dryly, "Well, then I don't think pistols would be a fair choice for weapons. I need at least a little chance to win. You will learn of our decision tomorrow. When the sun is high, the fight will begin." Preacher and Antoine spent an uneasy night. In the chill mountain air, they soon found themselves stiffening and had to clench their jaws to keep their teeth from chattering. Tied to the trunks of a pair of saplings, they could not even lay out full length to sleep. When morning came, their muscles had grown knotted and sore. Thoughtfully, Swift Bear had ordered them cut loose, and while food was brought to them, they worked out the kinks. They were kept under control by rawhide tethers around their waists. Preacher ate with his usual appetite, a stew made of some sort of meat he could not identify. Then he began to exercise lightly. Relentlessly, the sun climbed the sky while Preacher continued to stretch, bend, and run in place. All the while, he tried to think through a strategy to ensure he won. When he worked up a light sheet of sweat and his muscles seemed as smooth in operation as usual, he stopped and sat beside Antoine. Lacking tact, Antoine brought up one of several old acquaintances who had undergone such a challenge. "Remember old Kip? He had to fight for his life one time like this. Against the Arapaho, I believe. Too bad it killed him." "Now that's a fact. How about French Jake, though? He came through it missing only 3 fingers of one hand. Gives a feller real inspiration, that does." Antoine had more encouragement. "How about old Jim Bridger? Seems he ran afoul of some excitable Paiutes. They was fixed to torture him and burn him alive. Only he talked them into a fight, best man wins all. Now you know the Paiutes is sneaky. He had to fight 3 men before they kept their word. Killed all 3, Jim did, with only a couple light cuts on his arms. Not to mention a slice on one cheek that near tooken out one eye." Antoine got a slant-ways glance at Preacher. "You sound like you're regretting this fight already." Preacher slid his gaze to the whiskered face of his companion. "Now that you mention it, maybe I am." "You want out of it?" probed Antoine. "I want out of here, and the only way to do that is go through with a fight." Antoine offered a crumb of hope. "You could have said no." "And we'd been killed on the spot." "Nope, that's not for this child. I plan on living a whole long time after this affair. We've had some good times, haven't we, Preacher?" "You going soft-hearted on me, Antoine?" "Not me, mon ami. I was only thinking." "About what?" Antoine sighed heavily. "We both know of more men that failed to get through such an ordeal than those who did. I feel responsible in a way. It is as though if I had not been along, you might have gotten away." "Nonsense, my friend. You did not cause this. I failed to keep careful watch. They found us and nabbed us, and here we are. But I think I've figured a way out for us. It would be crazy to expect that I'll not get hurt some in the process." Sincerity radiated from the respectful expression Antoine wore. "By le bon Dieu, Preacher. You have more sang than any 10 men I know. God go with you." Preacher swallowed hard at the lump that had suddenly appeared in his throat. "Thank you, Antoine." Before they expected it, the time arrived for the mortal combat. Down the slope away, the Cheyenne and their tenuous allies gathered in a large, loose circle around a bare spot of ground. Swift Bear and 4 of his warriors came for Preacher. 2 of them escorted Antoine Revere, while the other pair accompanied Preacher. To muttered insults, Preacher's captors shouldered a path through the crowd and delivered him to the center. Then they released the tether and stepped back. A loud clamor rose as Tall Bull stepped through the ranks of spectators. His name suited him to perfection. He towered well over 6 feet, with thick muscles and tree-trunk legs. His hands were the size of a grizzly's paws, and his head would not fit the largest hat size. He had Preacher by 5 inches and a good 55 pounds. Swift Bear came forward and handed each man a knife and a tomahawk. Relief coursed through Preacher when he found that the weapons were his own. Then the Cheyenne chief stepped back and motioned for the contestants to face him. "This is a fight to the death. You will use no other weapons than those given you. If you lose both, you may use hands, feet, and teeth. It is in the hands of the Great Spirit, and up to your skill, to decide who will win." With that, he melted back into the inner ring of onlookers and raised his arm. "Let the fight begin." 22. Warily, the two fighters circled, intent on studying each other's strengths and weaknesses. Tall Bull, with the advantage of size and weight, struck first. His tomahawk whistled loudly in a roundhouse swing. Preacher lithely sprang out of the way. Instantly, he retaliated with a flick of his left wrist. The keen edge of his Green River knife bit into flesh over the left eye of Tall Bull. A sheet of blood washed over the lid and obscured his vision. In the instant of hesitation that caused, Preacher lashed out with his warhawk and lightly nicked Tall Bull over the left hip bone. A heavier stream of blood flowed down the Blackfoot's leg. The spectators raised an angry roar. Tall Bull stumbled twice, then flexed his knees and coiled his body for another attack. He came in straight, tomahawk whirring in a silvery blur before his face. Knife held with the edge up, he feinted for the proper opening and drove the blade forward. Preacher jumped high in the air and brought his hawk down on the haft of the one in the hand of his adversary. Sharp pain radiated up the arm of Tall Bull, and he nearly dropped his tomahawk. Then he shifted his weight and spun in a full circle. When he saw the hated white man again, he let out a howl and swung his knife with all his force. The stroke split Preacher's buckskin shirt from his left hip to his right shoulder. A thin ribbon of blood oozed from the chest of Preacher. Off balance from his effort to avoid the deadly steel, he stumbled over his own feet. Down Preacher went, but not before Tall Bull charged forward and sank the sharp edge of his tomahawk into the thick muscle of Preacher's upper chest. By immediately going slack, the blade did not cut through bone or pierce a lung. Preacher hastily rolled to one side. He recovered before Tall Bull could follow up his advantage. Panther quick, Preacher smacked the Cheyenne in the gut with the flat of his blade. Groaning, Tall Bull doubled over. Preacher sacrificed a chance to get in another blow to return to his feet. Slowly, a plan began to form in his mind. Swinging rapidly in a figure eight, Preacher made the blade of his hawk a continuous blur between them. Inexorably, he edged Tall Bull backward toward a large old tree. Eyes fixed over the shoulder of Tall Bull, Preacher gauged his distance. When he had the Blackfoot in the proper position, he feinted to his left, then whirled right and ran around the slower-moving Tall Bull. Seeing an opening, Tall Bull rushed in. His arm raised above his head, he was prepared to split Preacher's skull. The moment his opponent committed himself to the blow, Preacher dropped flat on the ground. Unable to arrest his motion, Tall Bull buried his tomahawk in the tree trunk up to the haft. Swiftly, Preacher cut a line across the exposed belly of Tall Bull, which released a river of blood. Tall Bull choked back a howl of pain while he struggled to free his weapon from the wooden vise. Suddenly aware that Preacher was on the way up, momentary panic seized him. Unable to free his warhawk, Tall Bull abandoned it for his knife, which he changed to his right hand. Making a shrewd surmise, Preacher tossed away his own hawk and shifted to his Green River. This gesture brought the first sound of appreciation from the spectators. Preacher stepped in and began to circle. Awkward and uncertain, his reservoir of cunning and strength bleeding out through his wounds. Tall did likewise. Grimly, the fight went on. Steel clashed on steel as Preacher parried an overhand thrust. Pain flowed through his chest like fire. Both men danced back and circled again. Tall Bull moved slower. His shoulders drooped and his head canted forward. He gasped in great draughts of air and vigilantly sought an opening. At last he sensed a flaw in Preacher's defense. With a deep grunt, he lunged forward on his right leg and drove the tip of the blade toward Preacher's belly. All at once, the knife in Preacher's hand showed up where it should not be. It deflected the blade of Tall Bull as Preacher spun away out of danger. Loss of his target sent Tall Bull stumbling to one side, bent over and vulnerable. The wound in Preacher's shoulder stung mightily as he tried to reverse his swing and plunged the Green River into the soft side of Tall Bull. Having missed his lunge, Tall Bull knew the cold loneliness of desperation. Slowly he calmed his racing emotions. In sudden inspiration, he bent lower and snatched up a handful of dust and pebbles. Recovering his balance, he turned and hurled the contents of his hand into the face of Preacher. Blinded, Preacher dropped low and did a forward roll. After 2 turns, he crashed into the legs of the onlookers and, before Tall Bull could close on him, snatched a remembered gourd of water from between the nearest Cheyenne's legs. Quickly, he poured the contents over his head and blinked his vision clear as he came to one knee. He managed it in time to keep from having Tall Bull's knife buried in his back. Slowly, Preacher yielded to the relentless pressure of the heavy, muscular warrior who had crashed into him. He shifted his feet and used the momentum of Tall Bull to throw the Blackfoot over one hip and send him crashing into the Cheyenne spectators. Immediately, Preacher regained his equilibrium and lashed out a foot. His kick caught Tall Bull in the side of the head. Instantly groggy, Tall Bull momentarily lost sight of his opponent. Seizing his chance, Preacher dove in and made a quick slash that cut the throat of Tall Bull, who dropped to the ground, where he died before the gasping Preacher. A long, stunned silence followed. Frowning, Two Moons stepped forward to clasp forearms with Preacher. "You have won fairly, White Ghost. Take your friend, your weapons and horses, and ride out in peace. You will not be harmed." Preacher and Antoine made the return trip to the fort in a day and a half. They paused only to dress Preacher's wounds and to rest their mounts. Preacher had grown feverish by the time they came inside of the partly erected palisade. He rejected the suggestion made by Captain Dreiling that he see Major Coughlin. Like most mounted men, he was wary of the medical profession. "You never hear a pill roller say he's doing medicine. They're all the time practicing. Which says to me they ain't got it right yet," he growled at the dragoon officer's repeated insistence. Instead, he sent Antoine Revere and Three Sleeps Norris to find some special moss, leaves, and spider webs. When Eve Billings heard of his conditions, he came at once to the lean-to where Preacher lay. His forehead was dew-slicked with perspiration, and he had sunk into an uneasy sleep. His dry lips parted, and he muttered unintelligible words. Eve knelt at his side and dabbed his mouth with a water-soaked cloth. Preacher moaned and shuddered reflexively. Gibberish spilled from his tongue. "Mubba-jubba." By that time, his companions had returned with their shopping list filled. Eve looked up at them in appeal. Why didn't he go to the army, doctor? Three Sleeps answered her. "Stubborn fool won't have no truck with the doctor. Says a Cheyenne medicine man can cure a feller faster, and a shaman won't cut anything off." Secretly, Eve agreed. She saw as hopelessly medieval the popular assumption that amputation was the solution for nearly everything that would not respond to bleeding. Yet Preacher obviously had an infection. The inflamed skin around the wound, the steady ooze of yellow matter from the broken scab pointed to no other possibility. "We brought the things Preacher wanted." Antoine Revere offered the reed basket to Eve for her inspection. What she saw made her nose wrinkle. "Do you know how to mix these?" Revere, the half-French, half-Delaware mountain man, answered eagerly. "Yes, ma'am. More or less, that is. If Preacher was awake, he'd know the exact amount. We'll just add a dab of this and a drop of that until it starts to pull the pus out of that wound." A bullfrog croak came from the supine Preacher. "I am awake, damn it. Now listen." He went on to give the proportions of each ingredient. Antoine mixed them while Eve hovered over Preacher. Then the jaunty son of a voyageur grew serious while he poured whiskey over Preacher's wound and scraped away all of the scab with his knife. Next came the poultice, which Antoine packed deeply into the cut. Finally, while Three Sleeps lifted Preacher's shoulder and Eve held his head, Antoine bound the wound with a folded strip of cheesecloth he had purchased off Hattie Honeycutt, then wrapped a thin, thoroughly wet strip of well-boiled buckskin over that. "There," he pronounced over his ministrations. "That should start to draw right nicely by this evening. Tomorrow he'll be up and sassy as ever." Not at all convinced, Eve asked, "Are you sure?" Antoine considered it. "By nooning time, at least." Decidedly uneasy, Eve made an offer. "If you don't mind, Ma'll watch over him part of the evening, give you two a rest." "Fine with me," Three Sleeps agreed. "I'm sure Preacher would rather wake up looking at your face instead of one of ours." Regardless of the assurances given by Three Sleeps Norris, 3 days passed before Preacher awoke from his septic delirium and made conscious note of his surroundings. He forced a delighted smile, though too weak to sustain it long, when he found Eve Billings dutifully at his side with a damp cloth, ready to salve his fevered brow. That his mind had not suffered became immediately clear. "How long?" he asked. Eve fought back the tears of joy and relief that formed in her hazel eyes. 3 days. You were very sick." Preacher made little of it. "Weren't nothing. A little bout of sweats is all." "Preacher, you're nearly burned up with fever. Dr. Coughlin wanted to bleed you. I told him I'd take a shotgun to him if he tried." Lips curled in a feeble smile, Preacher expressed his gratitude for that. "An army sawbones is good for only one thing, making a feller worse off." His voice gained strength and a gentle warmth. "Thank you for looking out for me, Eve. I'm much beholden." "No thanks needed. Call it—" "Go on. Say it," her mind told her. "Call it a labor of love." Then she stumbled on. "Your friends took turns with me watching over you." He reached out and wiped Preacher's brow a final time. A week went by before Preacher walked abroad unaided in the fast-growing compound. The first floor of the headquarters had been completed, along with a long, low warehouse sort of building for the quartermaster. First to go up, Preacher had pointed out to him by Antoine Revere, had been the sutlers. "He has some near-quality whiskey," Antoine advised. "Beer," Preacher corrected. "1 beer's about all I think I can handle." "Très bien. Then let us go and get it now before you change your mind, or your nursemaid comes along and forbids it. Allez vite." 2 more weeks went by before Preacher pronounced himself as fit as before the fight. He looked back on the duel with Tall Bull as he surveyed progress on the fort. He had not intended to kill the big Blackfoot. He had used the ploy of throwing aside his hawk in furtherance of that. But a Blackfoot was a Blackfoot. When Tall Bull threw the dirt in his face, Preacher knew he might not leave this circle of warriors alive. So all bets were off. Old news, Preacher thought, as he discarded his reflections and watched the last of the split logs being hammered into place on the second-floor roof of the headquarters. Somehow panes of glass had survived the arduous trek to this promontory, and amateur glazers were gingerly fitting filled sashes into the lower floor's windows. The front stockade had been completed, Preacher saw with relief. It consisted of a double palisade of foot-thick pine trunks, sharpened on the tops with a 2-foot space of rammed earth between. Running the length of it, a 5-foot-deep battlement had been installed to provide for firing from the wall. The huge gates had been hung and now moved ponderously on thick iron hinges. Fully a third of the outer defenses extended along the west face. Some 10 feet inside the main gate, a pounded ramp of dirt and granite boulders provided access to a platform of the same material at the top. The battalion's 3-pound field piece could be hauled up there to give covering fire. It stood now beside a flagpole which had been erected in front of the headquarters building in a circle of whitewashed rocks. More of the chalky stones marked out the parade ground and walkways to and from the buildings. "Danvers must have these poor devils working day and night," Preacher observed to Eve. "Yes, he does. I overheard some of the soldiers talking. They said the colonel was setting a record in minor infractions punishment. The men who break minor regulations receive extra duty details after retreat, whatever that means." Preacher turned an amused smile on her. "I think that's when they fire off the little cannon and haul down the flag." Perplexity lined Eve's brow. "Oh, yes. But why do they call it retreat? Isn't that running from the enemy?" Preacher shrugged. "Same word, different meanings. That's the Army for you." They laughed together. "You're coming to supper tonight?" Eve asked. Chuckling, Preacher spread his hands in submission. "A team of a dozen mules could not keep me away." Something had gone decidedly wrong with the alliance between the Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and Sioux, as it often did in such meldings of one-time enemies. The Cheyenne had been slow in coming in. 3 large bands, including that of Cloud Blanket, had refused to join at all. The Sioux had sent only token numbers of the Brule, Oglala, and Teton sub-tribes. Notable among those absent were the members of Red Cloud's band. As a result, the planned great uprising did not happen on schedule. Iron Shirt fumed over it. At last he decided to take out his anger on the nearest whites. Accordingly, he stormed into the lodge occupied by Prager, Gross, and Riker. He studied them in silence a moment, smelled their sudden outbreak of fear. What puny creatures, he thought to himself. "Where are your wagons of rifles? Where's the powder?" "On the way, Iron Shirt," Prager managed calmly. Iron Shirt spat into the fire. "That is not good enough. We hold back and waste our energy in races and gambling. This war cannot begin without the weapons you promised. When will they be here?" Coldly, Prager responded, "I don't know any more than you do. Besides, the other tribes have not come in as you expected. When the warriors get here, the guns will be here also. What you need is another show of big medicine. I think I might have just the thing." Intrigued, Iron Shirt leaned toward the broad-shouldered, lean white man, his eyes fixed on the knife scar. "What is that?" "Give me time to get everything rigged up. Then, tonight at the dances, tell everyone that you are going to do a most potent dance, a spirit dance that will do wondrous things like nothing they have ever seen. Use the dance you worked out last month, the one you were going to use as a victory dance when the white soldiers are destroyed." Plentifully shrewd for all his lack of sophistication, Iron Shirt's eyes held a gleam of anticipation. "What is it I am going to make happen?" "Tell them that you will make stars rise from the ground up into the sky." Uncertain, Iron Shirt blurted, "Can I do that? I mean, what are you going to do to make it happen?" Prager gave him an enigmatic smile. "Wait and see. I promise you it might even have you wetting your loincloth. Prager and his associates, along with Sowers and 3 henchmen, spent the rest of the day well beyond the large encampment of Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and Sioux. They had the last tube in place shortly before dark. Prager headed for the rear of one wagon. "We'll fix something to eat out here. No sense in going back and drawing attention to ourselves, then having to come back after dark. Someone might follow and spoil the whole show." "You've got it all figured out, Mr. Prager," Blake Sowers said, sincerely complimenting his boss. "Those Injuns will think the world's coming to an end, sure enough." Morton Gross raised a cautioning hand. "We do not want to terrify them into running away. This exercise is merely for the purpose of reinforcing the magical powers of our great prophet, Ironshirt." Aaron Riker added his own praise. "Still, it was inspired of you to have ordered these pyrotechnics and to have had them shipped out here." Prager fought back a smirk. "We'll soon see, won't we?" He began to take food from a large woven reed basket and pass it around. 2 hours after darkness fell, Quentin Prager roused himself. "Better get ready. That's the drumbeat for Ironshirt's fancy dance. It'll take about 20 minutes, then we let go the first shell." When the time came, Prager touched the glowing tip of a length of slow match to the short fuse near the bottom of a fiberboard tube. With a dull thud, a whoosh, and a hissing roar, the projectile leaped into the night sky. It burst when it reached the apex of its arc, showering the sky in smoky red streamers. By then the second star shell was on its way. This one erupted in green and white, with bright spots at the end of streamers of smoke that crackled and popped as their internal fuses burned down to the small charges. Most of the fireworks Prager had arranged for consisted of 3-pound starbursts. For the finale, he had something special. Following a simultaneous discharge of 6 star shells, he and his associates ignited and launched 5 aerial reports. Discs of white appeared one after another in the sky, each followed by a violent blast and an accompanying shock wave. When the awesome sound of the last one rolled away across the hills, Quentin Prager heard the cackle of Blake Sowers. "That'll have them savages dribbling in their doors for certain, sure. What a hell of a show, Mr. Prager. And call it brilliant." Those in the camp did not share the enthusiasm of Blake Sowers. Unable to contain them, the guards stood helplessly by while the pony herd stampeded. Many of the warriors abandoned their immense pride to hide, shivering under their bison robes. Some fell to the ground, stupefied in superstitious veneration. The Great Spirit truly spoke through Ironshirt, others exclaimed to their neighbors. Slowly the pandemonium subsided. Shaken to his core by the dreadful display, Ironshirt had no words for those who gradually came to reaffirm their allegiance. He could only grip their forearms and nod and mumble. The coldly analytical part of his mind eventually asserted itself. Whatever the white men had done, it had restored his power over these fractious tribes. He turned smiling to his most trusted subordinates, 2 Moons and Bent Trees. "Trust me, my friends, with this great medicine, the mighty battle really will come." 23. Preacher had become downright itchy-footed. Another week had gone by and still no major attack by the hostiles. There had been skirmishes against wood and water details. The fellers had been shot at from a distance, and the newly erected sawmill had been thoroughly riddled with .54 caliber balls on 2 occasions. Preachers considered the damming of the swift little creek and the locating of the mill on its banks below the obstruction to be the height of stupidity. "Even dumber'n building this fort out where it's exposed to everything," he had been heard to opine frequently. At least one of his worries seemed to have somewhat worked its way to a solution. Every day, more of the pilgrims settled in to rest and wait out the year at the fort. Spring, they declared, would suit them fine to move on. They had listened to his tales and those of his companions about winter in the high country. None among them felt hardy enough to endure exposure to the elements in wagon boxes. Well and good, Preacher figured. It gave him more time to ponder on why the Blackfoot and their allies had not attacked in force. An exception to the settling down of the immigrants was the subtle campaign still waged by Eve Billings and Isaac Warner to get Preacher to commit to leading them through the wilderness. It manifested itself again that evening at a supper presided over by Eve and Rebecca Warner. After a satisfying meal featuring roast venison, Isaac Warner stopped the last of a rich brown gravy from his plate with a delicate yeast-raised bread roll, leaned back and patted his fledgling potbelly. "Yes, sir. I've come to see spring is the ideal time to move on. We can learn a lot in the meantime, and the animals will certainly be more fit." Preacher accepted a cheroot from the wagon captain, which he tipped toward his benefactor before he lighted it. "Couldn't do a better thing. By then it might be this fuss with the engines will be ended." Isaac touched a burning ember to his own cigar. "Only one thing is left undone, then. We will still be in need of a guide, competent scouts, that sort of thing." Preacher tried to be evasive. "When word gets around about this fort, there'll be all sorts of folks drop by. You can find someone easy." Warner was not to be put off so easily. "Fact of the matter is, myself and the committee are set on it being you and possibly your friends Revere and Norris." "Nope, ain't possible. Soon as this engine ruckus is over with, I'm on my way to the Shining Mountains. We can pay well, if not all in advance, then when we reach the Oregon country." Shaking his head, Preacher made to leave. "Sorry, Mr. Warner, I ain't in the guide business. I leave that to them that enjoys it." He gave his thanks for the good meal and walked away. Eve excused herself and quickly followed. When she caught up to Preacher, she scurried around his broad-shouldered frame and halted in his path. Every bit the auburn-haired image of determination, she came right to the point. "Preacher, for the life of me, I don't know what you have against leading us to the Northwest. Mr. Warner said we could pay well. Forgive me for being far too bold, brazen even, but let me tell you this. Along with the monetary reward we can give you, there can be other more pleasant rewards, if you agree." Stifling a groan born of inner turmoil, Preacher put his big hands on her tender shoulders. Eve, what's a body to do? By jing, the truth is, I'd plow and plant a garden for one of your smiles. For a kiss, I'd do handsprings from here to the Grand Tetons. If I heard you right for that, I'd take on those Blackfoot single-handed and whoop them all. But I can't. I won't let myself be harnessed up and put in charge of a wagon train. I'm sorry. I know I'll regret it tomorrow, only it's just the way I am." Disappointment registered in Eve's hazel eyes. "That's the longest and most eloquent speech I've ever heard you make. I'm sorry over your stubborn refusal, but I think I can understand. You've always been a free soul, any sort of harness, and I'm afraid that includes matrimony, would only chafe. But now that I've said it, Preacher dear, the offer remains open. Good night." 5 double hands of Lakota warriors had set up a camp near their Cheyenne cousins. In spite of their earlier promises, they had failed to join with the Blackfoot for a large raid on the soldier place. Ironshirt went to visit them, his patience at an end. They welcomed him warmly enough, and after their customary meal, got down to serious talking. "We are coming. It has been decided, and we will be there," Spotted Horse, the Lakota's principal war chief, stated patiently. Ironshirt barely held his impatience in check. "Yes, but when?" Spotted Horse made a gesture of indifference with his bead-decorated turkey wing fan. "When we get there." "Why are you in such haste, Ironshirt? Going to war requires deliberation and careful planning." That loosed a spill of heated words. "The planning is done. There is nothing difficult about it. You must not let this soldier place be built. Like all white men, once they come, they never leave. Do you want all of your bison killed? The soldiers will do that. They shoot them for trophies. As you know, I have 3 tame white men in my village. They tell me this is a true thing." Spotted Horse nodded sagely. "I have been told they scratch the ground, tear up the grass to put in seeds. Yes, they plant for food like the Navajo." Iron Shirt spat in disgust. "We must attack this evil place and burn it to the ground." Spotted Horse pursed his full lips, then nodded curtly. "It is agreed. We will come at the next moon." Exasperated, Iron Shirt sprang to his feet. "No, it must be now. We leave for the soldier place with tomorrow's sun. Meet us there." For want of something to do, Preacher rode out with Lieutenant Judson of Company C the next morning on the water detail. The youthful officer, Preacher was willing to bet he did not shave more than every other day, had matured considerably since their encounter with the Pawnee. Lines had appeared on his forehead and cheeks where none had been before. He didn't talk as loudly nor move with nervous energy like a youngster in his teens. Privately, he shared Preacher's opinion of the water situation. With construction nearly complete at the fort, he felt secure in bringing up the subject to the mountain man. "Our engineering officer, Major Vickers, has completed his tests for building a cistern. I, for one, will be glad when we don't have to come out every day to water the horses. For some reason, I can't shake the prickling sensation that Blackfoot eyes are watching my every move." Preacher chuckled deep in his throat. "That outlook will keep you alive a whale of a lot longer than some others I could mention." Vickers read Preacher correctly. "Colonel Danvers certainly does have an optimistic attitude. Not that I'm criticizing, of course." "Ain't for me to be bearing tales, Tom. Right now, I'm just an unemployed scout." "Then why do you take these risks like the others?" Preacher rubbed his square chin. "Keeps my edge keen. Fastest way to get yourself killed in the high lonesome is to take to thinking you're nice and safe." "Is it really that wild out here, Preacher?" "It is at times. Thing is, you never know for certain when those times have come around. Injuns is moody and changeable. The closer you are to them, the more they give you cause to play guessing games." Lieutenant Judson cast a nervous glance around the hillside above the creek bed. "And we're mighty close to them down here." "Yep. There's 3 Cheyenne watching us now right up in them pines." Preacher jutted his chin to indicate the direction of the observers. Tom Judson jerked as though a wasp stung. "I'd better alert the others." A restraining hand went to his arm as Preacher drawled in a low voice, "Nope. I wouldn't get all stirred up and make 'em think we're the hostiles. If they had any thought to lift our hair, they'd not let me get an eye on 'em." Judson cut his eyes to Preacher's face. "How can you be so sure?" "I ain't. But I've just never seen warriors sit their horses right quiet like that and then attack." "Well, what should I do then?" Preacher did not even hesitate. "We'll just mosey right slow along the creek. Tell the watering detail as we go. No hurry. Them Cheyenne ain't gonna leave until after we do." Half an hour later, Lieutenant Judson heaved a heavy sigh of relief as the watering detail rode away from the creek. He reported their discovery to the battalion sergeant major upon their return. BSM Muldoon doubled the number of the second detail to take horses out for water. "It's Injuns now, is it?" Muldoon developed a faraway look in his blue eyes. With a limited supply of old John barleycorn, his nose had lost much of its ruddy glow. He had leaned down some also. Preacher noted the changes approvingly. Fat might be all right for a politician, but a man on the spare side moved faster in a fight. 3 Cheyenne. One of them was a mere boy. "But Mr. Judson said he never laid eye on them." "Sure, and he did." "I saw them. That's all that mattered, Muldoon." "Right you are, Preacher." Preacher changed the subject. "Judson says the engineer's about ready to blast out a cistern. That he is. By all the saints, they're going at it backward as usual. What I mean is, what are we to do with all these windows in place? One mistake in the amount of blasting powder, and we'll have glass flying all over the inside of this room, we will. Preacher laughed. Board them up, Sergeant Major. Muldoon cocked his head to one side. You ever see how fast a chunk of rock moves with a big bang behind it? You got a point. All you can hope for is none of them powder men has got 3 thumbs. You going out with the new detail? No, I've had an invite to take Noonan with Eve Billings. She's promised something special. Merriment twinkled in the eyes of BSM Muldoon. Sure, and Eve the sound of a man that's been already caught. A twinge radiated from the area of Preacher's heart. Not in the least. I've been alone on my own for too many years to change my ways. Laughing, Muldoon turned back to his paperwork. Now, that'll be the day it will. Bored by lack of something destructive to do, Blake Sowers and 3 of his henchmen decided to pay a visit to the sutler's store at the new fort. They had a hanker to try out some of the whiskey the government-contracted civilian merchant had in stock. They rode inside the stockade shortly after noon the same day, having noted the watering detail on the way. Somebody's mighty stupid around these parts, opined Eden Dillon. Yellowed, snaggy teeth made an unhealthy slash in the lower part of his mouth. Ain't gonna get no water at a rock. Blake Sowers nodded agreement. The thing for our Indian friends to do is catch them out in the open watering horses. Be a regular slaughter. They dismounted at a freshly built raw yellow pine tie rail and looped reins. With his accustomed swagger, Sowers led the way into the saloon side of the sutler's store. There, the first thing he saw was a large sign in bold, black capital letters. Hard liquor sales prohibited to enlisted and NCO personnel, officers and civilians only, by order of Lieutenant Colonel Danvers, commanding. Sowers pointed it out to his subordinates. Well, looky here. Aren't you glad you didn't sign on to wear one of those pretty blue uniforms? Pete Price leaned toward Blake Sowers. I bet you we found out who thought up putting this place on a finger of rock. It ain't natural, that's what. Dillon was put out. Not right to get between a man and his whiskey, downright barbarian. From behind the bar, a jovial-faced man urged them toward the planks. Seeing as how none of you gentlemen are soldiers, step right up and enjoy a drink. While the 4 outlaws settled themselves at the barkeep poured into large, fish-eye shot glasses. With a deft flick of his wrist, he distributed them to his new customers. You're new here, so first round is on the house. Sowers answered him with a big grin and a hearty voice. Now that's mighty nice. Much obliged, my good man. He had listened intently to the conversations of Quentin Prager and his associates, and now often made a conscious effort to mimic their speech mannerisms when he addressed strangers. With a good-natured smile and a wink, the barkeep informed them, The next one'll cost you double. Sowers eyed the man over the rim of his shot glass, which he had raised to his lips. Sounds like a place I know of down in the French Quarter of New Orleans. Enterman, the sutler, gave Sowers an expression of innocence. I've never been in Nolans. They shared a laugh, and Sowers downed his whiskey. A moment later, Preacher entered the saloon. He came up short on the threshold and eyed the strangers with immediate suspicion. To the best of his knowledge, there wasn't a white man within 200 miles, except, of course, the ones rumored to be with Ironshirt. Preacher broke his momentary freeze and crossed the plank floor to the far end of the bar. From there he could keep an eye on all 4 hard-faced men. For their part, they wasted little time before turning cold, killer eyes on Preacher. Their threatening demeanors sent warning jangles along the arms of the mountain man. Ordinarily, he did not wear his pair of Walker Colts inside the fort, only he'd had no time after returning from the water detail to remove them, because of his noon invitation from Eve. Sight of these four set his fingers itching to close around the butt of at least one .44. When they had made clear their awareness of his presence, Preacher seized the main chance. "You fellers is new around here. Might I ask what brings you to Fort Washington?" Recently, Danvers had grandiosely named his small compound after the father of his country. Constantly on the prod, Pete Price made a snotty reply. "You might ask, but you won't get any answers, so butt out." Even more on guard, Preacher tried calming words. Now, that's hardly the way to answer a polite question. Seeing as how I'm the unofficial welcoming committee, I only sought to make you feel at home." "We don't need a welcome," snapped Sowers. "Who are you to be poking your nose into our business?" "Folks call me Preacher." Thought of the $1,000 in gold bonus for killing the mountain man named Preacher galvanized Blake Sowers. His hand sped to his sash and the butt of a .60 caliber pistol while he shouted to his underlings, "We got us $1,000, boys. Get him!" With his outside holsters, Preacher beat all four easily. A Walker Colt filled his right hand, and he had the hammer falling before the speediest, Pete Price, could clear the barrel of his long single-shot pistol from his belt. A thunderous clap announced the detonation of the powder load in one chamber of Preacher's Colt. A powerful fist slammed into the lock plate of Price's pistol and rammed it painfully back into his gut. He doubled over painfully, and his finger reflexively twitched. An accomplished shootist, Pete Price had cocked the cumbersome firearm before drawing it clear. As a result, another loud blast filled the room, and Price blew a fist-sized hole in his left thigh. He went down shrieking in agony while blood spurted from his femoral artery. Now, Preacher had only 3 to contend with. Hot lead cut a painful path across the top of Preacher's left shoulder. An instant later, the walker spoke again. Its message went to a woolly-faced hard case with mean little pig eyes and a smoking pistol in his left hand. He had fired too soon, Preacher noted. The muzzle was still high. He learned of his mistake when the messenger of death split his breastbone and ripped a hole through his left lung. Preacher went to one knee, the .44 Colt erupting a third time. Glass tinkled when the ball shattered the chimney of a wall-mount coal oil lamp. After it exited the back of the head of surly Eden Dillon. Preacher cut his eyes to Blake Sowers, who had taken refuge behind the bar. Intent on making the perfect shot, Sowers did not recognize the dreadful image of the grim reaper crouched before him in the person of Preacher. A fourth ball fluttered through the air with the leathery rustle of the death angel's wings. The lead pellet smacked through the bar front and ended in the hinge of Sowers' right elbow. With a howl and a curse, he propelled himself backward, fumbled left-handed with the pistol in his waistband, and drew it. By then, Preacher had the 4th piece of frontier trash to deal with. Their weapons fired as one. Preacher immediately flattened out on the floor. "You got him! You got him, Earl!" Sowers shouted as he came full upright in time to hear the bad news. "No, I didn't," Earl gargled out through the blood welling in his throat. "He got me." Horrified, Sowers cut his eyes to the floor. He focused at once on the black hole that formed the muzzle of Preacher's Walker Colt. Flame blossomed in that darkness, then a stunning agony seared through the chest of Blake Sowers. He fired his pistol blindly. The slug put a shower of splinters in the face of Preacher, who fired his second Colt into the exposed gut of his would-be killer. Sowers died before he hit the floor. "Damned unfriendly fellers, I'd say," Preacher offered to a bug-eyed Hyman Interman. "B'God, Preacher, you are faster than a scalded cat." "I've worked at it a mite. Now I think I'll have me a beer. Gunfighting gives me a thirst." A moment later, the provost marshal, Captain Preston, and 3 of the afternoon guard detail rushed into the sutler's store. "What's going on here?" the officer demanded. "Nothing now," Preacher answered laconically. "How did these bodies get here?" Preacher took a pull on his beer and made a sour face. "Preston, I swear you don't have a sensible question to ask. What you should be finding out is who started the shooting." His annoyance rang in his voice. "Well, who did start the shooting?" Nodding toward the jumble of broken and spilled bottles and the bodies sprawled among them, Preacher spoke simply. "That one there did." With almost a simper in his prim, disapproving voice, the provost marshal declared, "Brawling is prohibited in this establishment or anywhere at Fort Washington. Brawling with firearms is a flogging offense." "You won't be flogging this mother's son." Captain Preston gauged the man he addressed. "Oh, and why not? Take a look around you, Captain Preston. There's 4 of 'em here, and they were ready for me. And I've got 5 loads left for this revolving pistol here." Hyman Interman interrupted. "It was self-defense, Captain. This one back here said they would be paid $1,000 gold for killing Preacher. Then he went for his gun. Preacher beat him. End of story. Now please have your men remove this filth from my establishment." Preacher beamed at the bantam rooster attitude of the sutler. "You're a good man, Brother Interman." "There'll be an investigation," Captain Preston grumbled darkly. Then he made a curt gesture to the guards. Preacher had the last word. Don't count on it. 3 days later, Preacher awakened as usual an hour before dawn. He pulled on a long-sleeved flannel shirt against the morning chill and stretched out the kinks. He struck flint to steel, ignited the hat-sized fire he had laid out the previous night, and put on water to boil for coffee. He was working on his second cup in the pearly light of a peaceful dawn when the Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and Sioux attacked. 24. Lieutenant Bryce had the water detail for the company horses. He kept in mind everything Preacher had told his friend Tom Judson. For one thing, he never looked directly at anything in the shadows of the trees that grew along the gorges that formed the watershed for Goose Creek. Although he could not put a name to it, Bryce had a particularly active itch between his shoulder blades. It came as no surprise to him, then, when his roving gaze picked out feathers where there should be none. Neatly trimmed feathers at that. Controlling his urge to draw his dragoon revolver from the saddle holster and fire, he brought up the nose of his drinking horse and ambled over to his platoon sergeant. "Sergeant Meany, pass the word quietly for the men to prepare to draw and fire a cylinder load into those trees over there on my command. Then we get these horses the hell away from here." "May I ask what it is, sir?" "Indians, Meany. Too damned many of them for us to hold off on our own. I have me an itch that tells me they are all around the fort." Sergeant Meany nodded his understanding. "I have a sore gut that tells me the same, sir." "Very well. Be careful about it. Don't let the savages suspect we know they are there." Throughout their exchange, Lieutenant Bryce used all his will to keep from looking at the spot where he had seen the feathers. Now he rode with a tense back to the location, expectant of an arrow at any second. He reached the far end of the formation, told Corporal Grange about the hostiles, and then looked back over the detail with every show of boredom. To his satisfaction, he saw every man had his hand near or on the sheepskin covers of his pistol's holster. "All right, men. Do it now." His own dragoon pistol came free, and he had the hammer back before the muzzle centered on the area where the feathers had been before. "Fire!" A thunderous roar swelled up in the creek bed as 12 dragoons emptied 6 rounds each from their pistols. Immediately they smoothly changed weapons. Lieutenant Bryce stood in his stirrups. "Back to the fort at the double. Ho!" With exceptional skill, the platoon had the entire company's horses on the move and up and out of the creek bed before the hidden Blackfoot could recover from the blazing curtain of lead delivered by the dragoons. They came on soon enough. Whooping and yipping, all of the Indians broke from concealment and splashed across the creek. In the lead, Red Elk, a Cheyenne, raised his rifle and fired blindly. His bullet cracked over the heads of the trailing soldiers. It only served to move them faster. Thinking quickly, Lieutenant Bryce put Sergeant Meany at the head of the string of horses and turned back to hastily form a rear guard. The crackle of their pistols drowned out the war cries of the Blackfoot. The sudden, unexpected conflict triggered a premature opening to the battle. While the dragoons raced for a small sally port near the corral inside the stockade, a long line of Blackfoot warriors whipped their horses to a gallop on the long, steep slope beyond the fort to the west. Fully 100 Blackfoot warriors swept down the steep slope to the west of Fort Washington. An equal number of Cheyenne charged toward the main gate. Behind them loomed the Sioux. Frantically, the sentries labored to swing closed the gates. A bugle blared hysterically. Dragoons on fatigue details dropped their brooms and pitchforks and ran for their Hall carbines. Others spilled from their tents, drawing suspenders over their long-sleeved underwear. Half a dozen ran for the cannon. Preacher made for his lean-to recover his rifles. "Knew they would be coming," he shouted to Three Sleeps Norris, headed in the same direction from their cook fire. Three Sleeps spat a quid of tobacco from his mouth. "Damn right, just a matter of time." Lieutenant Colonel Danvers, adjutant, stood in the middle of the parade ground and bellowed orders. "Companies A and D to the west wall, companies B and C to the north wall. Get that cannon moving." Dust boiled up inside the compound as dragoons dashed back and forth, uncertain as to whether they should dismount and man the walls or form as skirmishers for a future counterattack. Gradually the officers calmed and directed them. Rifles crackled from outside. Return fire started at once. Preacher heard Captain Dreiling's firm voice steadying his troops. "Hold your fire until they're well within range. Hold fast, men. Take careful aim. Ready? Fire." A swath of lead balls flung 35 Cheyenne warriors from their saddles. "Reload. Take aim. Fire." Two Moons had the contentment of a man whose dream had come true. He fully believed again in the medicine of Iron Shirt. Now that they traveled down the long-promised warpath to drive out all whites, the Blackfoot war chief banished all doubts. His warriors would be in the second wave to dash down the high mount. They had been given the honor of scaling the wall and fighting the soldiers hand to hand. The first surge, made up of braves from Iron Shirt's band, who were supposed to give covering fire, had already ridden half the distance to the high pole barricade. Two Moons reflected on the past moon of difficulties. It had taken a lot more effort than Iron Shirt's white men had expected. Not an easy task to get a warrior, proud of his individual feats of bravery, to work as part of a team. Even now the white man's word tasted strange in the mouth of Two Moons. And what was a team? And what made it a better way to fight? Why was it superior to the way we have fought since the ancestor days? Where's the honor to be won if everyone holds back to shoot at the enemy from behind rocks and the protection of gully banks? There was little glory in counting coup on a dead man. That was for boys beginning their seasons as warriors. Two Moons recalled the time when his sap ran fresh and hot. He had gone on a raiding party against the Cheyenne. They had stolen horses and ridden away without a scratch. The Cheyenne followed them. When the red-top people came up to them, they offered challenge. A younger Two Moons had ridden out ahead of the line of his Raven Society brothers and shouted insults at the Cheyenne. He had exposed his manhood and waved it in the faces of the enemy, while he told them what he would do with it when they had been conquered. Then he had charged directly at them, an arrow nocked and ready. The Cheyenne stared at him as though frozen. Two Moons shot one red-top warrior in the chest, then struck another with his bow. 2 perfect coups, and right in front of his brothers. A line of fire ran across the point of his shoulder as a Cheyenne lance barely grazed him. He whirled and rode back, then all the Blackfoot charged. The Cheyenne fought like dark spirits. One of them had a white man's fire stick. No, a rifle. The older Two Moons corrected himself. With it, he killed 2 of the Blackfoot. Yet when the fighting ended, Two Moons and his brothers rode away victorious, dripping scalps tied to their bows, and with more Cheyenne horses than they had started with. Now the red-top people fought with them, not as enemies. How the world had turned upside down. Two Moon shook his head in wonder. From the tree line north of the fort, Spotted Horse could hear the solid thuds when the high gates swung together. The soldiers would be protected now, he thought. How foolish, the Lakota leader thought, for a man to lock himself inside a small place to fight. Only the clear open plain suited a warrior's soul. Beyond him, on the narrow shelf that jutted out from the base of the foothills, the Cheyenne, led by Red Elk, raced toward where the soldiers waited. The Sahiela, the Cheyenne, our cousins are brave and they fight well. Yet only our braves can match the ferocity of the Blackfoot. Spotted Horse spat as he thought the word for their traditional enemy. How is it that we come to fight beside them? Because of the medicine of Iron Shirt, he acknowledged unwillingly. He had seen with his own eyes men who died, even though they had been given the protection of Iron Shirt's medicine. Not all of our people agree, he recalled, mindful of the young hothead Red Cloud. He had maintained that the medicine was fake. He had agreed with Cloud Blanket of the Cheyenne, and strangely, the elders agreed and stayed out of this fight. He himself had only changed his mind at the last minute. Gunfire erupted along the wall before him, and the two sides joined. Spotted Horse readied his pony. Their time would come soon. Red Elk pushed his pony to a full gallop and loosed one arrow after another at the high wall of the fort. Never had they fought against such a thing. He doubted that arrows would do much damage against the thick forest of lodgepole pines that had been lashed together across their path. What a strange way to fight, he mused. Who would want to hide behind a barrier 3 times the height of the tallest man? Where was the honor in that? From beside him, one of the rifles given them by Iron Shirt barked, and as the smoke cleared, Red Elk saw a white soldier rear up and fall backward. Maybe they had a chance after all. It would be their job to keep the Bluecoats busy while their cousins, the Lakota, rushed forward and scaled the walls. Such a strange way to fight. Yet Iron Shirt had assured them all that it had come to him in a dream. One small thought nagged at him. The Blackfoot have been our enemies since the grandfather times. Why do they share their medicine with us now? He would soon see how it worked. Of that, he was certain. From his vantage point outside headquarters, Battalion Sergeant Major Muldoon could see little of the hostiles. Here and there, feathers and painted faces revealed frantic action beyond the walls. Farther back, more ranks of savages could be seen on the slope that overlooked the fort. He turned to the young headquarters lieutenant next to him. Sure, and it's just like Preacher said it would be. The heathen devils have got themselves up on that hillside and could look right down in here. If they knew a jot about artillery, we'd all be dead ducks, we would. The tightening of jaw muscles gave clear indication of the effect of those words on the youthful subaltern. For all he knew, the Indians might well have a battery of field pieces. So far, none of the savages they had engaged conducted their battles like Indians were supposed to fight. For some reason, they used standard military tactics. That made it downright scary. From the next word spoken by Muldoon, he might have been reading the lieutenant's mind. Of course, when they be pressed too hard, they have always fallen back on their every man for himself ways and flung themselves at us with total disregard for their lives or those of their unit. That's when the advantage falls to us. You'll be seeing that here, I've no doubt, sir. Shouted curses came from the parapet behind the wall, and the rate of fire increased. There's more of 'em coming. Arrows sailed over the defenses to land harmlessly on the parade ground. BSM Muldoon touched the edge of the shiny black bill on his cap in salute. If you'll excuse me, sir, I must go and take a better look at what's making up. The darling colonel'll need to know. A surge of relief passed through the lieutenant, and he made no offer to accompany Muldoon. Right, you do that, Sergeant Major. A flight of 25 arrows slammed into the ground all around, their colorful fletching so many evil blossoms. Muldoon did not even flinch from them. Instead, he strode through the pattern with a light word on his lips. "'Tis a fine day for a stroll through the flowers, it is." Not being paid to defend the fort, the immigrant men armed themselves and formed a protective screen around their portion of the inner compound. Not surprisingly, when the call for the men to rally had come, Charlie Billings had taken up his light rifle and started off. Eve caught her son by the scooped back of his overalls. "Where do you think you are going, young man?" Talking over one shoulder, Charlie explained himself. "They called for all the men to arm themselves. There's Injuns out there attacking the fort." That did not include 10-year-old boys. "You can do your best service by staying here and reloading for me, if the Indians get inside." Charlie's face clouded. "Oh, Mom." "No arguments. The matter is closed. Besides, I thought you liked the idea of being an Indian." His stubborn streak flaring, Charlie answered hotly. "That's different. These are bad Injuns. Hostiles." Eve would not be swayed any more than her son. "I want you to watch your sister in the meantime, and," she added to soften her refusal, "I think it would be wise for you to carry your rifle with you while you do." Charlie brightened. "Sure, Mom." When Charlie and Anna departed for the soddy that had been built for the family, Eve lifted her eyes to the heavens. "Dear God, don't let anything happen to them." Preacher and Three Sleeps reached a portion of the revetment over the gate before the Cheyenne came into range. Both shared in the dismay of the lieutenant. Never had they seen such control and order among charging hostiles. Someone had found a way to train them and make it stick. At least for the present. Pick off a couple of war leaders and that would quickly change, he reasoned. "There's hundreds of them, Preacher." "You're right, Three Sleeps, and more yet to come. Do you notice they're fighting like soldiers?" "Yes, and I don't like it." 3 Cheyenne had ridden well inside range. Preacher took aim on one. Three Sleeps sighted on another. They fired a fraction of a second apart, and the targets left the backs of their ponies for the spirit world. Quickly, the mountain men reloaded. Preacher popped the last one at 40 yards. Some 25 yards from the stockade, an irregular line of broken rocks and fair-sized boulders had been left behind by the dragoons when the fort grounds had been cleared. Preacher had cautioned Lieutenant Colonel Danvers about this slip in planning and had, as usual, been ignored. He pointed them out now to Three Sleeps, as Cheyenne braves who had ridden double slipped from behind their friends and taken cover in this man-made barrier. "I told the colonel about those rocks. They'll hide a Cheyenne right enough." An increased rate of fire from the west told Preacher of the arrival of even more hostiles. He took a quick look over the parade ground and saw the 6 dragoons still trying to get the cannon in place. He shook his head. "Ain't any of those dummies ever heard of a horse? That's half a ton of metal they're trying to carry on their backs. A couple of horses would pull that gun up the ramp in no time at all. There's a right way and a wrong way, and—" Preacher's sigh cut off Three Sleeps. "Yeah, I know. The Army way." From the tree line came the foulest of Lakota curses. "Hu, he beya wikeapo." Preacher's scowl held a bushel of misery. "Aw, damn, the Lakota have gotten this thing too. Well, one thing's certain. They ain't gonna use me like a woman." "Not this child, neither," Three Sleeps readily agreed. 85 Lakota warriors, painted and ready for war, rode out of the trees. Three Sleeps saw a brown shoulder between 2 large rocks and snapped a shot. A howl answered him, and the now bloody shoulder disappeared. While he reloaded, he offered his observation to Preacher. "It don't get much nastier than this." "Right as rain, pard, and I got a feeling it's going to get worse before it gets better." Being senior by time and grade, Captain Dreiling commanded the defenses over the main gate. He watched with even greater trepidation than Preacher when the Sioux showed themselves and began the charge down the length of the promontory. Protectively, the dragoons on the parapet had crouched down when the Cheyenne had taken positions in the rocks and begun a sniping duel. Now he found himself forced to go along the double rank of defenders and whack rumps with the flat of his saber to get the troops up to fire at the new hostiles. "All right, ladies, this is not a quilting bee. Get loaded, get up, and prepare to fire by volley. The Sioux have come to pay us a visit." Funny, He did not feel the least bit sarcastic. At the bottom of it, he knew himself to be every bit as scared as the greenest dragoon out there. There had to be one in every unit, and Private Finney was the one in Company C. "But, Captain, if we do that, those other Injuns will pot-shot us for sure." Captain Dryling ground his teeth. "Why do you think there are two ranks of you? The kneeling rank covers the rocks, the standing one fires on the approaching hostiles. Make ready, men. They're almost in range." How vastly different from exercises in tactical defense of fortified installations taught at the academy, Edward Dryling mused as dust and powder smoke drifted across the ground below. There had been no bullets or arrows snapping past then. If anyone received serious injuries, it was due to carelessness or stupidity. These red men swarming out there wanted to kill those in the fort. From what he had been told, they would not stay their hand if appealed to for quarter. The Indians knew no such civilized concept as taking prisoners for exchange. This day, there would be many deaths. Will I be ready for it? His mind mocked him. 25. By noon, 2 heavy concerted charges by the hostiles had been repulsed. Preacher munched on a wedge of cornbread passed out by the women of the sheltering wagon train, and examined the powder-smeared faces of the young dragoons. To his relief and satisfaction, he saw only expressions of determination. They had gotten over their initial fear. Some of them had even gotten up a game of mumblety-peg. Now, if luck held, the Injuns would not think of the concave wall to the east of this finger of land. Preacher lifted a gourd pitcher to his lips to wash down the cornbread with water. It had tasted good. Someone had thoughtfully cooked bits of bacon into it. Years of fighting Indians and living in the wilderness had conditioned Preacher to take advantage of food whenever the opportunity presented itself. He ran the tip of his tongue across his teeth and reached for one of 2 flaky biscuits that remained on his tin plate. When he lifted it, a pink-centered slice of roast venison appeared beneath. He nodded at his plate and spoke to Antoine Revere. "Maybe we ought to fight Injuns every day. Those folks are sure feeding us nice." "The venison came from you-know-who," said Antoine, who gave Preacher a poke in the ribs. "Oh, get off my back, Tony." A sudden stir broke out at the junction of the north and west walls. "They're coming again," BSM Muldoon bellowed. "Dragoons, stand to your arms." Iron Shirt had lost his patience. So many warriors should have overrun that small number of soldiers long ago. They had followed orders well, at least until the volume of fire had rained down from those cursed walls increased to a steady roar. Then they forgot what they were supposed to do and went back to the old ways. He decided that a display of courage was needed. Taking up lance and rifle, he gathered his closest, most loyal followers and set out to lead the next attack. First, he harangued the warriors. "We must take this fort before the sun goes to sleep in the west. We cannot fail. Do you see that small knoll? If we do not carry the walls this time, I will be on the top to make medicine and renew your spirits. One way or another, we will kill all of the soldiers before darkness." Revived, the Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and Sioux formed new lines and made ready to attack. At the signal from Iron Shirt, they threw themselves at the walls again. For many, it took supreme effort to blank out the images of their dead brothers and friends, men who were now supposed to be protected from the white men's bullets. Battalion Sergeant Major Muldoon had worked through the noon hour. At his direction, 2 sets of compound pulleys had been rigged at the top of the pounded earth ramp. Muldoon strung ropes through them and attached one end of each piece to the carriage of the 3-pound cannon. The other ends he gave to mounted dragoons. "Bend them around the pommels of your darling saddles, if you will. When I give the word, set off at a walk toward the stables." Private Mallory scratched his chin. "But the stables ain't built yet, Sergeant Major." One thing that had not changed during the journey here had been the woeful lack of intelligence on the part of Mallory. His patience already frayed by rampaging hostiles, BSM Muldoon got right up in the face of Mallory. "Sure, and they ain't gonna get built, you idiot, unless we get this darlin' cannon into action and drive them hostiles off. Now,
Do as I say."
Wooden pulleys creaked and taut ropes thrummed as the weight of the cannon came on them. Step by persistent step, the half-ton weapon rolled toward the base of the ramp. The lines vibrated wildly when the wheels started up the incline. Then one cord, which had been exposed too long to sun and heavy dewfall, snapped with a loud report. Like a whiplash, it hummed through the air and viciously struck the rump of the horse ridden by Mallory. The animal uttered a very human squeal of pain, reared and dumped its dull-witted rider to the ground. Muldoon exploded. "Damn your black heart and empty head, Mallory. You come 1,000 miles and still can't keep your seat. Harris, get over here with that horse and another rope." After another 20 minutes, the small field piece had been dragged into place. Quickly, the crew milled around it, rammed home a bag of powder, a wad and a fist-sized ball. They all stepped back smartly and stood rigidly in a position of attention. "Prick. Prime," the gun captain commanded. Then he lowered a slow match over the touch-hole. The little cannon went off with an ear-splitting roar. The small, round projectile screamed through the air to burst 10 feet above a cluster of Blackfoot. Hot, smoldering shrapnel slashed into them and their horses. Shrieking, they went down together in a heap. "Reload!" Out came a water-soaked brush to clean the bore. Then the loader placed another bag in the muzzle, and the rammer drove it down to the breech. Next came a cloth patch and another ball. The gun crew stood back, and the piece barked again. Shrieking, the ball lobbed over the wall slowly enough to be almost visible from the side. It burst above another clutch of Blackfoot warriors. The defenders' volume of fire increased, and confusion washed over the stunned Indians. Although Lieutenant Colonel Danvers thought it better to have one of the mounted men on each of the completed walls, Preacher did not agree. If left together, their disciplined fire and superb long-range marksmanship would have a devastating effect on the hostiles. Accordingly, he took 3 Sleeps Norris and Antoine Revere to the west wall, where the Blackfoot had concentrated. They began knocking riders from their horses at 70 yards. Perplexed, the Blackfoot soon gave evidence of their doubt. The medicine of Iron Shirt had failed them. Only 25 of the 70 who were supposed to do so ran forward to throw braided horse-side ropes over the barricade. Almost at once, 3 of them stumbled and went down from the well-placed shots of Preacher and his companions. Preacher made an observation about their stubbornness. "They still got it in their heads that our bullets can't hurt 'em. We've got to make them think otherwise." Norris nodded. "You know, once an Injun's got something in his head, it takes Billy be damned to knock it out of there." By then, 6 of the attackers had scaled to the top of the wall. Preacher reached out and smashed one in the head with the butt of his hawken. The Blackfoot fell away without a sound. Then the little cannon opened up. Its first round stunned to immobility fully 100 of the enemy. 7 of them died along with their horses. None of them had ever experienced anything like it. The second detonation ignited fear in the hearts of many of the more prudent among the Cheyenne and Sioux. Wisely, they broke off their attack. When the third projectile killed 1 and wounded 7 Sioux, a general exodus began. Warriors streamed from the field, eyes wild with open fear that not even their enormous pride could suppress. Within 10 minutes, not a single warrior remained within rifle range of Fort Washington. "Well, that looks like it put the fear of the Almighty into 'em," opined Preacher. When he reported to Lieutenant Colonel Danvers, he summed up with an ominous statement. "They'll be back. Maybe not today, but give 'em time to whoop up some more medicine, and they'll be on our doorstep bright and early tomorrow." Preacher kept his plans to himself. He had a strong hunch that Lieutenant Colonel Danvers would strenuously disapprove of what he had on for tonight. Accordingly, he, Antoine, and 3 Sleeps left the fort quietly by way of the sally port near the corral well after dark. Lights out had been sounded by the trumpeter, and the fort had settled in for sleep. Out on a small knoll to the west, a big bonfire blazed. Preacher correctly judged that Iron Shirt would be whipping up more medicine. He'd have to, the mountain man reasoned, after the disaster of today's attack. The heartbeat throbs of the big medicine drum reached Preacher's ears as they headed toward the first target, their aim to create confusion and dread among the allies of the Blackfoot. For that purpose, he had selected the Lakota encampment first. With the soldiers bottled up in the fort and their cousins the Cheyenne close by, the Sioux had not bothered with a night watch. Only the usual herd guards had been placed to prevent their ponies from straying. Preacher found one of them easily. The youthful Brule sat quietly on his pony, eyes fixed on the stars. His lips moved silently. No doubt he's making a poem for a gal friend, Preacher speculated as he crept up close to the unaware sentry. He had approached from downwind, so not even the piebald animal gave warning as Preacher raised up in the tall grass and swung with the flat of his tomahawk blade. A soft clang came as fine steel met hard head. The teenage Sioux slumped forward onto the neck of his mount and twitched slightly. Preacher sprang forward and dragged him from the pony. With rawhide thongs he bound the youth, gagged him, and left him in a shallow draw. Quietly, he moved on in search of another guard. Three Sleeps Norris all but blundered into the first of the herd watchers on his side. He surged up out of a gully and found himself not 3 feet from the broad bronze back of a Sioux warrior. He recovered quickly enough and brained the warrior with a pistol barrel. One less to worry about. Gliding on moccasins through the grass, Three Sleeps continued to skirt the horses. He had nearly completed his third of the circuit when he came upon another guard. This one showed wide-eyed surprise at suddenly being confronted by a white man. "What?" he blurted a moment before Three Sleeps silenced him with a hard fist to the jaw. The brave went slack, then heaved himself upward from the ground. Three Sleeps rapped him back into quiet with the flat of his tomahawk. In no time, he had the Sioux bound and gagged. Then he started back to cover the same ground and make certain he had gotten them all. Antoine Revere slithered belly down through the grass. A chubby moon-faced youth lounged against a tree trunk. His hand went constantly to his mouth, and Antoine realized he was eating something. The French Delaware cut to his right to circle the herd guard and came upon him from the rear. In the end, it became all too easy. Gnawing on the hind leg of a roast rabbit, the drowsy fat young man could not have heard the last trump due to his sensual absorption with food. Antoine's left arm circled his neck and choked off the air. Surprise caused the Sioux to suck fragments of flesh into his lungs. He began to choke and thrash. Antoine silenced him with a doeskin bag of damp sand taken from the creek. The hapless sentry would have a lump the size of his fist on his head the next morning, provided he didn't strangle on his meal. The brave tied tightly and dragged out of sight into some brush. His assailant ghosted away into the night. There would be at least one more, Antoine thought grimly. By prearrangement, the trio of mountain men met back at the spot where they had separated. Each had taken out 2 of the young watchmen. Being careful not to raise an alarm, they started to cut out ponies from the herd. When they had what Preacher estimated to be between 20 and 30, they eased them away from the rest and headed toward the Cheyenne camp. When they had come a safe distance, Antoine Revere whispered softly to Preacher, "I can understand, you being right friendly with the Cheyenne, why we'd not do any permanent damage. But why spare them cutthroats? The Lakota are bad news." Preacher answered him readily enough. Also, they are allies of the Cheyenne and considered to be cousins from some time in the far-off past. No sense in riling them too much. Thing is to get them to break this alliance with the bloodthirsty Blackfoot. "Well and good, Preacher, but for me, I'd as soon kill 'em all," Three Sleeps offered. Preacher tendered his assurances. "I think we'll have us some fun this way." When they drew close to the Cheyenne camp, Preacher and his friends slipped onto the backs of 3 ponies and whipped the others up into a gallop. Whooping and caterwauling, they soon turned the gallop into a stampede. Jolted out of their ruminations on lush, sweet grass, the animals bounded toward the camp. Pounding in among the lodges, the ponies created havoc. Warriors, dopey with sleep, struggled into loincloths and stumbled out into the path of the horses. Meanwhile, Preacher, Three Sleeps, and Antoine overturned several hide tents and set more afire. Only a few stray arrows challenged them. Howling with laughter, they rode well beyond the Cheyenne village to where they had left their own horses. Dawn brought back the warriors, boiling with anger this time. After a night of medicine dances, their faith had been restored in Iron Shirt and his Iron Shield ritual. The insults the Sioux and Cheyenne had endured at the hands of Preacher and his friends had not turned them from the alliance. Rather, it had stiffened their resolve. They hurled themselves at the stockade with total disregard for personal safety. Braided horsehide lariats snaked over the pointed poles of the outer wall and found purchase on some. "They're coming up the walls," shouted a nervous lieutenant in Company D. "Shoot 'em off," Preacher grunted. Fire arrows joined the arsenal of the Blackfoot. The smoking, flame-tipped shafts whirred over the palisade and thudded into the ground. 2 landed on the roof of headquarters, only to be extinguished quickly by the soldiers stationed there, at Preacher's suggestion for that purpose. Three Sleeps pointed in the direction of headquarters. "Those fellers are getting riled some." Preacher inclined his head. "Let's hope they don't have too many of those." With the scalers repulsed, the hostiles drew back a little, and the battle became a protracted exchange of gunfire. Using all the speed they could, the Blackfoot and their allies reloaded and fired at the men on the walls. Lieutenant Colonel Danvers called together the company commanders of Company A and D. "We can sweep them from in front of the gate with a counterattack." Captain Bronston of Company D scratched at a bald spot on his head. "Do you think that's wise, sir? Once we're exposed, the massive force on the west could flank us and roll us up right smartly." Mr. Preacher assured me that when something went wrong for the savages, they would break off an assault and scatter. I'm confident they will do the same now. Bronston had a ready reply. "Yes, sir, but haven't you noticed that they are fighting in a disciplined manner for once? It is as though someone has introduced them to tactical concepts. If that's the case, they will attack. We need to find that out, don't we? Prepare your companies for a counterattack, gentlemen. The gun crew has come up with grape-shot loads from 54 caliber balls we have in reserve. We can cover you with the cannon." "Yes, sir." "Sabers, sir?" Lieutenant Colonel Danvers considered Captain Bronson's suggestion a moment. "Yes, I think so. Leave your carbines behind." It had been a facetious offering, and the response took Bronston by surprise. Still, he replied quickly, "But the Halls offer us our best firepower. Your men cannot hold both in their hands at the same time. You'd only get off 2 shots at best. Pistols and sabers, Captain Bronston." He turned away. 10 minutes later, the sally port swung open and the 2 companies charged out and around the flank of the Cheyenne and Sioux positions. Sabers gleamed in the sun as they descended on the unsuspecting hostiles. Only a few reared upward and fired their rifles at the fast-approaching dragoons. Pistols barked, and those who resisted died where they stood. Keen edges flashed deadly light as the dragoons hacked and slashed their way through the massed forces of warriors. Faster than Captain Bronston imagined, the flank turned back on itself, and Indians fell to both sides, wounded or dead. Word of the attack raced through the warriors. It took little time to rally the Blackfoot to come to the aid of their allies. By that time, the dragoon charge had come level with the main gate. With a roar of encouragement for the beleaguered, the Blackfoot swarmed around the corner of the stockade and rushed toward the soldiers. Arrows and rifle balls flew toward the mounted troops. Still, they prevailed. With a sharp roar, the cannon detonated. Thin shrieks filled the air as the insubstantial leather sheath stripped from the improvised grape-shot. The balls rippled as they passed in front of the dragoons. At once, some of the men among the Blackfoot began to scream in agony. Captain Borden, who commanded the counterattack, raised his saber above his head. "Turn about! To the rear! Ho!" Back through the disorganized hostiles they rode. More of the Cheyenne and Sioux suffered from the pistols and blades in the hands of the dragoons. Ahead of them, the sally port swung open, and the troops streamed toward it. Fighting dragged on into the afternoon. Preacher offered his opinion of the counterattack. "They lost 8 dragoons killed and another 11 wounded. Damn waste of time, I say." Around 3 o'clock, nature intervened to disrupt the plans of Iron Shirt. Huge towers of black thunderclouds billowed up in the northwest. They moved swiftly across the bighorns. Lightning flashed and crackled through the heavy air. The first sheet of rain swept over the finger of land toward Fort Washington at 3:10. In seconds, it turned to a solid downpour. Visibility shrank to mere feet. The 3-pounder became inoperative. Already short on ammunition, the hostiles hunkered in the chilled deluge and engaged in only desultory return fire. Another benefit, the way Preacher saw it, the drencher softened the bowstrings of the warriors, which rendered them useless. Silently, they began to stream away from the walls of Fort Washington. Disappointed in this reversal, the Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and Sioux did not even cast glances back at their relieved enemy. When the last of them plodded out of range, a shrill, worried voice came to Preacher's ears. "Anna? Anna, Charlie, have you seen Anna anywhere?" "No, Mom," Charlie Billings called back, sudden guilt burning his face red. "Where was she?" I don't know. I left her at the cave with you. When the storm came up, I thought she would surely stay. She's not here now." Eve Billings saw Preacher on the wall and hurried to the stairs that led upward. Worry creased her brow when she approached the mountain man. "Preacher, Anna is missing. I can't find her anywhere." "We'll look." Preacher grated the words out. 20 minutes later, every corner and nook of the fort had been searched without results. Preacher brought Eve the bad news. "I don't know how or why, but somehow Anna has gotten out of the fort." "Oh, my God, you have to find her." Despite the visions Preacher had about the appeal of a sweet-faced blonde little girl to a Cheyenne or Sioux warrior, he spared Eve that torment. "I'll do everything I can. Don't you worry. It may take a while, but I'll turn over mountains to find her." 26. Not until Preacher passed well beyond the ground churned up by the Indians did he find any sign of Anna Billings. He suspected that she had become terrified of the constant fighting, and later the crackling lightning and the boom of thunder. Somehow, in the midst of the furious storm, she had managed to slip away. The small door in the sally-port had been found partly open. It stood to reason that the 8-year-old had drawn the latch and left the fort by that means. Preacher's major concern centered around the very good chance that she had been seen by some of the stragglers among the Indians and taken captive. He found it encouraging when he came upon her small shoe prints in the mud, at a right angle to the direction traveled by the retreating hostiles. It did not eliminate the possibility of her capture. She could have escaped from her captors, Preacher speculated. If so, they would be coming after her. The wind diminished slowly as he followed her sign. Preacher quickly recognized the terrain. Her trail led down into the valley where Goose Creek ran through, made swift and turbulent by the dam and water wheel. Preacher swung Tarnation northward to stay with her steps as they led toward the mill. He surmised that the small building there had been her goal. Ahead of him now, he thought he saw a frilly lace-trimmed collar and flaxen head. He urged Tarnation to a faster pace. Satisfaction glowed in Preacher's chest when he pushed through the tall grass and saw Anna on the bank of the treacherous stream. Calmly, she went about unlacing her shoes. She was going to cross, Preacher realized. The creek bank looked insubstantial and slippery. He drummed heels into Tarnation's flanks. The hooves squished noisily in the sodden turf, the thump of their impact muffled. Not enough, though. Anna looked up wide-eyed at picking up sounds of the rapid approach. Unable to recognize Preacher in the low light from an overcast sky, she saw only a huge horse looming over her, remembered the charging Indians, and panicked. With only thought of escape in her mind, the girl sprang to her feet and took a step toward the water. A second later, the saturated soil of the bank gave way under even her slight weight. With a thin scream, Anna Billings toppled forward into the stream fully clothed. Swollen by the rain, Goose Creek ran swiftly. Anna wailed in terror as the current swept her quickly downstream. Preacher shouted encouragement as he skidded Tarnation to a halt. "Anna, hold on, I'm coming." He took time only to shuck his heavy holsters and Walker Colts, his hat and moccasins. Then he dove into the roiling water. Anna's fair hair formed a dim halo on the surface as she was whirled away. "Get on your back," Preacher shouted. "Try to float." Anna tried, failed, and went under. She came up sputtering. "I can't. My dress pulls me down," she wailed. "Please help me." Preacher drew closer with powerful strokes. "Take off your dress." A deeper look of horror came on Anna's face. "I can't. I don't have a petticoat." Preacher was barely over an arm's length from her. "Do it anyway. That thing could suck you under for good." Small fingers tugging at the stubborn buttons, Anna undid her dress far enough to allow its sodden weight to drag it free from her body. 2 more strokes and Preacher reached her. He slid an arm under both of hers and across her bare chest. "Now we've got to get out of this current." One-armed, he pulled at the turbulent water at an oblique angle to that of the stream. It soon became hard work. Preacher strained until the cords in his neck stood out like whitened ropes. To his gratitude, Anna did not try to fight the water. He noted progress when a large rock flashed past. Preacher recognized its shape and knew it to be close to the near-side bank. A few more stout pulls, legs scissoring to provide thrust, and Preacher felt mud and sand beneath his toes. He relaxed and stood upright. Gasping for breath, he sized up their situation. Anna clung to him like a monkey. Staggered by the rush of water and his burden, Preacher made unsteady progress to a bar of pebbles and sand that extended into the creek. Once there, he put the girl down. "You've only one shoe. Best that you take it off instead of limping." Tears welled in Anna's eyes. "Thank you, Preacher. You saved me." Preacher looked down, embarrassed. "It was me scared you into the creek in the first place." Did your horse run away?" "No, he'll stay where I dropped the reins. We'd best be moving. Get you a blanket." When the naked Anna was wrapped warmly, Preacher handed her up onto the back of Tarnation, then mounted behind her. The girl gave not even a single backward glance at the stream that had come so close to claiming her life. On the way, Preacher swung Tarnation down into a gully to keep off the skyline. They rounded a bend in the ancient, eroded riverbed and came face to face with 5 grim-visaged Cheyenne warriors. "Uh-oh, Missy. Looks like we've jumped into some trouble," Preacher told Anna calmly while he lifted and shifted her to one side to put her behind him. Correctly reading Preacher's intention to fight, the Cheyenne raised their weapons. Preacher tensed and drew both of his Walker Colts. His intention was to weaken the Cheyenne enough to crash through and make a run for it. The fight was about to begin. Then, at the last moment, an older warrior drifted down the shallow bank. He raised his right arm in a commanding gesture and called to his fellow Cheyenne. "Hold. Do not attack this man. I know him well. He is a friend." He trotted forward then and greeted Preacher. "Oh, White Ghost. It seems that you are always helping little children." Preacher recognized him at once. "Cloud Blanket, you look the same as when I last saw you." Cloud Blanket turned in his saddle so the other Cheyenne could hear his words. He spoke in his own tongue. "I made you my brother when you rescued my little son and daughter from that bison stampede on our hunting grounds that summer long ago." Preacher smiled and replied in the same language. "I remember it like it was yesterday." Cloud Blanket gestured to the 5 warriors. "These men scout for my band. I am moving far to the east because of the unrest among our people. If you're talking about the fight at the fort, I can understand. What's your fix on what's gotten the tribe so stirred up?" Cloud Blanket scowled. "It is the doing of one man, Iron Shirt. I will come and talk about it with you over coffee." It all started with a misunderstanding at the main gate. Private Masters on sentry duty saw a Preacher approaching with an Indian at his side. He drew the obvious conclusion. Corporal of the Guard, post number 2, Chief Scout returning with the prisoner. Looks like he's found the girl, too." When Lieutenant Colonel Danvers received word of that, he left his office hastily and went to meet Preacher. 2 privates and a nervous Corporal Penny stood around a mounted Indian, weapons leveled. Before Preacher could explain, Danvers burst onto the scene. "Corporal Penny, escort the prisoner to the guardhouse." "Yes, sir." Preacher protested at once. "Now, hold on a minute. This man is my friend. He's not a hostile." "He's an Indian, isn't he?" Danvers replied. Eve Billings, tears of relief on her face, came up then to relieve Preacher of Anna. She stopped short, astonished at the figure who sat his horse in front of her. "Why, that's the Indian I told you about, Preacher. He's the one who watched us from a distance." To Danvers she added, "He's friendly right enough. He smiled and waved to me every time." It was time for introductions, Preacher felt. "His name is Cloud Blanket. This is Miss Billings, and this is—" Charlie Billings came forward and raised his right hand in the sign of greeting and peace. "Heyota, Cloud Blanket." Shock registered on the face of Eve Billings. "Charles Ryan Billings, you know this Indian?" "Oh, sure. He's my friend, but it's supposed to be a secret. Back in the other mountains, he came to me and taught me how to track game. That's why I always done so good." "Did so well," Eve corrected automatically. "He gave me these moccasins, too." Charlie beamed with pride in his friendship. Lieutenant Colonel Danvers interrupted the domestic scene. "He is still a hostile prisoner, and I want him removed to a secure place at once." Preacher's dander rose. "And I say hell no. Before you lock anyone up, Colonel, we'll all just ride out of here and leave you to the mercy of the real hostiles." "You can't do that. It's desertion in the face of the enemy. I'll have you shot for that." Eyes narrowed alarmingly. Preacher pinned Danvers with a burning gaze. "You may try, Colonel, but you'll have a damn hard time doing it." He raised himself in the saddle. "Antoine, 3 sleeps. Grab your gear, we're getting out of here," he shouted. After 2 tense minutes, the mounted men appeared with their horses loaded. The Arapaho warriors came with them. Without another word, Preacher and Cloud Blanket in the lead, they left the fort by the open main gate. After they departed, Danvers looked around and spotted BSM Muldoon. "Sergeant Major, take a horse and follow them. I want to know every detail of what they are up to." "Yes, sir." Beyond the ridge that overlooked Fort Washington, Preacher halted the small party and made a fire for coffee. While it brewed, he listened to what Cloud Blanket knew of Iron Shirt. His conclusions, arrived at over the first cup of heavily sweetened brew, surprised Preacher. "I believe that there is more behind this than a moonstruck holy man. There are 3 white men who go wherever Iron Shirt goes. They do not have kind faces. They are the ones who bring the rifles. I'll have to look into that. A while back I thought I'd run into the whites that was supposed to be running with Iron Shirt." He went on to relate the run-in with Blake Sowers, including a description of the outlaw leader. Cloud Blanket nodded thoughtfully, then brightened at the portrayal of Sowers. "That is the man who brought the wagons with the rifles. He is like the rattlesnake." "Was, Cloud Blanket. I killed him. He will not be missed by me or any of my band. I'm going to have to get a look at these other whites you told me about. You're not going back to the soldier lodges?" "No. Let that damn pompous Danvers sweat a bit. The others can go back in a couple of days if they want. That'll help some. While you are gone, my braves and I will not be able to protect the foolish soldiers, but we will try." They drank another cup of coffee, and Cloud Blanket described to Preacher how to find the war camp. They parted as friends. BSM Terrence Muldoon and his 3-man detail returned to Fort Washington to report. They remained unaware that they had been allowed to get close enough to hear what was being discussed. Nor, after hearing Preacher speak in Cheyenne, did Muldoon wonder why the conversation had been in English. Doubtless, he would have been furious to learn that it had been done that way for his benefit.
So, Mr. Preacher is going off to look for some non-existent white renegades who are supposed to be aiding the hostiles that attacked us. Do you suspect, Sergeant Major, that he intends to join them?
B.S.M. Muldoon bristled.
Certainly not, sir, and that's a fact. Preacher may be a lot of things, depending on how you see him, but he's not disloyal. Not a bit, sir. I want a detail sent off to Trail, Mr. Preacher. Lieutenant Judson will lead it. I know how you dislike garrison duty, Sergeant Major, so I'm sending you along as ranking non-com.
And the purpose of our going after him, if I may ask, sir?
I want you to bring him and the others who deserted us back here.
Muldoon raised an eyebrow.
To be punished, is it, sir?
No.
To tell us what we need to know to defeat these hostiles.
You think they'll be coming back to you, Colonel, sir?
You can count on it, Sergeant Major, as soon as they lick their wounds and get in a proper frenzy.
Then he turned his attention to a dispatch he had to write to his superiors back east. After a 3 days' fast, hard journey, Preacher and his friends, none of whom seemed eager to return to the fort, reached the war camp deep in the Bighorn Canyon region. It had been up and down mountains all the way. Mostly up, as Preacher saw it. At noon of the last day, Preacher reined in and pointed to the crisp-edged imprints of iron wagon wheels. There's no question that there's white men with that biggest Blackfoot band. They're close, too. I think we need only get close enough to take a peek, then get on back.
Sounds right, agreed Three Sleeps. Antoine cast one eye at an odd angle. You reckon the Colonel will thank us for what we find out?
Preacher ran long fingers through his long, dark, sandy hair. I doubt he knows the words, Tony. We'll ease up on these here hostiles after dark and see what we can see. Late that night, what they saw, though they had no names for them, were Prager, Gross, and Riker. Preacher watched their activity for a while, then came to the conclusion that the Blackfoot and their allies were making preparations to return to Fort Washington. He nudged Three Sleeps in the ribs and whispered in his ear, I think we got what we came for. We'll ease our way out of here and head back in the morning. Except for Lieutenant Judson and B.S.M. Muldoon, the detail that followed Preacher consisted of men so inept that they made their presence painfully obvious. So lulled did they become that they had not the slightest awareness of being watched. Early the next morning, they blithely walked their horses directly into imminent danger. When the large war party of Blackfoot attacked, they took the dragoons entirely by surprise. 27. Arrows flew in a dark cloud out of the grass along the trail left by Preacher. 3 dragoons died before one could fire a shot. The hostiles, who had left early to return to the fort, had come across the sign of white men and decided upon an ambush. The sight of the dragoons had been entirely too tempting. Lieutenant Judson acted correctly and promptly. Dismount. Form a circle with your horses. Every other man return fire. The only trouble was, they saw nothing to shoot at. Another flight of deadly shafts rose from the concealment of waving grass and thick brush. Instinctively, the dragoons aimed at the places where the arrows first appeared. Several cries of pain rewarded them. Mounted warriors came from a tree line along one ridge and charged toward the circle of horses. Had the Blackfoot waited only a short while longer, they could have caught all of the birds in their nest. It turned out not to be so. From a distance, Preacher and the men with him heard several muffled reports. The mounted men cocked their ears and concentrated a moment. It sounds like carbines to me, opined Preacher, who pronounced the word carbines. Three Sleeps agreed. That it does. Now what you suppose? Figure Colonel Danvers sent some people after us. Antoine joined in. And they got themselves in trouble. He ended with a cackle. Three Sleeps Norris turned to Preacher. Should we go help 'em out? Preacher pretended to ponder that a moment. But I don't see why not. The Arapaho in their wake, they set off at a brisk canter. From the faintness of the sound, Preacher reckoned they had a good 20-minute ride. A lot can happen in 20 minutes. Terribly outnumbered, the 18-man patrol died by ones and twos. Blackfoot swarmed around the improvised shelter, the horses targeted indiscriminately along with the dragoons. One beast, shrieking in pain from a neck wound, broke the grip of the soldier holding it and ran out among the charging hostiles. That opened a gap which allowed a dozen Blackfoot to dash through. With lance and tomahawk they began to slash at the dragoons from terribly close quarters. BSM Muldoon saw Lieutenant Judson go down, a lance rammed through his belly. The unfortunate Private Mallory died a second later, his body draped over that of his officer. "Poor stupid lad," Muldoon said aloud, as eulogy for them both. Then his ears heard something he could not believe. Gunfire, and coming from beyond the press of savages. It could only be Preacher and those he had taken with him. Relief flooded Muldoon as he shot a screaming Blackfoot full in the face from 2 feet away. Another of the dragoons died while he cocked the hammer to take out a hostile. 3 mounted men and 6 Arapaho warriors charged down on the backs of the triumphant Blackfoot. Their rifles cracked at the best possible range, and 9 Blackfoot died. Preacher unlimbered one of his Walker Colts and shot 2 more before the hostiles could react and turn to face this new threat. Wounded, one of them thrashed in the grass. Preacher aimed at a 4th target. He knew his chances to be good. He hadn't missed yet. His evaluation of his marksmanship proved accurate. His .44 ball slammed into the skull of a warrior who swung a war club at the head of BSM Muldoon. Preacher's action did not prevent Muldoon from being hit, but turned the strike into a hard, glancing blow. Believing the spirits had turned on them, the surviving Blackfoot fired a few final arrows. Those without mounts were hoisted up by comrades on horseback, and the warriors streamed off over a notch in the ridge to the south. Stunned by the rap on his head, Muldoon looked slowly around himself to discover he had come out of the fray as the sole survivor. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Sure, and I'm glad to see you, Preacher, that's a fact." Preacher also totaled the grim score. "How'd this happen to you?" "Devil take it, lad. They got us entirely by surprise, they did. Didn't know there was any heathen about till they shot arrows at us from the grass, and then more of them spalpeen bastards came out of the trees, shooting better rifles than we have. It was a terrible slaughter, it was." Preacher tried for understatement. "I can see that." "Oh, me poor lads. Even Lamewit Mallory and our darling lieutenant. The colonel's not going to like that, he's not." "No doubt. Tell me something, Muldoon. You seemed to put a note in your voice when you mentioned the colonel. Was it the knock you got on your head, or something else?" Muldoon's grimace of pain turned to a sour expression. "You've got the heart of it, Preacher, sure and you do. I've not seen nor heard anything certain, but I do have some worries about the darling colonel, I do. He's been writing a lot of dispatches of late, only they aren't going to General Ferris or the War Department. I've yet to see to whom he addresses them, but it's certain sure it's not anyone in our chain of command." "There's more?" prompted Preacher. "Aye, that's the big and little of it. It's about his attitude toward the men, Preacher. The way he sent us out here, an 18-man patrol into hostile country, with not a fare thee well, and ordering that counterattack back when the heathens had the fort surrounded. It's almost as though he wants us to get killed off to the last man jack of us, it is. But the commander leads his men, inspires them, and protects them too. It can't be." That awakened dark suspicions in the mind of Preacher, although he had to put them aside for the present and look into it all later. Muldoon had suffered a hard, messy blow to the head, which cut his scalp and raised a knot. Time that was taken care of. "You know about those things more than I, Sergeant Major. Now let me get a good look at that wound of yours." After some gentle probing and prodding, Preacher satisfied himself the skull remained intact and pronounced his verdict. You'll recover. But with your patrol wiped out and no way to get back alone, it might be best for you to ride with us." BSM Muldoon's eyebrows elevated. "You're not going direct to the fort?" "Nope. This ambush tells me we haven't finished our business here. We need to get a look at this Blackfoot Messiah Iron Shirt up close and personal. Find out what hold he has on these engines." "When will that be?" "Tonight," promised Preacher. Preacher's little band made careful observations of the routine engaged in by Iron Shirt. In this case, 2 large bands of Northern Cheyenne, won over by news of the near success at the fort, prepared for the ritual. Late that night, after the immersion, firewalking, feasting, drumming, and singing ended, would be ideal for what Preacher had in mind, he told the others. Once they had pulled back far enough from the camp, Preacher revealed his intentions. "Antoine and me are going to go in there and stir 'em up some. Leave some real scary things for Iron Shirt. If we're lucky, he'll begin to doubt his own medicine." "Such as what?" BSM Muldoon asked. Preacher brushed off the question. "Oh, some things we gathered up earlier today." The Hardy band had ridden west of the ambush scene to avoid any contact with hostiles that might happen by. Preacher and Antoine had hunted during part of the afternoon, using bows with all the skill of an Indian. Part of what they took, they ate. Some portions of the animals had been put away for later use. Preacher knew exactly what he wanted, and had used the last hours of daylight to paint Plains Indian pictographs on strips of rawhide. He took those and the animal parts with him when he and Antoine slipped away to the Blackfoot encampment at around 2 o'clock in the morning. A heavy overcast made the ground a pool of ink. They entered the sleeping war village silently. Only the soft scuff of moccasins on hard soil indicated their movement. Preacher worked his way to the center of camp, then located the ideal spot. With Antoine standing guard in front of the entrance to the lodge of Iron Shirt, Preacher placed a headless skunk on the ground. Next came a fresh deer heart, to which he affixed one of the pictograph strips. Those were the symbols for Iron Shirt's name. He had explained when he painted them. Beside that, he left the severed testicles of the same deer, with signs on the rawhide for "White Wolf takes these from Iron Shirt." Satisfied with his nocturnal display, Preacher signaled to Antoine, and the mounted men slipped out of camp. Once beyond any chance of apprehension, they both threw back their heads and made the wailing sounds associated with the spirits of those who had been blinded and mutilated and could not journey to the other world. Not too surprisingly, no one stirred in camp until daylight. Shortly after the uproar that heralded the discovery of Preacher's handiwork, the hostiles broke camp and rode off to the southeast, in the direction of Fort Washington. Preacher's stalwart band followed at a discreet distance. Over the next several nights, Preacher continued to pay ghostly, taunting visits to the band of warriors. On the 4th night, he edged in close to 2 teenage boys, along as apprentice warriors and assigned as herd guards. After a round of ordinary talk about which girl in their village they thought the most beautiful, one lad brought up a subject that Iron Shirt's fury prohibited from being talked of openly. "My older brother has seen the bad medicine that appears in camp these last nights. This White Wolf has powerful medicine. My brother thinks maybe more strength than Iron Shirt. Men have tried to kill White Wolf before, yet he lives, while our warriors die by the white man's bullets. My brother is thinking of taking me and returning to our village." The other boy agreed. "Yes, that is a wise thing." From his careful observation of the furtive glances the warriors made in all directions when they left their low war lodges, and now this indication of unrest, Preacher decided that an aura of bad medicine and even fear hung over the entire camp. His work had been well done. A quick count of those in the war camp the next morning informed Preacher that some 12 or more had abandoned the cause. Earlier that day he had watched the 3 white men in camp set off southeast with Cheyenne guides well ahead of the rest. Cloud Blanket had been right. and Preacher would tell him so. A big stir came when Iron Shirt learned of the defections. He called the warriors together, most of them already mounted to continue the ride. "They are women. They shamed the name Blackfoot. I have had a vision. We will make a mighty raid on the soldiers we have fought before with our Cheyenne and Sioux brothers. This time we will be victorious. I have strengthened the medicine that protects you. Nothing of the white man's can harm you." From his vantage point, Preacher grinned at the craftiness of this fraudulent medicine man, as if he did not plan all along to go back to the fort. He decided upon one more visit to this uneasy war camp that night. They came in the darkest part of the night. Preacher and his companions burst into the gathering of lodges from 10 different points of the compass. Whooping ferociously, a torch spluttering in one hand, Preacher bent low to set fire to a 6-foot-high lodge. Then he made for another one. Not far away, one of the Arapaho, gored, overturned another and shot the occupants. Three Sleeps Norris trampled mounds of supplies and set them ablaze. Antoine Revere hurled cases of ammunition and bundles of arrows into the central fire. The enemy swirled all around them, unwilling to fire their rifles for fear of hitting a friend. In the mad gyration of the swift raid, Preacher eventually came face to face with Iron Shirt. Preacher's right-hand Walker Colt bucked first, and the ball smacked into the chest of his enemy. Iron Shirt went down in an eye blink. Elated, Preacher signaled for the others to leave. They had accomplished much more than he had expected. Firing their weapons behind them, the mountain men, Arapaho, and BSM Muldoon quickly faded into the dark. To Preacher's astonishment, the warriors did not disband after the death of Iron Shirt, nor did they take time to mourn the loss of their leader and elect a new one. Rather, some set out immediately, with Cheyenne braves acting as guides in search of those who had done the damage. The rest continued toward the fort. Preacher soon learned the reason. Iron Shirt was alive. Obviously sore as hell, he moved slowly and sat his pony warily. Surrounded by 100 Blackfoot warriors, the medicine man was unreachable. Knowing where the hostiles were headed, Preacher urged all speed to the fort. Muldoon concurred. Mid-morning remained markedly cool 2 days later when the sentry's voice rang out from the gate. "Corporal of the guard, post number 2, visitors at the gate." Bustling over on sore feet, he'd joined the dragoons to ride, not to walk. Corporal Collins found 3 men confronting the guard. They were dressed like dandies. Nevertheless, he addressed them politely enough. "Good morning, gentlemen. May I inquire as to your business at Fort Washington today?" Quentin Prager took the lead. "We must see your commanding officer at once." Collins blinked. "What about?" "It is a matter of great urgency." Following regulations, Corporal Collins did not give an inch. "If you tell me what it is, I can convey the information to Colonel Danvers." His patience growing short, Prager put heat in his words. "It is a matter of life and death." Amused by the man's pomposity, Collins let his eyes go wide. "Oh, that's what it is, eh? The colonel will want to hear that, I'm sure." Prager flared. "Damn it, man. The country west of here is full of roving bands of hostiles. Tell him that, and tell him that Quentin Prager and 2 associates are here to see him at once." Corporal Collins scratched one ear. I reckon you fellers didn't see the bullet scars on the wall. We've done whipped the savages and sent them running. Prager regained his control and fixed the insolent corporal with a frigid stare. No, you didn't. Because all the Indians we saw were headed this way. Tell that to your Colonel Danvers. Yes, sir, right away, sir. When Lieutenant Colonel Danvers learned of their presence, he had the three men ushered into his office. He waited a moment to ensure that no prying ears lingered beyond the door, then turned on Prager, Gross, and Riker with a face suffused by hot fury. "What in the name of God are you doing here?" he demanded. Prager took a step forward, asserting his control. "The whole thing is coming apart. Preacher is alive." "I know that, but he's gone now. I dismissed him and he went away." Prager's words struck Danvers like lead pellets. "He went right to the war camp of Ironshirt. He's worked some sort of savage mysticism that's nearly driven Ironshirt out of his mind. He told me after the first little gifts were left that Preacher wants his balls. It's true what I told your corporal. The Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and Sioux are on the way here. But if we don't get a war started soon, it will all blow up in our faces." Danvers fumbled for words. "That's terribly disturbing. What do you expect me to do?" "I want you to have these dragoons attack the peaceful Cheyenne at once, the ones who did not join Ironshirt. That's sure to bring about the desired reaction and satisfy our friends back east." He paused, looked around the headquarters and at the palisades beyond. "Apparently you did too good a job on this fort. By now I expected to find all but you dead. The troops are in much too good shape. Looks as if they could fight their way through any number of Indians." Instinctively, Danvers stood up for his men. "My dragoons had to fight their way out here. Naturally, they gained experience." Prager closed with Danvers in 2 rapid steps. He tapped a long forefinger on the colonel's chest. "Let me remind you that they are the ones who are supposed to lose. The whole program is poised to fall into place. But," he raised the finger and tapped Danvers again, "it will take a massacre and an Indian war to clear the land of the savage vermin." Choking on his anger, Lieutenant Colonel Danvers turned partly away. Why had he ever thrown in his lot with these insufferable scoundrels? Desperately he tried to disassociate himself from this distasteful part of their plot. "I am only taking orders. I am not a participant in anything beyond the military involvement, of which, I'll remind you, I took no part in the planning. I suggest you leave forthwith, before any fighting begins, if you value your hide so much." With that, he showed them out of his office. Preacher's valiant band arrived at Fort Washington the next day. The Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and Sioux came right behind. Once more the fort was very active. From the round-topped knoll where he had made medicine, Ironshirt observed the frantic activity within the walls through a brass telescope given him by Quentin Prager. He could not mask his surprised reaction when he recognized 3 particular faces. He lowered the glass and turned to Two Moons. "The Great Spirit smiles on us. The man Prager and his nurslings are inside the fort. We can now sweep all of our enemies away in one battle. Then all the plains will burst out in flame." For his part, Two Moons would have preferred to be spared Ironshirt's rhetoric. Cunning and intelligent, Two Moons had long ago accepted that the great medicine of Ironshirt was a fake. Men died at the hands of the whites not because they had lost faith, but because they had been shot. What sat foremost in the mind of Two Moons was the swiftness with which Ironshirt had turned against their benefactors. Prager, who wanted to be called Star Child, had brought them the fine new rifles, the barrels of powder, and boxes of caps. For that he deserved praise, not death. He kept all that to himself as he replied to his leader. "We have them trapped right enough. Why have they come here?" Two Moons inquired. "Why do the white men do many stupid things?" Derisive laughter followed that suggestion. "Ironshirt, since they know of our plans, it cannot be for protection. It may be they came here to betray us." Ironshirt's face darkened at that. "Then they shall die slowly." Quentin Prager withdrew into a dark rage when he learned of the death of Blake Sowers. He took his fury to the saloon in the sutler's store only half an hour before the Indians swarmed down the length of the narrow finger of land to the stockade that surrounded Fort Washington. There he observed the 3 buckskin-clad men who had ridden in earlier in the day. They gulped down prodigious draughts of beer and wiped their lips with the backs of their hands. When the Blackfoot and their allies appeared, the sutler spoke from behind the bar to one of them. "Well, preacher, looks like you brought us more company than we wanted." "I could have told you they were on the way if you'd have asked," came the reply. "Boys, we'd best be getting to the walls. Those Injuns ain't here for a bison feast." Jolted by this revelation and driven by a blind desire for revenge on Preacher, Prager went in search of Heck Driscoll, one of Sowers' lieutenants, who managed the wagons. He found him near the stables. "Driscoll, I have a job for you. I've located this troublemaker, Preacher, and I can point him out to you. I want you to kill him. Do it up on the wall so it will look like the savages did it." Driscoll hitched his belt and produced a confident grin. "I can handle that all right." With that, they set off to find Preacher. Like a cataract's roar, gunfire greeted them as they approached the wall. From outside came the challenging reports of Prager's nice new rifles. Prager winced involuntarily at the thought of being shot at by them. He quickly located the lean, broad-shouldered man in buckskin and pointed him out to Driscoll. The renegade gave a curt nod and moved off toward the access stairs. Preacher first became aware of Driscoll when the mountain man moved abruptly and a tomahawk blade swished past his ear. The haft struck his right shoulder and Preacher turned, expecting to find a warrior had scaled the wall. Not so. He faced another white man, one he vaguely recognized. His carefully planned blow gone astray, Driscoll sought to recover. Before he could lift the hawk, Preacher hit him in his exposed gut. Driscoll dropped the tomahawk and bent double. Air rushed from Driscoll's lungs to be quickly stopped when Preacher kneed him in the face. Dazed, Driscoll went to one knee. The fighting around them had grown so intense that no one noticed as Driscoll slid a knife from its sheath. Concerned with holding off the Indians, Preacher did not have time to play by the rules. He simply drew a .44 Colt and blew a hole through the head of his assailant. Heck Driscoll did a backward half-gainer off the parapet. Then enlightenment settled on Preacher. The dead man had been with the others in the Blackfoot war camp. He'd handed out rifles and ammunition from the rear of a wagon. That meant the other whites must be here. He knew them by sight, and vaguely recalled that someone had given him names: Prager, Gross, and Riker. Behind him, the firing slackened, and the first assault by the hostiles broke off. Preacher went in search of the men behind this uprising. He found Quentin Prager with surprising ease. Shunning the hypocrisy of fighting his Indian allies, Prager had returned to the saloon. Preacher came upon him there. Arctic chill coated the words Preacher spoke in a slow drawl. "I reckon you're the one they call Prager. You're responsible for stirring up this Injun ruckus, and I reckon you know who I am. For what it's worth, your errand boy didn't get the job done." Preacher's lip curled in contempt. "I hate a stinking white renegade more'n I hate a Pawnee. Are you going to do it the easy way and give up?" From outside they heard sound of a renewed attack. This time it came from the west. Prager responded with a bravado he did not feel. That'll be the day. Preacher had come willing to oblige. "Do you want it inside or out?" Prager did not reply. Instead, he fired with a concealed pistol from under the table. The sneak's aim was off because of the extreme angle, so all that hit Preacher was a shower of splinters. The flattened ball moaned past. Responding in a manner totally unexpected by Prager, Preacher dove over the table at him. They spilled out of the chair together. Preacher rammed Prager's head against the floorboards repeatedly until a small cloud of dust hung around the battered renegade. Drops of blood from Prager's split scalp formed a halo around his head. His eyes glazed, and Preacher eased up, came to his feet. He soon found that Prager had more than one card up his sleeve. Lightning quick, Prager grabbed for the butt of another of his short-barreled .60 pistols. He found himself not fast enough. Preacher filled his hand with a Walker Colt and shot his enemy in the right shoulder. The Derringer went flying. His gun hand made inoperable, Prager made a try with his left. To his surprise, he got the pistol free and fired a shot that creased the outside of Preacher's right thigh. That did not prevent Preacher from shooting the corrupt land speculator through the heart. Hyman Interman stared at Preacher a moment. "There's another of them out back in the chick sale." Preacher nodded his thanks and left the saloon. He found Morton Gross at the outhouse. The chubby renegade fumbled to button his fly as he exited the small building. Preacher's words froze him. "I killed Prager not a minute ago. I'd gather you are the one called Gross. It sort of fits," he added parenthetically. I don't know who you mean. My name is Pembroke." His slight hesitation over the name put the lie to his words. Preacher took note of it. "I don't care what you call yourself. You rode in with a piece of renegade white trash named Prager who's been stirring up the Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and Sioux. I'm here to take you to justice in front of Colonel Danvers or bury you. The choice is yours." In the next tense second, Morton Gross made the biggest mistake of his life. Instead of surrendering, he grabbed for his pistol. He cleared it of his coat and had the hammer back when Preacher drew and fired his Walker Colt. The ball struck Gross in a rib, which flattened it and deflected it from his heart, though it did terrible damage to his left lung. Eyes wide, he blinked slowly and sagged to the ground. Preacher stepped close and kicked the gun away. "Where will I find Riker?" "I don't know. He must be Preacher." "Right. That's what they call me." "I know. I'm going to die. I just want to do something on the plus side of the ledger before I do." "Go on. I'm listening." Blood bubbled in pink froth on the lips of Morton Gross. "Watch out for your Colonel Danvers, Preacher. He's in on this thing of Prager's." Preacher bent close. "You're sure of that?" A breathy word answered him. "Yes." Then Morton Gross shuddered and died. "Dang, that went too fast. I sure would like to know where Riker is," Preacher said over the dead man. "He's right here." The voice came from behind Preacher like the crack of a whip. A violent crash and a rumble came from beyond Darren Riker. Unlike the previous time, the Blackfoot warriors did not try to scale the wall. Instead, they rode forward, attached several ropes to a series of spike-topped lodgepole pines in the palisade, and rode fast away from the wall. With as many as 8 horses per upright, the log barricade strained and at last gave way. The rammed earth behind cascaded down from sheer gravity. Preacher tensed and made ready to spring to one side. He fully expected to get a bullet in the back at any second. Instead, Riker started toward him, talking as he came. "I saw Quentin's body, and now I see you have disposed of Morton as well. Saves me the trouble, I suppose. I should be grateful and let you go. Our Indian friends will finish you readily enough." Riker paused and sighed. "But then, coward that he was, I imagine Gross told you more than you should know. You've more lives than an alley cat, Preacher, and you might get away from the Blackfoot. So you see I don't have any choice." While the overconfident Riker rambled, Preacher's expectations soared. Braced for evasion, he used flexed knees to power his next move. With a loud, piercing yell, he jumped straight into the air and spun, bringing a Walker Colt ahead of him. Lacking the precise position of Riker, his first shot missed. Lithe as a cat, Preacher came down on the balls of his moccasined feet as he eared back the hammer. Riker's ball caught Preacher by surprise and burned like hell's fire along the left side of the rib cage. Had he been standing still, he would have died. It put Preacher's second shot off so that it only cut a chunk off Riker's right hip bone. Riker stumbled to his left, to the protection of the outhouse. A stench came from the interior that told of much frequent use. A fastidious man in dress and decorum, Riker wrinkled his nose. Over it all, though, hung the coppery odor of violent death. Cautiously, he peered around one corner. Surprise puckered his lips when he saw no sign of Preacher. Where could he have gotten to so quickly? Riker searched the entire area behind the settlers with his eyes. Confident that Preacher had left, there being no hiding place, he came from behind the small structure and started back toward the saloon. The door to the outhouse creaked on leather hinges at his back. Behind you, Riker. He made a valorous try, spun from left to right so his pistol would come in line first. Preacher let him complete his turn before he pumped a .44 ball into the center of Riker's chest. Gagging, Riker sank to his knees. His pistol discharged, the ball punched through the door of the toilet. Feebly, he reached for another pistol. Preacher shot him again. This time, the ball put a black hole at the top of the bridge of Riker's nose. Preacher stepped into the clear. Got to remember to tell Enterman to do something about that smell, he muttered. He sighed and set to reloading his Walker Colt. With this accomplished, all he had left was Iron Shirt and the aroused Indians. 29. With the wall almost breached, Preacher busied himself in an effort to get some of the young dragoons to pull the 3-pound cannon to the top of the dirt platform. Lieutenant Colonel Danvers confronted him there. Do you mind telling me where Mr. Prager and his associates happen to be? Mincing no words, Preacher told him. He concluded with a fateful remark. And before one of them died, he told me you were mixed up in this dirty little business. Danvers' eyes went wild. Froth formed at the corners of his mouth as, heedless of his condition and surroundings, he drew his dragoon revolver. That's a damned lie. Soldiers, I'm arresting this man as an Indian sympathizer. Disarm him and lock him up in the guardhouse. Moving swiftly, Preacher knocked both privates aside and pulled his Walker Colt. Danvers had already triggered his dragoon pistol. The shot went somewhat wild to punch a hole through Preacher's left shoulder, which caused him to drop his Colt. Danvers took aim again. In the next instant, a Cheyenne lance split the heart of Lieutenant Colonel Danvers. It had been hurled by Cloud Blanket, who dropped from the roof of the headquarters building to land beside Preacher. They embraced in the Cheyenne manner. Now all we have to do is kill Iron Shirt, and this first cousin to a skunk alliance will fall apart. Cloud Blanket appeared saddened. Yes, I always knew it would come to that. Though I will not be the one to spill his blood. Here, that shoulder needs caring for. While Cloud Blanket bound Preacher's shoulder, he offered advice on the best means of finishing Iron Shirt. Preacher listened intently. Around them, the battle raged on. Once the cannon had been moved into place, as Cloud Blanket packed the wound with a poultice, the assault on the weakened portion of the wall ended quickly. Little respite came for the defenders. No sooner had the Blackfoot withdrawn from the west stockade than the Cheyenne and Sioux flung themselves at the north face. They used the same tactic of tearing down the wall. Another section broke away and the dirt buffer rumbled into a loose ramp. Up it plunged the Sioux warriors. With the fortifications about to fall, The desperate young dragoon gunners manned the cannon, firing in a flat trajectory now. When they ran out of prepared grape shot, they dumped loose balls down the barrel and double-wadded it. Preacher reappeared on the parade ground with his French Lamat sporting rifle. Aching from wounds in both shoulders, he fought his way through a group of Sioux who had breached the wall and now swarmed onto the parade ground. BSM Muldoon saw him coming and helped clear a path with some well-aimed shots. After a solid smack to the kidneys of one warrior, which sent torrents of pain through Preacher's body, he gained the parapet. Eyes straining against the haze of smoke and dust, Preacher at last located the Blackfoot prophet. This was going to hurt him almost as much as it would Iron Shirt, he thought, as he knelt and put the butt plate of the rifle to his shoulder. True to his word, Iron Shirt made medicine on the little round-top knoll. His body twisted and jerked in the gyrations of his ritual dance around the blazing fire. Taking careful aim, Preacher touched the set trigger, then put a fingertip on the release tang. The Lamat let go with a terrible bark at the front end and a ferocious bite at the back. Preacher's face screwed up in a response he could not suppress. 2 long seconds passed. Then Iron Shirt looked up sharply as the ball cracked over his head. Moving like an aged weakling, Preacher reloaded. Again he took aim. With another punishing report, the Lamat fired again. Iron Shirt staggered, sagged, toppled. He hit the ground and lay there. His limbs twitched in agonized reflex for 3 long minutes. Then he lay still. A gusty sigh of relief came from Preacher. It had worked as he'd expected. Although much smaller, the .36 caliber ball had markedly more velocity and better sectional density than a .54 round, so that it cut through the links of chainmail and pierced the heart of Iron Shirt. Word of the Messiah's death traveled fast. Suddenly, the Allies fell silent on the battlefield. Cloud Blanket appeared at Preacher's right. He raised his bloodied lance to command attention. "My brothers, your false prophet Iron Shirt is dead. His medicine was not good against the long gun of White Ghost, who took his life. Stop the fighting and go home. Live there in peace with the white men, who will leave this place in the moon of painted leaves. There will be no fort in this place." Slowly his message sank in. Their heads bowed in perceived defeat. The warriors turned away from Fort Washington and began to leave the area in small groups. Within an hour, they had all passed out of sight. After the warriors had left the field and order had been restored, Eve and her children came with some of the others to where Preacher sat under a single oak that had been spared by the builders, deadening the ache of his wounds with a jug of good rye. Not one to defer to any man, Eve spoke what they had on their minds. "Preacher, we were wondering what you had in mind for the next few months." Preacher took a long pull and smacked his lips. The liquor probably was not good for the healing process, he knew, but by the time he got well into the second jug, he wouldn't give a damn. "Well, I'm going to write a report on what happened here, to go with that Captain Dreiling. You know, the one who's going to lead these soldiers' boys back come September. My friends Antoine and Three Sleeps will scout for 'em." Eve pushed him further. "Yes, but what about you?" "Me? I'm going to take myself off somewhere quiet where I won't see no Injuns or pilgrims or soldier boys for a long, long time, and just plain heal up." Eve's expression revealed that he had just slammed a door on what she wanted so desperately to know. Gathering her resources, she relented for the moment. "Actually, I wanted to ask you about a more immediate future. I would be pleased if you would take supper with my children and myself." Preacher beamed up at her. "Well, now, I think that could be managed. I'm tired of all this backslapping that's gone on over me shooting iron shirt. A little quiet supper sounds fine. After the meal, with Charlie and Anna asleep for the night, Preacher and Eve talked earnestly and quietly for a while. They took a stroll to the small cabin set aside for Preacher. Early the next morning, Preacher emerged from the low log structure. He yawned and stretched as much as his wounds would allow, then glanced back through the open door as he made his way to the nearest cook fire and pot of coffee. He had a big grin plastered on his face as he made an announcement to the unseen person within. "Well now, I'll allow as how I just might find that quiet place I want to rest up in, somewhere in the Northwest Territory." This concludes Blackfoot Messiah by William W. Johnstone, narrated by J. Rodney Turner. Copyright 1996 by William W. Johnstone. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kensington Publishing Corporation and was produced in the year 2019 by Tentor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tentor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.